get to their seats.
But not
palaces that we've documented inside Baghdad clearly targets the Republican Palace, for example, and some of the other palaces as well. But tell our viewers, because this is significant, when we hear the word palace, you think of something that clearly is not necessarily the case in Baghdad.
Well, one thing about all of these buildings in Baghdad is that, including the palaces, is they have vast bunker complexes and tunnels underneath them. These are the places where it's believed Saddam Hussein may be hiding things that he wants to hide, or perhaps even hiding himself. So those targets are all seen as, they're not like historical palaces. They're seen as legitimate command and control targets, just like Saddam himself is considered to be a legitimate target. Wolf?
All right, Jamie McIntyre with the latest. And as you were speaking, we were getting word of some air raid sirens going off in Mosul in the northern part of Iraq. That's been the target for several U.S. airstrikes over the past several hours. We'll continue to monitor that as well. Official reaction to the start of the so-called shock and awe campaign came from Iraq's information minister, who lashed out at the United States. All right, I want to leave that videotape, which clearly was not the right videotape. CNN's Kira Phillips is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf, one of 3 U.S. aircraft carriers on station right now. Kira?
Wolf, Joint Chief Staff General Richard Myers said yesterday that the U.S. was approaching large-scale operations. Well, welcome to shock and awe from the USS Abraham Lincoln. Take a look at these pictures as strike fighter pilots were ready to take off on their missions not long ago. This is what strike fighter pilots here have been training for, massive airstrikes, fast and furious. After Tomahawk missiles were launched, strike fighters off this ship engaged their targets, military sites, air defense systems, government buildings, Iraqi leadership compounds, and air bases, all targets that you've been talking about recently. There were also restricted strike areas, Wolf, mosques, schools, water and electricity, chemical storage areas. I've been told if Saddam Hussein is hiding weapons in these areas, they will be taken care of by other means. Now, pilots say they were fired upon constantly when they got back, and I had a chance to talk to them. Threats they were up against, SAMs, surface-to-air missiles, old Soviet MiG-25s, and a lot of AAA fire. Now, some other video that we have for you in the strike briefs that we were able to observe. Lots of talk about preventing collateral damage. This took place in a number of ways, one of which precision weapons. Between the F-18 and F-14 jets, weapons included JDAMs, the GPS-guided bombs, LGB, the laser-guided bombs, Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles, Sparrow, Phoenix, and AMRAAM radar-guided missiles. Now, the squadron that led the strike package off the USS Abraham Lincoln tonight, VF-31, the F-14 Tomcatters. Before the strikes, Squadron Commander Paul Haas stressed to his men situational awareness.
A lot of lights, a lot of explosions. Don't get mesmerized by that. Focus on what you need to do. We're all, each and every one of us, extremely good at what it is that we do. What we do, train very, very well all our careers, whether that's 18 years or 6 for this. As you're going to do great up there. Don't get blinded by the lights.
Then once the strikes over Baghdad began, as you can imagine, other members of the squadron remained pinned to their seats in the ready room, watching the air campaign as it went down live on CNN. As they observed the airstrikes, they were not surprised. So far, they say, shock and awe is underway as planned. Wolf?
And we heard earlier from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, hundreds of more strikes anticipated in the coming hours. I assume the pilots aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln will be involved in that as well. Kira Phillips reporting. We'll get back to you, Kira. Thanks very much. President Bush, meanwhile, briefed congressional leaders on the war in Iraq, saying, and U.S. officials say the Iraqi leadership at the same time is rapidly falling apart. Let's go live to our senior White House correspondent, John King. John?
Wolf, one official said complete disarray, complete confusion in the Iraqi leadership. Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, saying at the briefing today, there's no evidence at all. The United States has no evidence, at least, that since that Wednesday evening strike on that key compound outside Baghdad, that Saddam Hussein or either of his sons were trying to direct the Iraqi military or their special security forces on a minute-by-minute basis. Behind the scenes here, they say the Iraqi leadership is certainly in disarray yet because there is no widespread surrender agreement. It was decided by the military planners with the president's approval to go ahead with this now the most aggressive phase of the campaign as yet. As you noted, Mr. Bush gave an update on day 3 of this campaign, the bipartisan congressional leadership coming down for a morning meeting with the president at the Oval Office. He did not take any questions from reporters. He refused to do so, but he did deliver a brief statement in which he said from his perspective, when it comes to the military campaign, so far so good.
We're making progress. We will stay on task until we've achieved our objective, which is to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction and free the Iraqi people so they can live in a society that is hopeful and democratic and at peace in this neighborhood.
The president left the White House later in the afternoon. You see him here walking out from the Oval Office to Marine One. He is joined by First Lady Laura Bush on the south grounds there on Marine One up to Camp David at the presidential retreat. On the president's agenda tomorrow, a full meeting of his war council. Most of the members will travel up to Camp David for that briefing. Others can participate through a secure video link the president has up at the Camp David retreat. CNN is also told by administration and congressional sources that on Monday, Mr. Bush will have key leaders of Congress back here at the White House to give them the emergency spending request he will make to pay for this war and its immediate aftermath. We are told they're still working on the final numbers. It is somewhere in the area of $75 billion to $90 billion. Also, Wolf, quickly, a rare glimpse of the Situation Room here at the White House, the most secure room in the above ground or just below ground facilities here at the White House, where the president had his national security meeting this morning. Here you see the president at the end of the table, the full Bush National Security Council. Again, they now publicly call it the War Council here. Mr. Bush getting an update on the military campaign, and it was at this meeting early this morning the president was told, because in the view of the White House, time is up. There had been no widespread surrenders inside Iraq. Time to go ahead with shock and awe. Wolf?
John King at the White House. John, thanks very much. In this note, as Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, pointed out, the president can stay in touch with everyone from Camp David, which, after all, is effectively a military base run by the military, has outstanding communications capabilities from Camp David. John King at the White House, thanks very much. With a stunning display of power and startling speed, the U.S.-led campaign against Iraq has moved into full gear in the air and on the ground. Here's an hour-by-hour war update. It's just after sundown. Huge explosions rock Iraq. The first major wave of a massive U.S.-led bombing campaign has arrived, following what had already been an eventful day. 9:30 a.m. Eastern, 2:30 p.m. here in the Gulf. The steel wave of the 7th Cavalry continues to roll through Iraq. 11:41 a.m. Eastern. As U.S. and British troops gain control of oil fields burning in southern Iraq, all 4 remaining CNN journalists are ordered to leave Baghdad. 12:05 p.m. Eastern. Just after sundown in Baghdad, air raid sirens go off, followed by anti-aircraft fire in the skies over the Iraqi capital. 12:15 p.m. CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports on the 2nd and 3rd combat casualty of this strike on Iraq. 9 p.m. in Baghdad. The full force of the coalition's shock and awe campaign is felt on a day the Pentagon is calling A-Day. A for air assault. And this important note, just want to update our viewers, our 4 journalists, our CNN journalists who have been forced to leave Iraq, closed down by the Iraqi government earlier today, are all fine. Just want to express our appreciation to Nick Robertson, Reem Brahimi, Ingrid Fromanek, our producer, and our photographer, Brian Fukati. All of them have done an outstanding job for our viewers around the world over these past several months. Thanks to all of them. Saddam Hussein has been seen again on Iraqi television. Maybe. There are still many questions, many more questions than answers about the fate of the Iraqi leader. Let's go live to our national security correspondent, David Ansur. He's got some details. David?
Well, Wolf, this latest appearance by Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television raises the same basic question as the last couple of appearances. Is it new stuff or not? This time, Iraqi television showed Saddam Hussein with his son Qusay, saying he remains firmly in control. But U.S. officials said the pictures could just as easily be old. Such meetings are a staple of Iraqi TV. U.S. intelligence officials say Saddam could be injured or even dead. Whether or not he's alive, Bush administration officials say his grip on power is slipping.
The regime is starting to lose control of their country. The confusion of Iraqi officials is growing. Their ability to see what is happening on the battlefield, to communicate with their forces, and to control their country is slipping away.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe Saddam Hussein is currently in control of Iraq?
I don't know.
Sources say since the strikes Thursday morning against Saddam Hussein's compound, intelligence headquarters, and a Republican Guard facility, there has been a marked drop in Iraqi leadership communications monitored by U.S. intelligence. Saddam Hussein, a knowledgeable official says, is not communicating orders and can no longer trust anybody. Even deciding where and whether to sleep at night, he said, is a fateful choice for the Iraqi leader. As for the tape released hours after the attack on his compound in which Saddam mentions the date of the attack, it is Saddam, the White House says. The question is, when?
The tape has been analyzed by the Central Intelligence Agency, and their analysis has led them to believe that the tape is indeed the voice of Saddam Hussein, but no conclusions have been reached about whether it was canned ahead of time or not.
A senior intelligence official tells CNN he believes Saddam Hussein was in the compound early Thursday morning along with at least one of his sons when the U.S. dropped tons of munitions on that compound. But the official says the U.S. simply does not know whether Saddam survived, and if so, whether he's injured. Welcome, that official said, to the fog of war. Wolf?
David Ensor with the latest. David, thanks very much. And as we've been reporting, today was indeed A-Day. That's the Pentagon label for the start of the massive airstrikes in Iraq. It's a campaign aimed at bringing what the Pentagon officials are calling shock and awe directly to the Iraqi leadership. Let's turn now to CNN military analyst, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired U.S. Army General Wesley Clark. General Clark, first of all, talk to our viewers a little bit about the bombs that were used today on the first day of A-Day.
Wolf, these are all precision bombs, so unlike other campaigns where unguided ordnance has been used, every one of these bombs was targeted exactly at a precise point on the ground and guided to it either by lasers or by the Global Positioning System satellite guidance, and as far as we know, they all struck at the intended target. These are 2,000-pound bombs. They're big, heavy ordnance. Some of them may have had delayed fusing and other features which have enabled them to go into the ground before they exploded.
How is the bombing today different than the bombing was in 1991?
In 1991, we had the laser-guided bombs, but we had to see the target with clear airspace, put the laser spot on the target, and then we would guide the bomb into the target with the laser. This is different. These bombs strike a target regardless of whether there's smoke or obscuration or dust. It's programmed in by the geographic coordinates and it goes in. We've got B-2s now in addition. So we've got a platform that can drop 16 precision-guided bombs in a single pass over target area, every one of them going at a separate aiming point. We didn't have the capability to deliver that kind of precision mass in 1991.
Any idea how much longer these kinds of air raids, these intensive air raids, might continue?
Well, the military would tell you as long as is necessary, Wolf. But my guess would be 3, 4, 5 more days. It's a matter of going through the targeting process. They're going to have to go back and look at actually the impact of the bomb. Not just did it strike the target, but did it disable the target? Did it knock out the command post, destroy the radars or whatever? They'll go back, they'll do the assessment of this, and some targets may be restruck again. There'll be another family of targets. No doubt there are more targets than the number of aim points that were hit tonight. And so we would expect as a minimum 3 or 4 more days of this. And it could be that this campaign will continue right up until the third.
General Clark, I just want to interrupt. General Clark, I just want to interrupt. Mohammed Al-Duri, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, is speaking.
2003, the SG, Secretary General, decided to withdraw all international staff working in Iraq in a stark violation of the responsibilities of the United Nations in 4 of the most important fields of its work: disarmament, peacekeeping, humanitarian work, and development. The withdrawal of the United Nations Iraq-Kuwait monitoring missions, UNICOM, allowed the United States and Britain to use the demilitarized zone between Iraq and Kuwait as a passageway for their invading forces. The withdrawal of the Oil for Food program workers resulted into preventing the program from providing essential humanitarian needs for the people of Iraq. The withdrawal of the concerned UN agencies halted the work of these health and development agencies in Iraq. The withdrawal of ANMOVIC and IAEA inspectors halted the work of the 2 agencies, which was essential not only to complete verifying Iraq as free of weapons of mass destruction, but also to implement other requirements of Security Council resolutions connected with the completion of inspections, and atop is the lifting of the unjust embargo on Iraq. The Secretariat General on 19 March 2003 submitted a draft resolution to the Security Council making amendments to the Oil for Food program, while in fact it is an American-British draft resolution aiming at A, the cancellation of the Security Council Resolution 986 on 1991, B, the cancellation of the Memorandum of Understanding signed between Iraq and the United Nations on 20th of May 1996, C, the cancellation of the principles of the UN Charter, and particularly the principle of equity in rights among people, and the principle of equity and sovereignty between states, and the principle of respect of territorial integrity and independence of states, and the principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of states. D, the draft resolution will transform the Secretary General of the United Nations into a High Commissioner dealing with Iraqi funds available in the Iraqi fund established from the sale of Iraqi oil, and allocate some of those funds for activities not related to the humanitarian program, but to activities of political and intelligence nature. What it draws regret and deploration is the fact that the Secretariat General submitted this draft resolution on the same day the United States and Britain committed their quarterly colonial barbaric attack on the people of Iraq on 19 March 2003. It is a flagrant material breach of the international law, the UN Charter and the Security Council resolutions relevant to Iraq, all of which emphasize respect of Iraq's sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity. What also draws regret and deploration is that the Secretariat General did not make any statement condemning or deploring this attack, and the Secretary General did not, in accordance with Article 99 of the Charter, namely the submission of a letter to the Security Council alerting that the attack threatens international peace and security with the gravest of dangers and threatens the fate and the future of the United Nations at the heart. The American-British draft resolution carried with deep regret the signature of the Secretary General, which calls for the forfeiting the role of the Iraqi state in implementing the Memorandum of Understanding and is based on a despised racist colonial illusion that moves the tyrant despots in Washington and London, and that is the removal of the state of Iraq from existence and the transforming Iraq and the region into colonies under the control of the world American and Zionist oil mafia. The government of the Republic of Iraq rejects the deplorable draft resolution submitted by the Secretariat General of the United Nations on behalf of the governments of the United States and Britain, and considers it a great insult to the United Nations and its Secretariat General, and a great disservice to the credibility of the international organization. In conclusion, I would like to warn that the deep crisis facing the United Nations today, due to the American-British invasion of Iraq and the failure of the United Nations in keeping the collective peace system based on the principles of the Charter, will deepen even further if the Secretariat General of the United Nations did not take appropriate measures to follow to the letter the implementation of Article 100 of the Charter, and specifically paragraph 1 of this article, which states, the Secretary General and the staff shall not seek or receive instructions from any government or from any other authority external to the organization. I thank you very much.
Are you calling the Secretary General to resign, Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Ambassador.
Mohammed al-Duri, the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations, refusing to answer reporters' questions, reading a statement, railing against the United States and Britain, railing against the United Nations, directly taking a swipe at the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan himself for failing to prevent the United States and Britain from moving in against Iraq. Mohammed al-Duri, Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations, still very loyal to the Iraqi regime of President Saddam Hussein. Here's your chance to weigh in on the strike on Iraq. Our web question of the day is this: do you think the strike on Iraq will last days, weeks, or months? We'll have the results later this hour. Please vote at CNN.com/Wolf. While you're there, I'd like to hear from you. Send me your comments. I'll try to read some of them on the air each day at the end of this program. That's also where you can read my daily online column, CNN.com/Wolf. The bombardment of Baghdad. The U.S. blasts the city with deafening force. See how it unfolded on live television around the world. Also, will U.S. troops really be able to just walk into Baghdad? A look at the extreme danger of urban combat. And America reacts to it all. It all continues right now.
CNN Live this hour. Wolf Blitzer reports from Kuwait City. With correspondents from around the world, Strike on Iraq with Wolf Blitzer starts now.
Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of the U.S. strike on Iraq. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live tonight from Kuwait City. And you're looking at live pictures. So-called shock and awe campaign began around 9 p.m. local time. The long-anticipated shock and awe campaign began over Iraq as coalition forces began a heavy air assault on Iraq. Here's a look at the bombing of Baghdad. Listen to this, Jamie. These are shots being fired now in Baghdad. I want our viewers to listen in. Devastation in Baghdad. Iraqi officials say one building hit during the airstrikes was what they call the Peace Palace. Iraq's information minister says the palace is now in ruins. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf said the palace is used for visiting dignitaries. He also said a museum, what they call the Flower Palace, was also severely damaged, visibly upset. He lashed out directly at President Bush, calling him, and I'm quoting now, that murderer sitting in the White House. CNN's Gary Tuckman is standing by. He's here in Kuwait City as well. Gary?
Wolf, highly placed Defense Department officials are telling us here in Kuwait that between 1 o'clock Eastern Time today and 1 o'clock Eastern Time tomorrow, there will be in excess of 2,000 Air Force sorties. Of those 2,000 flights, approximately 1,000 will be involved in actual strikes with missiles or bombs. The other 1,000 will be involved in support responsibilities, such as reconnaissance and defense. We're told there are 1,500 different aim points. Aim points are different than targets. Some targets have multiple aim points. These officials are telling us there have been absolutely no resistance from Iraqi aircraft, with one of them adding, that's a smart decision by the Iraqis, and that's a quote. There has certainly been anti-aircraft artillery, but no Iraqi planes and no coalition casualties. The bombing runs are occurring in Baghdad and Mosul and Kirkuk in the north, and also notably the city of Tikrit, which is Saddam Hussein's ancestral home. We're told the Air Force is utilizing at least 37 different operating locations, including 30 air bases in a dozen countries in the Middle East, and very interestingly, places like Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Bombers are actually flying from there and back a 32-hour round trip. Also, Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, 5 different carriers in the Fairford Royal Air Force Base in England. Now, different planes are being used, the B-1, the B-2, the B-52 long-range heavy bombers, the F-117 stealth aircraft, the F-15 tactical fighter. We are also told by these officials that every single munition dropped was a precision satellite-guided munition. We are told all the targets are strategic, including regime leadership targets, regime security, command and control targets, and also notably weapons of mass destruction targets. Finally, we want to emphasize that once again, all pilots so far have returned safely. Wolf, back to you.
Gary Tuckman with important information from here in Kuwait. Gary, thanks very much. The U.S.-led strike on Iraq is not being well received in much of the world. Here's a brief look at some of the protests that are unfolding right now. About 4,000 Palestinians marched in Gaza pledging support for Saddam Hussein. 2 Hamas leaders called on Iraqis to use suicide bombings against Americans. In Yemen, at least 3 people were killed in clashes between police and protesters outside the U.S. Embassy. Thousands of people demonstrated in Cairo, the Arab world's largest city. Dozens of police officers and protesters were hurt. In Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim country, crowds threw eggs at the British embassy and besieged U.S. fast food restaurants and banks. There were clashes in Beirut as police tried to keep demonstrators from marching on the U.S. mission there. And in Italy, which officially is backing the war, thousands of people marched in the streets of Rome. Demonstrations also were held in several other major European cities. Meanwhile, the French President Jacques Chirac is offering new opposition to the U.S.-led strike in Iraq. At a European Union meeting earlier today, he said France would veto any UN resolution putting the U.S. and Britain in charge of post-war Iraq. Chirac said that would, quote, legitimize the military intervention. It's been a day of very, very vivid images. Iraqi TV showed pictures of a Baghdad military briefing aimed amid the sounds of war and the window curtains shaking in the background. And here's a look at a helicopter over Qasr, an Iraqi port city that was captured by U.S. and British forces earlier in the day. Officials say the port will be used to ship in humanitarian aid. And here are the Marines rolling through southern Iraq, traveling right past a billboard honoring the Iraqi president Saddam Hussein. Although U.S. and British forces have met with limited resistance so far, there's no guarantee that will be the case as they move directly on Baghdad. Joining me now live from Washington to talk about that, CNN security analyst Kelly McCann, himself once a Marine Special Operations special operator. Kelly, thanks very much. You're concerned that the U.S. Marines, the soldiers, the British Marines as they move in, could be lured into thinking it's going to be a picnic as they get towards Baghdad?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think that they have assessed the battlefield and understand that in the open areas that we're depicting with the embedded journalists, you know, the areas they're moving through, that's of no strategic or tactical value. So undoubtedly, the war planners, you know, they recognize that, Wolf, and I think that everybody is keen on Baghdad and the approach as you get closer to Baghdad and expecting, as Ken Pollack pointed out today on our network, increased resistance at that point.
Well, do you think the shock and awe bombing campaign, which we saw live on television earlier today, is going to have an impact in softening up the Iraqi military, in effect not resisting as significantly as they might otherwise?
It certainly could. I mean, in real terms, it could also fall under the military terminology of a demonstration. I mean, it could have been much worse. They could have flown more sorties. They could have dropped more ordnance. So although it was very, very effective, and they obviously have it down to just unbelievable precision, it also demonstrated the kind of power that we have over a less technical, less trained, and less well-equipped force. So I think everybody is wanting for them to reach out, and let's avoid the next couple of steps. But the good news is that the U.S. troops and the other coalition troops are very well trained in military operations and urban terrain, and will engage.
Well, assuming the elite Republican Guard, their special units, fight and are willing to die for Saddam Hussein, what's the biggest problem going into a huge city, an urban center like Baghdad with some 5 million people?
Well, there's many, many problems, Wolf, but to name a few, if you think about it, just behind you in your landscape of Kuwait City, you've got 3 planes. In other words, you've got subterranean levels you have to worry about where people can move equipment, hide, cache things, etc. You've got the surface that has many, many different kinds of surfaces, some that can be used for concealment and for cover, and places where people can lay ambush, etc. And then you've got what's above your head. You've got that whole super level, if you will. People can actually move building to building without ever coming down into what's colloquially called the killing zone down in the street. Most recent experience, including Grozny, didn't have, I don't believe, the level of buildings that we find in Baghdad. And to add to that, after significant damage is caused, the kind of structural problems where people could still hide and still be in, but you still may have to enter, and structurally the building may be not sound. So there will be some very complex problems here.
And presumably one of the biggest problems down the road, which we can discuss on another occasion, Kelly, terrorism, terrorist attacks against U.S. military personnel, if in fact it comes down to that. Kelly McCann, our security analyst, thanks very much. Allied forces in lightning raids today captured 2 key airfields in western Iraq. American intelligence officials consider one of these air bases as a potential site of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. CNN's Jane Araf is just back from another airfield in northern Iraq. She's with us via video phone from Dohuk. That's in northern Iraq. Jane?
Wolf, we're in Dohuk, as you mentioned, just about 40, 50 kilometers from Mosul. Now, tonight we were seeing over Mosul explosions and tracer fire that accompanies Iraqi anti-aircraft fire, explosions over the northern oil city of Kirkuk as well, an indication that this war in Iraq has indeed moved north. Now, the Pentagon has said that it has been using Turkish airspace to launch some of the attacks in Iraq. That's after a logjam was broken between Turkey and the United States over whether they could use the airspace following the Turkish refusal to let the United States use their bases. Now, also the latest development, we have news from our affiliate station, CNN Turk, that Turkish troops are moving into northern Iraq. Now, this does not mean an invasion, but it does mean that the Turkish government has apparently made the decision that it will send the troops in to form the buffer zone that it has been talking about. This has been a major source of concern with the Kurds here in northern Iraq, who say that they would in fact fight Turkish troops. Wolf?
This is a significant development, I believe, Jane, the Turks moving into northern Iraq, given the animosity over the years between the Kurds in northern Iraq and the Turks. Can you hear me, Jane? I think, unfortunately, we've lost Jane Araf. We'll get back to her. Jane Araf reporting from northern Iraq, but I was suggesting that the Turkish the Turkish move into northern Iraq could be a problem given the animosity, the long-time tension between the Turks and the Kurds in northern Iraq, a significant development. The Turks allowing earlier today the U.S. and British warplanes to have rights to fly through Turkish airspace. That could be a significant development as well. Meanwhile, U.S. and British forces seized control of two strategic airfields in Iraq earlier today. The airfields known as H2 and H3 were taken in lightning raids. CNN's Miles O'Brien is at the CNN Center in Atlanta with a look at why those two specific airfields are so critically important. Miles?
Strategic to say the least, Wolf. Let's take a look at some map imagery for you from our earthviewer.com with some imagery from our friends at Digital Globe. Actually, that's not what I want to put on the TV right now. If I could just show you where we are first before we go into that. Let's go to the keyhole graphic, please, first, if we could. GR101, for those of you keeping score at home. There you go, and I'll show you exactly what we're talking about strategically. See this little corner here of Iraq? That is the strategic portion, and the reason is it is as close as any part of Iraq is to Israel, which is right out here. Let's put this in motion, and I'll give you a sense of where H2 and H3 is and why they're particularly important. They also have two very significant airfields there, lots of runway space, lots of direction. We're going to come in a little closer and tell you exactly why these fields were among the first targets on any sort of ground activity when it comes to this particular invasion. Once again, we're right down here. There you see the H2, and then the H3 is a little bit out of frame there. Once again, about a 200 to 300 mile Scud missile run to Israel. Those Scud missiles, which were shot in 1991, they came right out of this Scud box here, this little piece of Iraq right by the Jordanian border. Let's go down, show you what's at H2. This is why it is of interest as well, not just because to prevent Scuds, but that is a very significant airfield with runways in 3 directions, nice long paved runways, can be used as a refueling site, can take a lot of pressure off the U.S. Air Force tankers, which are absolutely strapped to the maximum right now, supporting all of these multiple missions from aircraft carriers and from land bases all throughout the region. Once again, at H3, another significant place with significant long runways, good refueling locations, and that is why you're seeing the focus there. So how do you take an airfield? We have some animation there, which we gave you a little preview of just a few moments ago. We'll tell you again how this works. You come into the airfield, and the key here is, first of all, you want to get some good reconnaissance. You have some special operations people there. They get the lay of the land, if you will. They see where the hardened targets are. They see where the planes are stored in that case. Get a sense of how it works, report back using Special Forces communications capability, and then in addition to that, bring in some initial air assaults using laser-guided bombs. You saw that Special Forces person using that laser designated there. In come the F-15s, and down come the laser-guided munitions. This causes, obviously, takes out the defensive capability, which is depicted here underneath some camouflage netting there at the airfield, takes out those defensive capabilities. So that airfield suddenly is much more vulnerable. In come the Black Hawk helicopters, which are, or in this case, perhaps a paved low, which has a longer range. You see it has that big refueling boom there. Down it goes, off come the troops, and the process of seizing that field begins. Of course, just having people on the ground in and of itself is not enough. You need some heavy equipment. Once those troops are able to seize a perimeter, in come a couple of series of aircraft, the C-130, which has lighter equipment on it. That's a 4-engine turboprop. I'm sorry, Wolf, you have to go.
Yeah, Miles, I was going to interrupt because we're getting some new information from Jana Raff. Miles, I'm going to have to cut you short. I apologize right now. The upshot of what you're reporting, though, very significant. People presumably in Israel can breathe a lot easier tonight as a result of the U.S. taking those 2 air bases in the western part of Iraq. CNN's Miles O'Brien with important information over there. CNN's Jana Raff is back with us. She's got important information on the Turks beginning to move into northern Iraq. This, I was saying, Jane, this is a source of potential tension given the animosity that exists between the Turkish military forces and the Kurds of northern Iraq.
It is, Wolf. It's, as you know, an extraordinarily complicated region. We were at a base this evening with with Kurdish forces right next to a Turkish military base. In fact, the Turks have taken over an airfield. They did some time ago, unrelated to this current conflict, but they have taken over an airfield with tanks there. Right next to them are Kurdish forces, and it was quite clear that there really is a very deep animosity and a very deep mistrust that runs through Kurdish military towards the Turks. Now, this development tonight follows weeks of negotiations with the United States and Turkey, with the U.S. trying to convince Turkey that it should not enter unilaterally. Now, the way this was left was a phone call between U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell and the Turkish Prime Minister, which resulted in Turkey saying that it agreed to let the United States use its airspace unconditionally and that they would further discuss the Turkish issue of the Turkish troops entering. Now, the Turkish troops do appear to be entering, but what they have said before is that they do not plan to enter combat. They want to provide a buffer zone. Now, the Kurds have said they're opposed to even that. There is no need for it, so we'll have to see what actually happens here on the ground. Wolf?
CNN's Jane Araf in northern Iraq. Jane, thanks very much. And we're getting this interesting development in from the New York Times reporter Michael Gordon. He's reporting now that a top Iraqi military commander has surrendered to U.S. Marines, surrendering to U.S. Marines earlier today in southern Iraq. The commander in charge of Iraq's 51st Division, the first division commander to surrender to U.S. troops since the start of this war. An Iraqi division consisting of about 6,000 to 8,000 military personnel. Michael Gordon, the military affairs correspondent for the New York Times, reporting that just in, a top Iraqi military commander surrendering together with his troops to U.S. military forces, Marines and specifically to earlier today. Here in Kuwait, it's quiet right now. That was not necessarily the case earlier in the day. CNN's Darren Kagan takes a look at what happened here right outside Kuwait City.
The Iraqi Al-Fatah rocket was still smoldering in the Kuwaiti desert hours after the Kuwaitis shot it down with Patriot missiles. The Kuwaiti Air Force brought us to the site, they say, to make a point about Iraq, their enemy to the north.
When we show this to everybody, it's just to reach a point that they are attacking us.
Kuwaiti hazmat experts determined that this rocket carried no biological or chemical materials, but say they are positive it is Iraqi, from the name Al-Fatah stenciled on the side. And frankly, says Kuwaiti Air Force pilot Colonel Al-Mullah, the thing is cheap.
You know, I'm a pilot, and I know I saw lots of missiles, and when you see a missile which is made by a professional top company, you can tell the difference.
And this isn't.
And this is not top quality.
The Kuwaitis gave us close access to the rocket, but there is much they don't want told.
If we pinpoint the area, then we are giving free information for the enemy.
You don't want to say because you don't want to help Iraq with more information that might give them a more exact...
This will lead to more casualties, and I think you respect that.
Indeed we will. Let's just say this landed outside Kuwait City. Darren Kagan, CNN.
Here's how you're weighing in on our web question of the day. Remember, we've been asking you this question. Do you think the strike in Iraq will last days, weeks, or months? Take a look at the results. 36% of you say days, 44% weeks, 20% say months. You can find the exact vote tally. Continue to vote, by the way. Go to our website, cnn.com/Wolf. Remember, this is not a scientific poll. That's all the time we have right now. CNN's Heidi Collins, though, is going to update us now on all the latest developments in the strike on Iraq.
Thanks, Wolf. Here is what's happening at this hour in the strike on Iraq. Bombs continue to fall on Baghdad tonight. Just over 5 hours ago, the United States unleashed a blistering air assault, the beginning of the long-awaited shock and awe campaign. Massive explosions sent huge plumes of smoke and fire rising above the city. And some of the missiles hit the sprawling Republican Palace complex that contains several presidential palaces. U.S. air attacks also hit targets in the northern cities of Kirkuk and Mosul. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Richard Myers promised that, quote, several hundred military targets will be bombed in the next few hours. Iraqi TV broadcast this video today showing Iraqi President Saddam Hussein meeting with his son Qusay and other advisors. But Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said he is not sure if Saddam Hussein is still in control of his country. Intelligence reports say senior Iraqi leadership is in complete confusion and complete disarray, with the Iraqi leadership cut off from its troops in the field. In the U.S., Iraq's ambassador to the UN condemned the invasion as, quote, a racist, imperialist attack. A second American has died in combat in Iraq. The Marine was part of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. He received his wounds during battle with Iraqi forces near the port of Qasr. Another U.S. Marine was killed earlier in a fight at an oil field in southern Iraq. There is a wave of steel barreling toward Baghdad tonight. A 20-mile-long chain of coalition army tanks and vehicles is rumbling northward across the Iraqi desert. That convoy is expected to reach Baghdad within 2 to 4 days. The lead elements of the invasion force are now estimated to be closing in on just about the halfway mark between Kuwait and Baghdad. Coalition forces have also taken 2 airfields in the west, as well as the southern Afaf Peninsula, apparently successful in preventing a repeat of 1991, when Iraq caused an environmental disaster by pumping oil into the Persian Gulf. Well, that is the very latest from CNN Center. I'll be back in half an hour. Now, complete coverage of the strike on Iraq continues with Lou Dobbs.
Good evening. It's been an extraordinary day of military successes for the coalition in Iraq. Advances by coalition forces in the south and the north. Iraqi oil fields under the full control of coalition forces tonight. And Iraq today was shocked when the bombing began, just as the Pentagon promised.
كبيرة وهائلة ربما هذا ما أشار له المسؤولون العسكريون.
The shock was literally awesome. Whether that will be sufficient to convince the Iraqi leadership to surrender remains to be seen, of course. But what that leadership does face is at least another 19 hours of bombing, some 1,500 bombs and missiles ready to deliver a very significant message, an unequivocal message, that Saddam Hussein's days in power are ended. Hundreds of Iraqi soldiers have already received the message as they surrendered to coalition forces who continue to take further control of Iraq. And it is a message welcomed by the people of Iraq, who were overjoyed by the arrival of these American Marines, shaking hands with them, tearing down a poster of Saddam Hussein, that taking place in southern Iraq in Safwan. The air assault today on Baghdad was unprecedented in terms of its size, its scope, and its power. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld called the mission a success. He said the Iraqi regime is starting to lose control of their country. We begin our coverage tonight with senior Pentagon correspondent Jamie McIntyre.
The Pentagon calls it A-Day. A for the massive air assault that would drop more than 1,500 precision-guided bombs and missiles on hundreds of separate targets across Iraq. The Pentagon says it's a bombardment of historic proportions.
The weapons that are being used today have a degree of precision that no one ever dreamt of in a prior conflict.
The bombing, designed to shock and awe Iraq's military, centered on Baghdad, but also struck key targets in Mosul and Kirkuk in the north and Basra in the south.
We successfully accomplished our mission. We did everything that we set out to do. Everybody's back safe and sound.
All targets are designed to undermine the regime of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein and to convince his generals to turn on him or at least surrender. For instance, this presidential palace compound was hit, located in downtown Baghdad. While some Iraqi regular troops are giving up, others are fighting. 2 U.S. Marines have been killed in action, and so far there are few signs the Iraqi military is cracking.
Apparently, what we have done thus far has not been sufficiently persuasive that they would have done that.
The U.S. has taken some ground in the south, including Qasr, a key southern port, along with 2 airfields in western Iraq. The southern oil fields have just about been secured, and the U.S. ground forces have moved more than 100 miles into Iraq from Kuwait. But the war is far from won.
Clearly, we're moving towards our objectives, but we must not get too comfortable. We're basically on our plan and moving towards Baghdad, but there are still many unknowns out there.
And those unknowns include what will the U.S. encounter when they get to Baghdad, those U.S. forces, and meet up with the Republican Guard. Will the Republican Guard be ready to surrender? Will there be jubilant Iraqis, or will they find the Guard dug in and ready to use chemical or biological weapons? Lou?
Jamie, thank you very much. Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent. We'll be talking with General Don Shepard, CNN military analyst, about this unprecedented demonstration of bombardment against selected targets in Baghdad later in the broadcast. That coming up here in just a few moments. And we will continue, of course, through live cameras in Baghdad to monitor the situation there minute by minute. Tens of thousands of U.S. and British forces are moving tonight, as you would expect. They're pushing more than 100 miles now into Iraq from the south. Destination Baghdad now only about 200 miles away, roughly 2 to 3 days travel time. Wolf Blitzer is in Kuwait City and has the latest for us. Wolf?
There's no doubt that this is moving a lot more quickly than many anticipated, Lou. The ground invasion in particular, not just in the south, as they're moving up from Qasr up to Basra, and they will continue beyond that in the hours that follow. U.S. Army personnel as well as Marines, but they're also moving in the western part of Iraq, securing critical air bases there, areas from which Scud missiles were launched against Israel a dozen years ago, as well as in the northern part of Iraq. So all sides of Baghdad effectively being encircled right now, U.S. forces on the ground. But also they're in the air, and the airstrikes that devastated Baghdad earlier today were pounding. The shock and awe campaign, as it's dubbed, the start of this air campaign on A-Day, as they call it. You could have felt, as people, eyewitnesses were telling us, you could feel it throughout that city of some 5 million people. The tremendous thunder, and of course they saw those mushroom clouds as they emerged. Some of the eyewitnesses, including journalists, said that among the buildings that were hit was the foreign ministry complex in Baghdad, and at least one, but possibly two, presidential palaces used by Saddam Hussein. No word, of course, on the Iraqi leader. No one knows right now whether he's alive, whether he's dead, how much control he has over the situation, and the same holds for his two sons, Uday and Hussein. Luke?
Well, thank you very much. Wolf Blitzer will be updating us from Kuwait as events and developments warrant. If I may, I'd like us to go to the full-screen picture of Baghdad tonight. Sirens have just sounded. There have been a few sounds of anti-aircraft fire. And as I said, we will, of course, continue to watch the night skies over Baghdad very, very close. We now turn to the White House, where our senior White House correspondent John King is this evening. John, what is the latest you have about the state of the Iraqi leadership?
Well, Lou, this escalation in the intensity and the pace of the bombing in Baghdad comes as a senior administration official tells us that the Bush administration has concluded the Iraqi leadership is in, quote, complete confusion and complete disarray. Senior officials say there is no evidence at all that Saddam Hussein or either of his two sons are giving minute-to-minute, hour-to-hour orders and commands to their military planners or to their security forces. Still a question as to whether Saddam Hussein himself is still alive, we are told. Now, Mr. Bush is now up at the Camp David presidential retreat. He left the White House earlier this afternoon after he had a meeting with congressional leaders here at the White House today. His routine military briefings, a war council meeting, the White House now calls it, will be held up at Camp David at the presidential retreat tomorrow. We see here this morning's War Council meeting, the full National Security Council, a rare glimpse of the White House Situation Room, a secure facility one level below the Oval Office. Mr. Bush, of course, at the end of the table, getting an update from his full national security team here. We are told that in the planning of this operation, Mr. Bush asked many questions about some of the targets we have seen bombed today, asked about whether bombing those targets would cause civilian casualties. But now that the war is underway, the plan is being executed, Ari Fleischer says the last thing this president will do is micromanage the generals.
The president believes that the best way to carry out a military operation is to very carefully, thoroughly review the plans in advance, to ask the hard questions of the planners as the plan is being developed, to have a team in whom he has confidence, to have a military on the ground that is superbly trained, well-equipped, and well-paid. The president is satisfied that those criteria have been met. He would not have...
Now, White House officials tell us the intensified bombing campaign came after the administration concluded that a number of efforts to try to generate some form of a surrender had failed. There have been direct contacts, the U.S. military to Iraqi military units. There have been the use of Kurdish officials in the north and other expatriates, Iraqi expatriates, helping the CIA and others. Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell said some contacts with other countries to the Iraqi leadership trying to come up with some sort of an exile deal. The White House saying none of that has proven fruitful, so the bombing intensifies. Although, Lou, the White House did leave the door open today, still saying even at this moment, even as the campaign intensifies, the White House has not flatly closed the door on the idea of Saddam Hussein going into exile if he were to emerge with some sort of a deal to go to another country. Ari Fleischer saying the president wants to end this as peacefully as possibly with as little losses of life as possible. Lou?
John reports tonight that the 51st, the Iraqi 51st Division, which is located, as you well know, in the south of the country in Basra, has surrendered their commander and deputy commander. Any reaction, any thoughts from the White House there this evening?
Nothing on that particular development, and every time we ask such questions, we are told that that is what the White House wants and what the White House hopes and what the White House expects in some cases, but operational details, quite a lot of discipline here at this White House, Lou. When you ask about military matters, they have a simple answer: call the Pentagon.
We will continue to try, of course. John, thanks very much. John King from the White House. Well, I've been told that air raid sirens sounding over Baghdad at this hour have resumed. Joining us now from the scene of today's shock and awe bombing campaign is journalist May Ying Welch.
Hi, yeah, the air raid sirens just went off here, and we're just kind of waiting for the bombs to start falling and the anti-aircraft fire to start going into the sky.
May Ying, are there sounds of aircraft or anti-aircraft fire at this point?
No, right now where I am, there isn't anything. Just only a few minutes ago, there was a family that just emerged from a shelter nearby here, and they were trying to go home. They live in an apartment building right here next to where I am, which is very, very close to the Ministry of Information, perhaps a target in this war. And they were tired. They didn't think there would be any more bombing, and they wanted to go home because they said there was no food at the shelter, no bathroom, and they want to go home and feel comfortable, and they just didn't believe it was going to continue. They had their dog with them, and I spoke to them. I told them, look, it might keep going, and then they had an argument among themselves, and the grandmother kind of won out. She forced them all back into the shelter. Yeah.
May Ying, you have gone through the first two waves of bombing today. Describe that for us, if you will.
The first 2 days of the bombing were relatively light. I mean, from the perspective on the ground here, they were, not that bad, really. I mean, the bombing seemed to be very far away. The thing that really seemed close was the anti-aircraft fire. You could hear that very loudly. It almost felt like it was going off right by your ear.
Describe today's bombing, if you would.
Today's bombing was completely different. Today's bombing there's no comparison between what we experienced in the last 2 nights and what we experienced tonight. Tonight was awesome and shocking. It was, very in your face. I was standing on a roof over here by the Tigris River, and one of the major buildings associated with the government exploded right in front of my face, and it just sent this tremendous shockwave that rocked our building, and it was a very incredible sight to see smoke and fire rising very high into the sky and continuing explosions as we ran down the stairs to get away from it.
May Ying, thank you very much. May Ying Welch in Baghdad tonight. May Ying, we will come back to you as the evening continues. Are the air raid sirens, have they blown all clear yet?
No, we had an all clear, and then only perhaps about 9 or 10 minutes later, we received this new air raid siren.
May Ying, thank you very much, and we'll be returning to you, as I say, through the evening. May Ying Welch in Baghdad. Coalition forces today captured 2 key airfields in western Iraq. U.S. intelligence officials consider one of those fields a potential site of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. Rula Amin is at the Jordanian-Iraqi border and has the story for us. Rula?
Lou, those U.S. and British forces are just about 75 kilometers east to where I'm standing right here. I'm standing at the Jordanian-Iraqi border. The lit arches you see behind me is the entrance to that border, and the U.S. troops have taken over those two very strategic airfields. It's a very significant development because these strategic airfields are a multiple of airstrips. One of these runways runs as long as 8,000 feet, which makes it available, and that large planes can land there, supply aircraft, military aircraft, and that means that the U.S. can bring in troops into western Iraq without having to go through countries like Jordan and Saudi Arabia. Now, the border here behind me is still being manned by Iraqi soldiers. We don't know until when this will stay, this situation will continue. But however, the fact that the U.S. are only this far away means that they can come to the highway between Baghdad and Amman at any minute and cut those troops, cut off the soldiers from the main headquarters in Baghdad. Lou?
Well, thank you very much. And if we could show that map again that Rula was referring to, the two airstrips in western Iraq, they are designated there on the map, as you see, as H3, that the base closest to the Jordanian border, H2, more easterly and northerly from that base. Those both now obviously under control. Rula, I mean, thank you very much. Kyra Phillips, along with photographer Brian Pearson, are aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Aircraft from that carrier, among those sending off aircraft to drop bombs over Iraq today. Kyra joins us now via videophone. Kyra?
Well, Lou, Joint Chiefs of Staff General Richard Myers said yesterday that the U.S. was approaching large-scale operations. Well, welcome to shock and awe from the USS Abraham Lincoln. Let's take a look at some pictures that we shot just as strike fighters were getting ready to take off on this mission over Baghdad. I can tell you that this is what strike fighter pilots here have been training for: massive airstrikes, fast and furious. After Tomahawk missiles were launched, strike fighters engaged their targets, military sites, air defense systems, government buildings, Iraqi leadership compounds, and air bases. There were also restricted strike areas, mosques, schools, water and electricity, chemical storage areas, and I've been told that Saddam Hussein is hiding weapons in these areas that will be taken care of by other means. Now, pilots say they were fired upon consistently, Lou. When I talked to them afterwards, threats they came upon: old Soviet MiG-25, surface-to-air missiles, and lots of AAA fire. Now, some other elements that we have to show you in the strike brief that we were able to observe, lots of talk about preventing collateral damage. This took place in a number of ways, one of which precision weapons. Between the F-18 and F-14 jets, weapons included JDAMs, GPS-guided bombs, LGB, laser-guided bombs, also Sidewinder heat-seeking missiles, Thorough, Phoenix, AMRAAM radar-guided missiles. Now, the squadron that led the strike package off the USS Abraham Lincoln tonight, the F-14 package, BF-31, F-14 Tomcatters. Before the strikes, Squadron Commander Paul Haas stressed to his men situational awareness.
A lot of lights, a lot of explosions. Don't get mesmerized by that. Focus on what you need to do. We're all, each and every one of us, extremely good at what it is that we do. What we do, train very, very well all our careers, whether that's 18 years or 6, as you're going to do great up there. Don't get blinded by the lights.
Then once the strikes over Baghdad did begin, as you can see and as you can imagine, other members of this squadron remained pinned to their seats in the ready room, watching the air campaign as it went down live on CNN. As they observed the airstrikes, Lou, they were not surprised, they told me. They said, so far, shock and awe is underway as planned. Two of those pilots that were a part of the first massive air campaign over Baghdad. With me now, Lieutenant Steve Uries, also Lieutenant Lucas Kadar. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for coming.
Steve, let's start with you. You're the one that ended up leading the F-14s in this massive airstrike. Tell me how it felt. Tell me what was going through your mind once you got over Baghdad.
Well, on the way in, I said, please don't let me screw this up. I didn't expect to be leading this. Unfortunately, the person who was going to be leading had a mechanical problem and didn't launch, so I filled that role. It was an amazing experience for me. I've been here for second time I've been back here in this region doing Operation Southern Watch, and that can be a frustrating endeavor. It's nice to finally be back and doing something that's going to bring closure to this regime, and hopefully not have anybody have to come back and do Operation Southern Watch ever again.
Lucas, how did it feel for you? This was your first war.
Yes, it was great. Just like we trained for. Everything went real smooth, like clockwork tonight. Everything from the launch to the pre-mission tanking, execution in the target area, and back out again. Coming back for the pass on the ship, which is always the scariest part, or the highest adrenaline rush of it all. But it was great. It's what we're here to do, and we're doing it well so far. And knock on wood, thank our lucky stars that things went smooth tonight. Hope it'll stay that way in the upcoming days.
Well, I've got to ask you both about collateral damage. There's a lot of concern about that. A lot of concern about the Iraqi people. We saw a lot of firepower tonight. Tell me how you are working hard to prevent collateral damage.
Kira, we take that into account from step one when we start planning. Collateral damage, obtaining the PID that you need if the situation requires that is always at the forefront of everything we do. We mitigate risk that way. Planning what our DIPs are going to be, what targets we're going to hit, what the collateral damage around it is going to be. And then you couple that with our tactics and the precision that we have with our weapons, and we can control that collateral damage down to the foot.
And Steve, you were saying that you were getting fired upon quite a bit. What kind of strikes were you facing, and how often was it coming at you?
Absolutely. We, at first, as we were pressing in, we saw a fair amount of AAA, more than I've seen flying around Iraq before. That gave way to what looked like ballistically guided surface-to-air missiles. And then as we pressed in close to Baghdad, missiles that were actually starting to guide on us. And it's nice to know that the tactics and training that we practiced actually worked. In this case, and the missiles were defeated. They didn't guide towards us, and the whole team that was involved there to keep us safe while we were pushing into the target, came through for us this time. Yeah.
Lieutenant Steve Geary's, Lieutenant Lucas Kadar, gentlemen, thank you. I know this is the last time you'll be flying. We'll be checking in with you again. All right, we appreciate it very much. And of course, 24/7 airstrikes continue. The campaign continues in full force off the U.S. Abraham Lincoln and also the two other carriers out here in the Persian Gulf. Lou?
Kira, thank you very much. A terrific interview with those pilots. You said that they had been engaged by MiG-25s. If so, that would be the first report we've had of the Iraqi aircraft getting into the air and engage. Is that correct? And what was the disposition?
They face a number of threats. Old Soviet fighters, the MiG-25, that's a favorite one, I'm told, by the Iraqi regime. And Lou, quickly, let me ask these pilots specifically. Tonight, did either one of you specifically come in contact or face-to-face or even see MiG-25s out airborne?
No, Iraqis don't like to fly at night, and we didn't see them flying.
Okay. The MiG-23s, MiG-29, that was a threat we were going after tonight. 25s are a little bit separate area, but it was a quiet night airway.
The MiG-23 and MiG-29?
Yeah, that's one of the threats that are out here right now.
Okay. Guys, thanks. All right, Lou, there you go. That's the best way to answer that question.
A terrific way from the experts themselves. Kira, thank you very much. Kira Phillips from the USS Abraham Lincoln. The bombing campaign today spread well beyond Baghdad. The northern cities of Kirkuk and Mosul were also under heavy attack. And at this hour, there is word that Turkish troops have crossed the border and moved into northern Iraq. Jane Araf is in Dohuk, northern Iraq, and has that story for us. Jane?
Lou, we're quite close to the border here. In fact, in between the border and the city of Mosul, and over Mosul we've been seeing explosions and anti-aircraft tracer fire. Now, as you said, CNN Turk, our sister station, has reported that Turkish troops are entering northern Iraq. They have been here for some time. There have been between 3,000 and 5,000 Turkish troops, and there have been limited numbers of troops as well for the past few years fighting Kurdish separatists. Now, recently they have come in with tanks and other equipment in preparation, they say, for a buffer zone. Now, as you know, this is a subject of a lot of contention, both with the United States and with Kurdish forces, which say that there's no need to have the Turks here, that they will fight them. Now, the U.S. has been trying to defuse the situation. It's not clear what will happen when they enter, but according to Turkish officials, these are not combat troops. They will not fire a single shot, but they do want to provide a buffer zone, they say, to prevent any fighting from spreading and to contain a refugee crisis. Now, Kurdish officials say there's absolutely no need for that. Lou?
Jane, this is a troubling development, certainly for the U.S. government. Secretary of State Colin Powell, in very strong language today, said that the United States wanted a separation on this issue from the permission to overfly Turkish territory. There are about 4 million Kurds in that region. Do we know how large a force is crossing that border at this hour?
Turkey had originally said that it wanted to send twice as many Turkish troops as there would be U.S. troops, and that was when they were envisioning support and approval for 62,000 American troops to enter northern Iraq through Turkey. Now, that is off the table, that deal. Turkish parliament didn't approve it. So also off the table was any American approval of that number of Turkish troops. So it is expected to be a limited number. Some speculative numbers have been around 20,000. Now, as I said, there have been several thousand troops for the past few years in and out of northern Iraq. They say they're chasing Kurdish separatists, and it's been with the implicit agreement of the Kurds and the Iraqi government up until recently. So the forces that will come in, according to Turkey, will be to contain a refugee crisis and to provide security to their own borders. The United States, in recent negotiations, is believed to have obtained commitments from Turkey that it will not enter combat, it will not go further north, that it will try to maintain calm with Kurdish forces. But again, what really counts is what happens on the ground. Lou?
Absolutely. Jana Rao, thank you very much. An update now on the latest developments at this hour. We turn now to Heidi Collins in Atlanta.
Thank you, Lou. Here is the very latest. Baghdad, target of massive Allied airstrikes. U.S. officials say it's the start of an intensive campaign to instill shock and awe in the Iraqi leadership. Other Iraqi cities were also hit hard. Of the many targets in Baghdad, one was the huge Republican Palace complex containing key command and control facilities. Iraqi television broadcasts these pictures of what it says is serious bomb damage to a building in Baghdad. Iraqi officials say the building is the Peace Palace, which they say was used for visiting dignitaries. They also say a museum they call the Flowers Palace was also hit. These buildings are not part of the Republican Palace complex. At least 2 American Marines have been killed in combat in Iraq. Both died in southern Iraq as the 1st Marine Division captured the key port city of Qasr and seized oil fields. In other ground operations, Allied forces captured 2 key airfields in western Iraq. Air raid sirens went off in Kuwait City 3 times today. Kuwait has set up multiple shelters at the airport and other buildings, but a CNN investigation has raised questions about their accessibility. CNN found that a number of places designated as shelters were either not being used for the intended purpose or were not open to the general public. Day 2 of the war brought another day of anti-war protests worldwide. In Yemen, police fired on a crowd near the U.S. Embassy. 4 were reported killed. Police and protesters also clashed near the U.S. Embassy in Bahrain, home of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet. And while Australians were fighting in the Gulf back home, they were blocking the streets in Melbourne to the shriek of mock air raid sirens. As the war against Iraq continues in the Gulf, the war on terrorism continues in the United States. A federal investigation called Operation Green Quest has resulted in 9 arrests in 5 states. Agents seized $120,000 that allegedly could have been used to fund terrorists. The investigation was launched by the Customs Service shortly after the September 11th attacks. And those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to Lou Dobbs.
CNN has learned tonight that the United States is turning to Iraqi expatriates to negotiate the peaceful general surrender of Iraq. Andrea Koppel joins us now from Washington with the story. Andrea?
Lou, we've been hearing for the last day or so from the Pentagon and here at the State Department that U.S. Officials are in touch with senior members of the Iraqi military leadership. Well, now CNN has learned that in fact it is members of the Iraqi exile community. We're talking about senior Kurdish officials and former Iraqi military officers who've been facilitating the contact between members of the Republican Guard leadership and CIA operatives, as well as members of the Special Operations Forces. They are talking somewhere in Iraq. It's been going on for the last 24 to 36 hours, and they are talking about how to get as many members of the Iraqi military to surrender, to lay down their arms. As one official told me, he said, look, we don't want to be negotiating 400 separate peace deals. We want to do as few as possible. There has been receptivity to this idea, Lou, but so far no deals have been made. And we should also add as a footnote that it's certainly in U.S. interest to have this psychological element out there. There is no way for us to independently confirm these contacts. Lou.
Andrea, thank you. Turning now to what is a developing story, and that is the movement of Turkish forces, the Turkish military across the northern Iraq border. Is there any reaction from the State Department this evening? Well, Andrea Koppel obviously did not hear me. We will try to go back to find out the answer to that question just as soon as we can do so. Let's turn now to General Don Shepard to take a closer look at today's massive aerial campaign. The General, of course, CNN military analyst, and joins us from CNN Center. General, good to have you with us.
How are you, Lou?
The Pentagon said that we would have shock and awe and then proceeded to be as good as its word. This was an extraordinary bombing that we watched in Baghdad, but other areas were also hit, Kirkuk, Mosul, even Basra. Give us your best assessment of what the types of aircraft used were and what the ordnance was.
Yeah, I'll be glad to do that, Lou. This was a massive bombing campaign, but at the same time constrained. We've got some baseball cards here. I'll call up the first one, which is the B-52, and show you basically what we did in the way of equipment around the area here. The B-52s can take off from the United Kingdom. They can also take off from Diego Garcia, and they carry what we call CALCMs, conventional air-launched cruise missiles that have a range of about 600 miles. So these missiles are just above the speed of sound. They're very small, hard to detect on radar. The second airplane used today was the B-2 Spirit. This is the vaunted stealth bomber, if you will. It carries JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munitions, basically invisible to radar, if you will, or very low signature on radar. It can drop up to 16 of these satellite-guided munitions, very, very accurate. The next airplane was the 117 Nighthawk stealth fighter. The stealth fighter carries laser-guided bombs and now also a new satellite-guided bomb. It carried the GBU-27 before. Now it carries the eGBU-27, which is a satellite-guided version of the bomb, and it's a penetrator. Another thing used today was the Tomahawk missile. Now, this Tomahawk missile can be fired from submarines, destroyers, and cruisers in the Persian Gulf, also in the Red Sea. Could even be fired from the Mediterranean. Again, it's very small, has a range of about 1,000 miles. It's very, very fast, hard to see on the radar. Reportedly, between the B-52 cruise missiles and the Tomahawk missiles, of the 1,000 targets hit today, 600 of them were hit by these missiles, each one of them costing about $1 million apiece. Now, let me show you, if I can, what these bunker buster bombs dropped by the 117 stealth fighter do. It's a guided bomb unit, in this case an eGBU-27 satellite-guided bomb. It goes down into a bunker, an underground bunker. It penetrates. It senses when it has a void, and then it goes off under the ground. The idea is to get underground and destroy leadership targets. Okay, now, in addition to that, we've got some amazing shots from the Keyhole satellite that will show you what I mean by a massive bombing campaign, but also a very constrained bombing campaign. If we can zoom in on the town of Baghdad, you see the Tigris River running through Baghdad, and Baghdad is a large city, about the size of Chicago, about 5 million people, very, very spread out. I'm going to telestrate on this, and I'm going to show you basically the area that was bombed is this area right here. It's an area of military structures, an area of government structures in which there's a lot of command and control and underground bunkers. Now we're going to zoom on, go ahead and zoom further in.
And a number of presidential palaces, as they're referred to as well, on the western side of the Tigris.
Indeed. I'm going to show you those here with some numbered circles. I don't know exactly how many palaces are in there, but there's a main palace down here, Republican Palace. There's several other palaces up here and several ministries as well. We'll zoom in a little bit further here, and I'll show you the area again that was hit more clearly. The area that was hit is an area defined by roads, and the building that you saw hit, and we're going to take a look at later, was basically this building right here. Basically a palace. Now the view we're going to get is from the side. We'll be looking this way, and we will see bombs going off along here in this, and it's just one of the structures that was hit. I don't know if we can zoom back out or not. Well, we'll just take a look at the video here. Basically, this is the video from the bombing today, and you're going to be able to see these bombs going off. You can see them drop from a B-2. Actually, 5 bombs dropped from a B-2 right there, the type that we've been talking about here. So again, this is a very massive bombing campaign, but confined to the government and military area of the city. It was not a carpet bombing of the city and not in the populated areas of the city at all, Lou.
General Myers, both you, General Myers, you and the Secretary of Defense talking about the accuracy of these weapons, which is remarkable. How many more targets can there possibly be if it's command and control and the so-called Special Republican Guard that is billeted in Baghdad?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. First of all, you do bomb damage assessment to see what you hit and if any of these targets that were bombed today need to be restruck. And then it will depend upon where command and control and leadership moves and what happens to the formations of the enemy, the Republican Guard that's left, where they go, where their vehicles go, and those will be struck and restruck until either they surrender or they're gone, Lou.
General, thank you for that elucidating tour of both Baghdad and the improving, certainly my knowledge about the ordnance and the aircraft being used. In terms of Basra, Mosul, Kirkuk, these cities, obviously we do not have cameras in which we are looking at those bombing runs. Is it your assessment that those attacks were just as fierce as today's against Baghdad?
I don't think they were hit as hard or by as many weapons as the Baghdad area. On the other hand, in the area of Basra, most of those strikes down there were to prepare the battlefield for the forces that were crossing the fence between Kuwait and Iraq. They encountered some artillery, they encountered some missiles coming in, and so they essentially cleared those areas out. In Kirkuk and Mosul, I suspect that those were against command and leadership targets up there, as well as deployed forces in that area.
General Don Shepard, we thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Terrific. Thank you. Let's go now back to Wolf Blitzer, who's in Kuwait City, keeping watch. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Lou. A very historic day today, A-Day, the start of the air war. Yesterday, the start of the ground war. It was supposed to be reversed, but we're told now that the commander, General Tommy Franks, decided to move forward with the ground war effectively first because of those oil fields in southern Iraq. So much of Iraq's oil wealth emanates from southern Iraq. As you well know, there was deep concern that the Iraqis were going to start to torch to blow up those oil wells, those oil fields. As a result, U.S. Marines, U.S. Army personnel backed up by British Marines moved very quickly yesterday, a lightning strike into southern Iraq, and they're moving very rapidly up on the road towards Baghdad. Some 100 miles already on their way, but they're also moving elsewhere as well. Special Operations Forces in western Iraq, Special Operations Forces in northern Iraq. Tonight there were these devastating airstrikes against several targets in Baghdad. Shock and awe, the Pentagon calls it. One building that was targeted, the Foreign Ministry, another, the Ministry of Planning. At least 2 presidential palaces were targeted as well. Now, in the normal sense, a palace is something you wouldn't normally want to target, but these are command and control facilities that the Iraqi leader has developed over the years. As a result, the U.S. military deemed them worthwhile targets to go after. No sign of Saddam Hussein whatsoever, no sign of his 2 sons. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld basically acknowledging what so many other U.S. officials say. They simply don't know the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein. They don't know if he was injured in that initial strike Wednesday night. They don't know if he's alive. They don't know if he's dead. But I got to tell you, Lou, U.S. intelligence sources, U.S. military personnel, they're looking for him. They want to find him if he's still alive. They're hoping that the shock and awe campaign will indeed convince a lot of Iraqi soldiers to surrender. Lou?
Wolf, very quickly, we now know there are about somewhere between 20 and 30 oil fields in the Ramallah fields, which are just north of you. They're in Kuwait City. We've looked at satellite photos as well, immense clouds, dark clouds. Can you see those? Are they affecting the environment there in Kuwait City?
No, I have not had any indication whatsoever that any of the smoke or any of the damage from those oil fields is reaching Kuwait City. It is getting windy here, so maybe that will change. But so far, it doesn't look like the Kuwaitis, at least here in Kuwait City, have been affected by that.
And again, the U.S. military, the British, the coalition military doing a great job of seizing the pipeline that runs through the center of Iraq, the strategic pipeline that could have been the source of even further contamination of the Persian Gulf, as Saddam Hussein ordered it to do in 1991. Well, thank you very much. We've had some reports tonight on the outskirts of Baghdad that other detonations had been heard. At this point, we have seen no sign of further explosions or detonations within at least the reach and the eye of our cameras that we are monitoring this evening. So let's go right now, as we do monitor the night skies over Baghdad, to our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie?
Well, I can tell you, Lou, that the bombing is not over. We will see more bombs dropping in Baghdad and around Iraq, perhaps even extending into the daylight hours, according to one senior official here at the Pentagon. The plan is to drop more than 1,500 precision-guided weapons in the course of the 24 hours of this, first 24 hours of this air campaign. Officials here, though, are cautioning that although a lot of things seem to be going the U.S. way early on in this campaign, this war is far from over, and they have yet to get to the most difficult part, which is Baghdad and the Republican Guard, and the question of whether they'll be armed with chemical or biological weapons. Meanwhile, though, Joint Chiefs Chairman General Richard Myers said today that the U.S. is well on the way to meeting some of its objectives.
In the last 24 hours, Special Forces have seized an airfield in western Iraq and have secured border positions in several key locations. Additionally, Navy SEALs and Coalition Special Forces have seized Iraq's 2 major gas and oil terminals in the northern Persian Gulf.
Now, we have seen pictures of Iraqi troops surrendering. We know that the numbers of those surrenders are in the several hundreds at least, but that's really just a small number of Iraqi forces so far who've actually given up to U.S. or coalition troops. Some of them have been significant. CNN has confirmed that the division commander of Iraq's 51st Division in the south, along with his deputy, did surrender to U.S. officials. Most of his division simply kind of melted away, according to U.S. officials. But they're waiting to see, really, for a major amount of surrenders to take place, and that'll wait until the U.S. gets closer to Baghdad and they see what happens with those Republican Guard units. Meanwhile, the U.S. continues to be in contact. They're hopeful that this very significant bombing campaign will send a message that essentially all is lost and that the Iraqi military be better off fighting for the future of Iraq than for Saddam Hussein. At this point, though, no sign that the key generals around Saddam Hussein are either about to defect or to turn on Saddam themselves. Lou?
And Jamie, in terms of the leadership of the 51st, the commander and deputy commander, the 51st, the Iraqi 51st Division was the bulwark of the defense in Basra. Is that not correct?
Well, they were sent down to the south to be the line of defense against U.S. troops, but this were not top-of-the-line troops. These were, under-equipped, under-trained, low-morale troops that were down at the border. Saddam Hussein's strategy is not to defend his borders, but to put a ring around Baghdad, and so we'll have to wait and see what happens when the U.S. gets to the supposedly better motivated troops.
Jamie McIntyre, as always, thank you very much. Correspondent Frank Buckley, along with photographer Greg Keynes, are aboard the USS Constellation, one of 3 carriers in the Persian Gulf. Let's go to Frank now via video phone. Frank?
Hi there, Lou. If we hear a loud noise during the broadcast here, that's because the USS Constellation is still in the process of recovering aircraft from one of the strike packages that has gone into Iraq from this aircraft carrier. That will be the noise that we will hear if you hear something loud in just a moment here. The very first strike package that was led off the USS Constellation tonight, led by the CAG, the commander of the Air Wing, Captain Mark Fox, went into Iraq, hit in the vicinity of Baghdad, and returned all of the aircraft and the crews returning safely. They were using, as you've been discussing throughout the evening, the precision weapons, either laser-guided weapons or satellite-guided weapons. Sometimes these weapons are called fire and forget weapons because literally the pilot can release the weapon, turn away, and start flying home while the weapon finds its way to the target with some of these weapons. Now, while the weapons may be fire and forget, these are certainly not moments that these aviators will forget anytime soon. We've had an opportunity to talk to several of these flight crews immediately after they've returned from this first mission into Iraq. Here's the impression of one of those aviators of his mission as he went in near Baghdad.
We came in and immediately could see the CLAM impacting in downtown Baghdad and just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile bursts. And then basically as the air package flew in, you could see missiles coming off our aircraft, other members of the package coming in, and just tremendous amount of activity on the ground, coming up through the air, and of course coming down from us.
And we should also tell you that separately that we've heard from Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, that all 30 or so of the ships and submarines, U.S. Navy warships in this region that were capable of launching Tomahawks have engaged, and all of them have launched at least one Tomahawk during this day. Lou?
Frank Buckley for the Constellation, thank you very much. Coalition air bases in the Persian Gulf today saw, as you might expect, plenty of action. Bob Franken, photographer Jerry Simonson at one such base that we cannot disclose near the Iraqi border, and Bob joins us now via video phone. Bob?
Well, it's also noisy here, although it's for the moment quiet. But throughout the night, there have been hundreds of missions that have been flown from here, jets screaming from this air base, a large air base, which combines F-16s, F-A-18s, which, as you know, Lou, are fighter jets. You can see there's been a parade of planes taking off. A-10s, those are the ones that are so vicious against the tanks, all going out, spreading out across Iraq, not just Baghdad, which of course we all watched on television, but wreaking havoc throughout the entire country as the United States began its A-Day pretty much here. This was really quite the launching point, and it was really quite interesting, as a matter of fact. You can hear there's just this steady parade of planes that's been going on for hours. The planes going out, planes coming in. At any rate, throughout the last couple of days, there have been any number of alerts, red alerts they've called them, because of the fear of some sort of gas attack. Well, after hours of launching of jets this evening, there was one more. This time it was a yellow alert. Somebody decided that an attack was probable, and for about 10 minutes or so, everybody was required to put on his chembio suits and head for shelter. Somebody finally decided that maybe there wasn't such a probability, and the alert was lifted. So tensions still are high, but the tensions are certainly being released by what the United States government has decided, Lou, to call A-Day.
Bob Franken, thank you very much. As General Richard Myers today said, a great deal of work remains to be done by the U.S., British, Australian, and coalition military. The massive assault on Baghdad all but wiped out any vestige of fear on Wall Street, at least for today. The Dow soared 235 points. The Dow at 85.22. The Dow gaining more than 8% this week. That is the best performance by the Dow Jones Industrials in more than 20 years. In fact, since October of 1982, and by point of reference, that is the year the bull market began. And the price of oil in the midst of conflict dropping more than $1 a barrel as coalition forces secured the Iraqi oil fields and terminals. Oil prices have now tumbled more than $10 in less than 2 weeks, and the fact is that that matches the decline of the 1991 Gulf War with the onset of action. Joining me now from Washington, former Secretary of Defense, Moneyline regular contributor William Cohen. Bill, this is by any standard, I don't think I even have to ask an expert like you, but by any standard, I have to believe this has been a remarkable success to this point.
It's been a historic day and 2 days. I don't think anyone's ever seen this kind of combined power, air, land, and sea, focused in this way to target those military sites and to take them out with this kind of precision. I think everyone should stand in awe of and in pride for those young people who are out there. When you see how young they are and talented and professional and capable, you have an immense sense of pride for our forces. Also, a profound sense of sorrow for the Iraqi people who are trapped under that heel and boot of Saddam Hussein. So we're hoping that this kind of shock and awe will produce a more rapid result than otherwise would take place.
Yeah, Secretary of State Colin Powell today said a free Iraq is inevitable. And as you point out, the young men and women serving, as we went to Kara Phillips, and to Frank Buckley and to Bob Franken and the various correspondents who are with our troops, the young men and women, their youth, their determination, truly remarkable. Bill, this development tonight in Turkey with the Turkish troops crossing over the border, tell us exactly how serious you think that is, how big a potential problem.
Well, Lou, you and I discussed this last evening, and I see it as a major problem to the extent that the Turks insist on putting significant numbers into that so-called buffer zone. Turkey could have avoided all of this by allowing the United States to move through its facilities, through Incirlik and elsewhere, into northern Iraq to provide not only our forces to protect our forces there, but also to provide protection against any kind of Kurdish action against the Turks and vice versa. I think they're making a big mistake.
Bill, is it, in your judgment, a flashpoint, a potential flashpoint?
If the Turks put large numbers there, yes, I think the Kurds will respond militarily. Then it puts everybody in a very difficult position, which I think is the reason why the State Department is voicing its concern so strenuously.
The prospect of surrender here, a general surrender being negotiated by expatriates, Iraqi expatriates, also through third parties, other third parties. What is the likelihood, your best assessment as we wrap up here?
Best assessment, it'll take a few more days at least with a continuation of this type of bombing and military activity. I don't think you'll see a collapse of the Iraqi regime just yet, but I think this kind of information is certainly a welcome information, and hopefully it will proceed apace, but I think it's going to take longer.
Bill Cohen, thank you very much. Well, Donald Rumsfeld today said he did not know whether Saddam Hussein is still in control of Iraq. Iraqi state television broadcast pictures of what it says is Saddam Hussein meeting Friday with his son Qusay. Our national security correspondent David Inzer reports from Washington.
This time, Iraqi television showed Saddam Hussein with his son Qusay, saying he remains firmly in control. But U.S. officials said the pictures could just as easily be old. Such meetings are a staple of Iraqi TV. U.S. intelligence officials say Saddam could be injured or even dead. Whether or not he's alive, Bush administration officials say his grip on power is slipping.
The regime is starting to lose control of their country. The confusion of Iraqi officials is growing. Their ability to see what is happening on the battlefield, to communicate with their forces, and to control their country is slipping away.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe Saddam Hussein is currently in control of Iraq?
I don't know.
Sources say since the strikes Thursday morning against Saddam Hussein's compound, intelligence headquarters, and a Republican Guard facility, there has been a marked drop in Iraqi leadership communications monitored by U.S. intelligence. Saddam Hussein, a knowledgeable official says, is not communicating orders and can no longer trust anybody. Even deciding where and whether to sleep at night, he said, is a fateful choice for the Iraqi leader. As for the tape released hours after the attack on his compound in which Saddam mentions the date of the attack, it is Saddam, the White House says, The question is, when?
The tape has been analyzed by the Central Intelligence Agency, and their analysis has led them to believe that the tape is indeed the voice of Saddam Hussein, but no conclusions have been reached about whether it was canned ahead of time or not.
A senior intelligence official tells CNN he believes Saddam Hussein was in that compound early Thursday morning, along with at least one of his sons, when the U.S. dropped tons of munitions on it. But the official says the U.S. simply does not know whether Saddam survived, and if so, whether he's been injured. Welcome, this official said to me, to the fog of war. Lou?
David Enzer, thank you very much, our national security correspondent, for lifting at least part of that fog. As we just reported, it's unclear whether Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. One key question surrounds the potential capture of Saddam. Would it be legal to assassinate him? To discuss the political intent behind those operations, we're joined by senior political analyst Bill Snyder. Bill,
well,
good to have you here.
The U.S. goal, we say, is decapitation, not assassination, and there's a reason for that. Back during the Cold War, the CIA did get involved in plots to assassinate leaders of other countries, like Ngo Dinh Diem in Vietnam, and we even talked about poisoning Fidel Castro's cigar. But when news of this protest got out, the Senate investigated, Congress almost passed a law to ban political assassinations, but then Gerald Ford came in, issued an executive order, and that executive order made political assassinations illegal as of 1976. The fact that it was an executive order is important because that executive order can be repealed by any president, and the Bush administration thought about doing that after September 11th. But it turned out that was unnecessary because the order allows targeting an enemy combatant if the United States is engaged in armed conflict. A terrorist like Osama bin Laden is an enemy combatant, and so is Saddam Hussein because he's the commander-in-chief of the Iraqi armed forces. Targeting an enemy combatant is not an act of assassination, it's an act of war. Lou?
Snyder, thank you very much.
Sure.
Joining me now, our CNN military analyst, General David Grange. David, good to have you with us. Dave, are you there, Dave? What?
I'm here.
You're here. Okay, I just wanted to make certain.
Yeah, communication is just like in war.
And we get a little foggy from time to time here.
Yeah.
Dave, the 50 in Basra, that unit, the 51st Iraqi Division, its commander, it's unclear here. The commander, deputy commander have surrendered, but it's not entirely clear that the entire division has surrendered to the Marines in that area. What do you make of it?
Well, that's right. You know, his unit's probably split up, and some probably don't have the word because the communication is so terrible. But one thing about I'd like to say, Lou, at the end here, at the shock and awe, as we see all these aerial bombardments, is that the shock and awe of this coalition force is not only the airstrikes, but hearing that 70-ton tank rumble down to your position, or looking at that British commando or that U.S. Marine with that bayonet on the end of his rifle.
A wonderful point, and if I may ask you, as we are getting near the end of our hour, Dave, the issue of the progress of this advance, it seems awfully good to most of us. Is the Pentagon satisfied with the rate of advance?
Well, it's hard to say. On advancement, the movement, and that's moving with the operations as you move, called tempo, can be fast or slow depending on the situation. And you're always going to have discussions between commanders on you're not moving fast enough, you're moving too slow, do you bypass units and take the risk because you need to keep the momentum, keep the shock, and I'm sure that debate is going on how fast you do this type of operation.
Well, it's impressive to most of us, I would say. It's safe to say. How about you?
Well, it's hard to say unless you're right there on the ground with these guys, but I think the key is to move quick and keep the shock and the momentum up and take a little bit of risk.
General Dave Grange, thank you very much, as always. I'm Lou Dobbs. For all of us here, thanks for being with us. Our coverage of the strike on Iraq continues now with Aaron Brown.
Lou, thank you very much, and good evening again, everyone. It's been an eventful day. I know many of you are just getting home from work, particularly here in the East, but also across the country as well. It has been a day of extraordinary events, and from the U.S. point of view, as articulated by the Secretary of Defense, of extraordinary accomplishment. Over the next couple of hours, we'll be joined by Wolf Blitzer, who is in Kuwait. Many aspects, many strains of this story to work our way through, but we begin by getting you caught up on the highlights, the headlines, if you will, of this day, in CNN's Heidi Collins. Heidi?
Coming up in 90 seconds more with Aaron Brown as he anchors our coverage of the strike on Iraq. But first, the latest headlines at this hour. This is shock and awe. It began 6 hours ago, the bombs falling in waves of varying intensity. After a lull, there have been new strikes on the outskirts of Baghdad within the past hour. In these initial stages, the Pentagon said it expects to slam Baghdad as well as two northern cities with some 1,500 cruise missiles, smart bombs, and other weaponry. They're being fired by jets over Iraq as well as the naval forces surrounding the country. Iraqi TV says this is what it looked like at ground level. This is said to be the Peace Palace, part of the sprawling government compound in the heart of Baghdad. Iraqi officials also said one of yesterday's strikes hit the home of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, but reported no casualties. The Pentagon says 6 Americans have died in the invasion. 2 Marines were killed fighting in southern Iraq today. 4 Americans died in yesterday's helicopter accident that also killed 12 British commandos. On the charge to Baghdad today, the Marines and the Army have met little opposition rolling north through the desert. You're seeing the soldiers in the 3rd Infantry, along with residents of the mostly Muslim town of Safwan in Iraq. It's not far from the Safwan airfield, where the 1991 ceasefire took place. And CNN's Andrea Koppel reports the CIA and military are using Iraqi expatriates to negotiate the possible surrender of top members of the Republican Guard. U.S. and British troops now report seizing territory in western Iraq, 2 airfields there, and southern territory, home to many of Iraq's oil fields. The charge north is now just about halfway to Baghdad. In the north, a new complication, though. CNN has learned that Turkish soldiers have gone into Iraq against U.S. wishes. The U.S. invasion of Iraq was strongly condemned today by Iraq's ambassador to the UN. Speaking in New York, Mohammed El-Douri also blasted the UN for withdrawing its inspectors and aid programs. Also in the U.S., CNN has learned new details about a Saudi man sought by law enforcement. Sources consider Adnan al-Shukrajuma, quote, a serious player and possibly an integral role in an al-Qaeda plot. The 27-year-old reportedly was mentioned in documents found during anti-terror raids. Now to strike in Iraq, live from the front lines.
Shock and awe.
Making progress. We will stay on task until we've achieved our objective.
We're probably watching something that is somewhat historic.
It is now inevitable that there will be a change.
Live from Baghdad, Kuwait, Washington, New York, and other cities around the globe. The strategy, the results, the reaction in the streets, and the sacrifice of war.
This really makes the war more personal this way.
Strike on Iraq, live from the front lines.
It's 3 a.m. on what can only be described as a harrowing, frightening night for the 5 million residents of Baghdad. They look quiet in these pictures right now, but within the past half hour, witnesses reporting new detonations on the outskirts of the city. Tonight in Baghdad, there is no such thing as peace. Earlier, a city skyline was transformed by war, modern warfare. The opening phase of a massive bombing campaign on targets all across the country of Iraq. The ones we see best are, of course, the ones in Baghdad where our cameras are. The bombs continue to fall. U.S. ground forces continue to push farther into the country. So far, they have faced little resistance, but little is not the same as none. There have been American casualties. As we said, if you're just getting home, you haven't seen these scenes before, we'll show you what went down from the sky, quite literally what came down, rained down from the sky, as it came down in just a few minutes. Good evening again, everyone. It's good to be with you again for another long night of our special coverage of Strike on Iraq, live from the front lines. I'm Aaron Brown at the CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll be joined over the next couple of hours from Kuwait by our friend and colleague, CNN's Wolf Blitzer. And Wolf, we'll start with you tonight. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much, Aaron. The Pentagon is calling this A-Day, the opening day of an aerial bombing campaign designed to shock and awe the Iraqi leadership. It was just amazing. Before we go any further, we want our viewers to see what exactly happened almost exactly 6 hours ago, shortly after dark in this part of the world.
بينما نتابع هذه الصور المروعة من بغداد، البوريني محمد خير البوريني، هل تسمعنا؟
أخي عدنان أسمعك وأسمع القصف الشديد الذي يبدو تتعرض له بغداد والمقاومات الأرضية أيضا. هذا ما كان قد حدث في عام 98 وفي عام 91 أيضا. هنا في منطقة الموصل عدنان يبدو أن الغارات التي كنا نشاهدها قبل قليل قد بدأت. نتابع الأجواء هنا وسنوافيكم بكل التفاصيل تباعا.
نعم محمد، طبعا
لا مانع.
ابقى معنا، سنحاول الحديث إلى زملائنا في بغداد. نتابع تقديم هذه الصور مباشرة من هناك بعد أن رأينا الانفجارات العنيفة التي ربما تكون الصورة أبلغ من أي حديث يمكن أن نقوله عما يجري في بغداد ديار العمري. يبدو أن زملائنا في بغداد ما زالوا في المخابئ. يمكن القول إلا أن بغداد تتعرض لهذه الهجمة، بغداد تحترق. ماذا يمكن أن نقول؟
Hundreds of Tomahawk cruise missiles and satellite-guided bombs, 2,000-pound bombs, hitting various targets in Baghdad. Journalist Maying Welsh heard the air raid sirens, climbed inside a truck for cover, and had a terrifying front row seat as the bombs fell. She's okay. Fortunately, she's joining us now by phone. May, thanks very much. First of all, right now, what's happening in Baghdad as far as you can tell?
Well, it's very quiet here right now, Wolf. There's absolutely nothing going on. I mean, perhaps about 20 minutes ago, there was some bombing and some anti-aircraft fire to the south. I'm in the city center right now, to the south and also to the east. But since that time, there's really been nothing that I can see or hear. It might be going on further away, but we can't see it or hear it here.
Were the main targets today those government ministries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, some of the presidential palaces? Are they near where you are right now?
Yes, the foreign ministry is very close to where I am, and I can see the smoke coming out of it.
Describe a little bit to our viewers around the world what it felt like to be in Baghdad as this A-Day bombing campaign began.
It was shocking and awesome. It was horrifying. I was actually on the roof of the building from which you took this footage when it happened. And it was so close that our entire building just shook. And, I mean, to see something like that so close to you, and with explosions continuing, you really get the feeling that at any second it can happen to you. And you wonder also, the impact is so huge, you wonder also if it can affect you just by being so close to it. I was running away from it. I ran down the stairs. At first I was very shocked by it and mesmerized, and I couldn't sort of take my eyes off it. And then people started yelling at me, get down, and that's when we all started running down the stairs. But even once we were out on the street, away from the building, which we feared would be hit, it was still terrifying because we could see the missiles going over our heads. We could see these explosions happening around. It just looked like they were going to blow up all of Baghdad. That's how it looked, and that's how it felt. So it was it sort of felt like there was no place to hide.
May, it was approximately 9 p.m. local time Friday night in Baghdad at the end of the Muslim holy day when this bombing campaign happened. What were people doing, average Iraqis? There are some 5 million who live in Baghdad. What were they doing at the time?
Most Iraqis are staying in their homes. They're not even venturing out to the shelters. Some people have shelters within their homes, and they're going downstairs to those. Some people have even dug shelters in their backyards, primitive shelters. But people are a little bit afraid to go to some of the freestanding shelters. People are staying in their homes. That's what they're doing.
May Welsh, thanks for joining us, and fortunately you're okay. We appreciate it very much. Aaron, back to you.
Thanks. We might mention here that the familiar voice of Nick Robertson, who had been in Baghdad for us, won't be heard for a while. Nick and the entire CNN group was expelled. Excuse me, they're making their way out of the country today. No easy task that, by the way, but we won't be hearing from Nick. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. We have some news now to report from there. Jamie?
Well, Aaron, we heard earlier that the commander of the Iraq 51st Division and his deputy had surrendered to U.S. forces as they approached Basra. This is the Iraqi division that is aligned down in the south and essentially to provide defense of the southern border. Now we're hearing that essentially the entire division has surrendered. This would be the most significant surrender so far because up till now we'd only heard that there have been several hundred Iraqi troops surrendering in small groups here and there. This would be the first time an entire Iraqi division. And while this division is not the best equipped, not the best trained, and has some low morale, Saddam Hussein does not put his best forces along the perimeter of the country. Nevertheless, it is a regular Army division that surrendered. Now, an Iraqi division in the U.S. Army division might be anything from 18 to 20,000 troops. An Iraqi division is considerably smaller. It's hard to say exactly how many would have been in this division, but maybe 8 or 10,000 at the most, probably some number less than that. But nevertheless, it shows that the U.S. campaign to try to convince Iraqi troops to surrender is at least working to some degree in the south, where the troops are essentially not as well equipped and well trained and don't have as good morale. Aaron?
And as it turns out, not especially motivated. What is the procedure now? Now all of a sudden the U.S. military has 8,000 soldiers, enemy soldiers, to deal with, to care for and feed and in some level control.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that 8,000 is the right number. I think some number of people just sort of defect. They just sort of run away, so they don't necessarily turn themselves in. But what they're doing is they take their weapons, they let the officers keep their sidearms if they want. They basically sort of tell them to stay in their barracks. They put the U.S. troops around them. They don't treat them necessarily as prisoners of war in a big concentration camp, but they basically isolate them, and as long as they don't seem to be threatening and that they still seem to have some respect for the authority of their officers, they sort of leave them there. I'm not sure what's going on in this specific instance. It depends really a lot on the mood of the soldiers, what the commanders said, and just a sense of whether they present much of a threat. The U.S. would like to try to avoid having to clothe, feed, provide medical attention for hundreds of thousands of prisoners, at least in the initial stages. As soon as they get control of the country, then they do plan to bring humanitarian aid in and take better care of people.
I'm sorry, Jamie, thank you. I know you'll be trying to figure out more about exactly the numbers in play, where they are, and what happens to them. Thank you, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Retired General Wesley Clark is with us again this evening. We'll be throughout the evening. It's just one question on what just happened, and I'd like to go back to what happened 6 hours or so ago. This sort of thing is not unanticipated by the Central Command, this sort of surrendering of a large group.
No, they're looking for it, and the more the better. We're carrying 20 to 30 Iraqi divisions on their order of battle. So this is the first that we know of that a division commander has surrendered. So we've got lots more to go. But we do have certain responsibilities under the Geneva Convention. And we can't allow them to be, for example, massacred by the local Shiites who might not like these troops. And we can't leave in the barracks to starve. And we certainly don't want to set up a situation where the weapons that they turned in then get redistributed to other elements. So we've got some responsibilities we cannot escape in this.
So it's a welcome development, but it's not a development without some challenges, as it were.
Big challenges.
On its own. Now, back to earlier in the evening, 9 o'clock in the evening in Baghdad, when it started to rain down. Was there anything, as you saw it, surprising about the time of the attack, the length of the attack, the way it played out?
Not really. The attack came during a period of zero illumination. It was delivered by a combination of cruise missiles and stealth aircraft. There was some Iraqi resistance to it. It hit military targets, despite, you can't quite tell in the pictures what it's hitting, but as you look at the aerial view, and we've been through that today, these were military targets in the palace. Wasn't a lot of collateral damage done. It's right on the money. It's exactly the way it should go.
We're about 3 hours away from daybreak in Iraq, and obviously everyone's going to get a better sense of what happened once the sun comes up. Wolf, why don't you weigh in this conversation as well?
Thanks very much, Aaron. General, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said he expects to see several hundred more of these airstrikes within hours. We're only seeing a small piece of the action in Baghdad, and even in Baghdad, a limited amount of activity, but in Mosul and Kirkuk, elsewhere around the country, I assume similar kind of airstrikes are unfolding right now.
I would think they are, Wolf, because what the United States has to do here to be effective is to take out the Iraqis' command and control, their radar stations, their early reporting control nodes, the surface-to-air missile networks, their airfields, their repair facilities, all as rapidly as possible so you deliver the maximum shock to the air defense and command and control system and eliminate any impediment to the U.S. use of the skies, and that's what the aim will be.
One of the things I read I found interesting is just talking about airfields, for example. They'd like to take them out of commission without destroying them completely, because they only will then have to be rebuilt again, and that's time-consuming and difficult and all the rest. And that's part of the challenge of a commander who's designing the war plan in terms of choice of weapons and the rest.
That's right. The air staff does this. He's got an air component commander. He's got a complete battle staff that's planning this. They're located currently in Saudi Arabia. They were prepared to locate elsewhere in Qatar. And this is a science that's been practiced and worked over a lot. Now, for example, one of the things you want to do is you want to go after the aircraft shelters that are on the base rather than the runways, if you think you can. Of course, their counter move is to take things out of the shelters and disperse them. But here's where the Iraqis have an environmental problem. Unlike the Serbs, they don't have a lot of grass and tree cover and environmental protection. If they leave it out of the shelter, it's out there. So get the airplanes if you can, get the shelters, take things out of that, and then do minimal damage to the runways.
Wolf, am I right that in the first Gulf War, the Iraqis pretty much parked all their aircraft somewhere over near the Iranian border?
Well, they flew about 100 of them over the border for safekeeping, and they're still in Iran right now. The Iranians have no intention of returning those aircraft, some of which the best that the Iraqi Air Force had. They thought it was safer to move them to Iran than to keep them in Iraq, where they were being destroyed one by one during the first Gulf War. General, as you well know, going into this first night, of the air campaign, A-Day as it's being called. There was a lot of speculation that it would begin not only with this kind of massive bombing strike, but that the U.S. had some sort of secret microwave bomb that would take out all of the communications capabilities, electricity, the power grids of not only Baghdad but elsewhere. We saw none of that. In fact, you're seeing the lights shining brightly in most of Baghdad right now. Were you surprised by that development?
I wasn't sure, Wolf, that we actually had this weapon, but if we have this weapon, it wasn't clear that this would be the right time to use it. If we were still trying to communicate to the Iraqis, if we were still working psychological operations against them, and if we still wanted to protect the civilian infrastructure, this might have been an inappropriate use of the weapon. If we've got it, maybe we want to save it until the decisive moment of the battle for Baghdad.
General Clark, you'll be around all evening long. We'll make you work pretty hard tonight. Thank you. General Wesley Clark, the former Supreme NATO Commander, with us as we go. These air attacks came from the sea, literally, from ships at sea, from submarines throwing cruise missiles, and from air bases in Kuwait. We won't locate the air base, but we'll tell you that Bob Franken is at one of them, embedded with the group there, and Bob joins us now from Kuwait. Bob?
A very large operation here, one of the primary air bases in the region. It is close to the Iraq border, and it was put to extensive use tonight. For several hours, there was the sound of screaming jets, just one after another, heading off to Iraq, heading throughout the country, spreading out to wreak havoc, to drop the bombs. There were the fighter planes, there were the anti-tank planes, there were the variety of other planes that make up the contingent here. They were going throughout the night. It was quite a sight. Right now it's relatively quiet. Of course you can hear the noise, but for this moment there are not planes taking off, although there are consistently ones, and there will continue to be ones. As we heard just a moment ago, there are expected to be several hundred other airstrikes before the first day of this is over. Now, we don't have an exact number from this base, but it was quite large. Now, at the same time, the tension continues at this base because of its proximity to the Iraq border. There have been any number of alerts here, people fearing that there was going to be a chemical attack have sounded the alarm. We've talked about that, Aaron. And even after these attacks were well underway, another alarm went off, but it quickly went away, and thus far there have been none since that time. Still, the planes come and go, and they're going to be going well into the night and well into the next several days. Aaron?
Thank you. There's about, 2-3 hours more of darkness there, to the extent that darkness matters in the decision-making process. We're a couple of hours still before dawn, right?
That's right. Now, the moon has been relatively full here, so it is not the optimum condition for the coalition forces. They like the cover of darkness because of all the stealth and all the technology that they have, but nevertheless, they just put out full force tonight, even with the moon.
Bob, thank you. Bob Franken, who's at an air base in Kuwait, embedded with the units there. We'll be hearing from a lot of our embedded correspondents as the evening goes along. Wolf, as Bob was talking, I noticed one of the supers on the screen that first attack lasted 7 minutes. I can't imagine, if you're a resident of Baghdad, that is not the longest 7 minutes of your life.
It had to be terrifying for all those 5 million people, and many of the eyewitnesses, the journalists who have been on the air talking about it, say it was just that thunderous sound. The earth felt like it was shaking, and I'm sure it was. These were powerful, powerful bombs that were going off, trying to destroy those bunkers underneath those buildings, trying to go deep, deep down. Certainly they were hoping to capture Republican Guard leadership as well as the leadership of the Iraqi government. Of course, many of the warplanes that moved on Baghdad, other targets inside Iraq, came from not only air bases on the ground, but from aircraft carriers, 3 of which are in the Persian Gulf, 2 of which are in the eastern Mediterranean. The USS Constellation is in the Persian Gulf. That's where we find CNN's Frank Buckley. He's joining us now live. Frank?
Wolf, the flight operations are continuing here aboard the USS Constellation, but we can tell you that the first strike packages that went into Iraq have returned safely. The evening began for those pilots, those naval aviators going in on the first strikes with briefings We sat in on the first one that was led by Mark Fox, Captain Mark Fox, the CAG, who is the commander of the air wing on this carrier. We had tremendous access to hear what he had to say to the men that he would be leading into the vicinity of Baghdad.
We successfully accomplished our mission. We did everything that we set out to do. Everybody's back safe and sound from the first wave. I've got another wave that's out, that's going, and another wave that's coming back right now. So we're in this we're at added hammer and tong.
And after the first strike, we talked to the CAG there, as you just saw. We also talked to other aviators who gave us a sense, a description of what they were able to see and experience as they rolled into Baghdad.
We came in and immediately could see the CLAM impacting in downtown Baghdad, and just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile bursts. And then basically, as the air package flew in, you could see missiles coming off our aircraft, other members of the package coming in, and just tremendous amount of activity on the ground, coming up through the air, and of course coming down from us.
There's a lot of satisfaction expressed by the flight crews with their performance. They felt that their weapons fired properly. They were especially gratified, of course, that all of them, at least in the initial packages, returned safely. As we say, flight operations are still underway. Still, they know that the weapons that they do release are going down. They're causing a great deal of destruction, possibly death. These are human beings, and I asked one of the pilots about his personal feelings about it.
On a personal level, I'd say you just tell yourself, for one thing, if it wasn't me that was doing it, it'd be somebody else. I'm going to get in and do the job as best I can so nobody else has to go in and do it, either do it later again to clean up my mess, or you know, fix something that I messed up. So.
One additional note, Wolf, Rear Admiral Barry Costello, the Constellation Battle Group commander, tells us that all of the ships and submarines, all the U.S. Navy warships anyway, that were capable of firing Tomahawks did indeed launch Tomahawks. That's 30-plus ships in the Persian Gulf in the Red Sea. Wolf?
Frank Buckley aboard the USS Constellation. We had heard that almost 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired during those critical hours. Today, an Illinois family is dealing with one of the worst aspects of war, indeed the worst aspect, the loss of a loved one. Pilot Captain Ryan Beaupre died when his helicopter accidentally crashed about 9 miles south of Qasr, killing 8 British troops and 4 U.S. Marines. The Sea Knight helicopter was part of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force from Camp Pendleton. Beaupre's sister says the family was notified of his death this morning. She says he called her before his unit was sent out from Camp Pendleton. Beaupre's family says he was a wonderful pilot who was doing his job. Aaron?
Just stay on that. If you can go back to that face for a second, that young man carrying out such difficult work. As Frank Buckley was talking a couple of moments ago, we noticed some young sailors walking behind him doing what people do, and there's a camera in front of him waving. I suspect around America today there were plenty of people who wanted to wave back. This is tough work. These men and women are engaged in tough and dangerous work. Coming up in this half hour still, we have much to cover, and in many respects, many things we don't know because the story unfolds as we go. The war timeline, questions of how long the fighting might last, when the U.S. troops might go home. It seems awfully early in the game to be talking about coming home. There's a long road yet to go. Around the world, protests still more violent today. The outcry against the war spilling into countries around the world, particularly in Arab countries, but many here in the United States also. And coming up in the next hour, Saddam Hussein, is he still alive? That is an incredibly complicated question for military analysts and intelligence analysts to deal with, an important one. We'll be dealing with that as well. First, we go to Heidi Collins to take a brief look at what is happening at this hour.
Thanks, Aaron. Checking the headlines at this hour, the U.S.-led coalition's much talked about shock and awe bombing campaign got underway today in Iraq. U.S. military officials say they expect to unleash about 1,500 satellite-guided bombs and missiles across Iraq in the first 24 hours of the campaign. We spoke to a U.S. Air Force pilot involved in the strike via telephone, video phone that is. CNN has learned the U.S. is working with Iraqi expatriates to facilitate a peaceful surrender of Iraq. The expatriates are said to include Kurdish leaders and former military commanders. An administration official tells CNN they've been having face-to-face talks with senior members of the Iraqi Republican Guard over the last 24 to 36 hours. Our sister network, CNN Turk, reports that about 1,000 Turkish troops have crossed the border from Turkey into Iraq. The Turkish government says the troops are on a humanitarian mission. Government sources tell CNN federal authorities are looking at a possible link between a wanted Saudi man and dirty bomb suspect Jose Padilla. The FBI has issued a worldwide alert for Adnan al-Shukrajima. Authorities think he may be involved with an al-Qaeda plot to attack U.S. interests. Northwest Airlines says the war in Iraq has lowered passenger demand, forcing job cuts. Northwest is laying off 4,900 workers and cutting flights by 12%. But thanks to investors counting on a short war with few casualties, the Dow Jones today closed out its best weekly performance since 1982. Blue chips gained 662 points this week. And we'll be back in just a moment. For now, we will go back to, I believe, Wolf Blitzer in Baghdad.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live tonight from Kuwait City. CNN's Andrea Koppel, our State Department correspondent, is getting new information on negotiations, talks, if you will, ongoing negotiations between the United States government and Iraqi military officers through third parties. Andrea, tell our viewers what you have.
Well, Wolf, these negotiations, I'm told, have been going on for the last 24 to 36 hours. And what's interesting about them, I'm sure our viewers remember hearing Secretary Rumsfeld yesterday say that the U.S. had contacts with Iraqi military officials, but he didn't say how. Well, CNN has learned that the conduit for these negotiations are Iraqi exiles, Iraqi dissidents, if you will, some of whom are former senior Iraqi military generals, officials themselves in the military, and others Kurdish leaders. And what they've been doing is they have helped CIA operatives and also special ops forces, some representatives from them, to get together with Republican guards. Now, these are supposed to be either special Republican guards and regular Republican guards. But the question, Wolf, is whether or not these individuals are speaking for themselves when they talk about wanting to defect or wanting to lay down their arms, or whether they're speaking for a vast number of Iraqi military officials. And so that has been the dilemma. In fact, just today, Secretary Rumsfeld again said that one of the reasons for the pause in the bombing campaign, among the reasons, were these negotiations. They wanted to see how they'd come, whether or not they'd bear any fruit, and in fact, they have not as yet. But today, Secretary Powell himself actually alluded to the fact that there are all kinds of contacts going on right now between the United States and Baghdad.
There are a number of channels open to Baghdad. There are a number of individuals and countries around the world who have been conveying the message to the Iraqi regime that it is now inevitable, that there will be a change.
And now, of course, CNN has learned that the Iraqi expatriates have been the ones who have been facilitating these face-to-face negotiations that are still going on inside Iraq between U.S. representatives, both from Special Ops and the CIA, as well as with senior Iraqi military officials, Wolf.
Andrea, this is a development that obviously is one welcomed by U.S. officials, but what do they really expect will happen as far as the elite Republican Guard, not just the rank-and-file Iraqi military, but the Republican Guard, the Special Security Forces that have always been considered the most likely to fight and die in urban warfare, whether it's in Baghdad or in Tikrit, the hometown of Saddam Hussein?
Well, certainly there were not high hopes going into the war that the Special Republican Guards or the elite Republican Guards would defect. These are the ones who are the best paid. They get the most benefits from Saddam Hussein and really are the most trusted among all of the Republican Guard units. In fact, they were formed after the Persian Gulf War to keep Saddam Hussein really encircled, embraced, if you will, in this protective unit. So it remains to be seen. It certainly would be extraordinary if, in fact, Special Republican Guard units were negotiating with the United States for some sort of surrender, some sort of laying down of their arms, Wolf.
All right, Andrea Koppel at the State Department, thanks very much. Aaron, it's one thing for a regular Army division, 8,000 Iraqi troops, regular forces to surrender. It would certainly be another thing for those elite Republican Guard divisions to surrender. That certainly has not yet happened, although you never know, it might.
Well, however it happens, one of the great frustrations of those of us who do daily journalism is the historians get to write all the details of what those talks are going on. As we were talking, General Clark passed me a note to say that during the Kosovo campaign that he ran, there were similar sorts of talks going on. And one of the things you have to figure out is if the people you're talking to can, in fact, deliver the goods. And that's all part of what's going on now. It's about 3:30 in the morning in Baghdad, as you can see in the big frame. It is quiet there. Whether it will stay quiet until the sun comes up, we'll just watch and see, literally watch and see. There are plenty of things to talk about other than that. U.S. officials here at home are worried about another group of oil wells. There's been so much talk about the oil fields in Iraq. In this case, they're worried about the oil fields in the United States. It turns out now that we can report the security at oil refineries around the United States is considered very tight tonight. Homeland Security alert now at level orange, as you know. There's concern that the refineries could be among the targets that terrorists may strike should they decide that the war is a reasonable provocation to do so. CNN's Ed Lavandera has spent the day looking at the effort to protect refineries. He's in the port of Houston now. Ed, good to see you tonight.
Hi, Aaron. Well, what you see behind me is the Houston Ship Channel. You head up the water just that direction toward the skyline back there, and that is Houston. You head out the other way, and that takes you out to the Gulf of Mexico. Virtually every major oil company works on this stretch of water. This is a 53-mile stretch of water that runs from Galveston all the way up to the southern edges of the city of Houston. There are about 700 ships that make their way through this body of water every day. And we spent part of the morning today with the Coast Guard. They've told us that in the last couple of days, even more so since 9/11, they've stepped up patrols throughout this body of water, not only just on the water, but also through the air. We've seen several times throughout the day where air patrols have been going up and down this channel of water, just checking out every ship that makes its way. This is a secure zone up here, so essentially if you have no business doing business up here, you're not supposed to be up here. And also the Coast Guard also has a command center, a nerve center, if you will, where they use a series of video cameras to monitor each and every ship that makes its way toward Houston through these waters. And they have the ability to not only see each and every person who is on these boats, but also to speak with them directly. So this is a situation that is very intense. And the Coast Guard says that even in the last couple of days, since the orange alert level was kicked into gear, that they have stepped it up an even higher notch.
The Coast Guard is prepared and trained for just about any contingency. We have very professional boarding officers and law enforcement people out on our boats. We have professional pilots in the air that are looking and can pick out things that are anomalies that we need to be concerned about from a security standpoint. So we are as ready as we can be, watching the channel 24 hours a day by boat, helicopter, and electronic surveillance through our vessel traffic service.
Just to give you a sense, what you're seeing there in the distance is the Fred Hartman Bridge just east of Houston, the city of Houston. Show you that because earlier this afternoon, giving an indication of just how much things are being watched very closely here. Someone noticed a suspicious package that had been left on top of the bridge. Turned out to be nothing, but that bridge was shut down for several hours today. And several of the things that have changed here in the last couple of weeks, since 9/11, but also has been, the reminder has gone out to all the crews that work this body of water. Every Coast Guard official that goes out on the water must wear a bulletproof vest. And also, since you deal with so much international freight that comes through here, this is the second largest petrochemical port in the world, that all of the international ships that come through this channel have to register with the Coast Guard 96 hours in advance of arriving here. That used to be 24 hours, but that has been changed. And they're able to be inspected and have all of the crew checked out before they make their way inland here in the port of Houston. Aaron, back to you.
Quick as you can. Have they seen anything out there that makes them nervous, or has it been a very routine day?
Very routine day. They say that they have intelligence that comes to them from several sources, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Ed, thanks a lot. Ed Lavendera. Looks like a pretty night, doesn't it, in coming up in Houston today. It is beginning to be nightfall in Houston. It is coming up on daybreak out in the Persian Gulf. Well,
and it's actually been a pretty night here in Kuwait City as well. We're expecting a nice day tomorrow. Let's hope it stays like that. Meanwhile, U.S. relations with Turkey took a turn for the better today when Ankara announced it would let U.S. warplanes use its airspace. But we're getting late word tonight. The Turkish military is taking actions in defiance of Pentagon war planners. Our sister network, CNN Turk, says about 1,000 Turkish troops have now crossed the border into northern Iraq. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said today such an incursion could cause big problems.
You can be certain that we have advised the Turkish government and the Turkish armed forces that it would be notably unhelpful if they went into the north in large numbers.
The Turks say they're only trying to establish a buffer zone to help stem the flow of refugees, but the U.S. is afraid fighting will break out between Turkish forces and the Kurds of northern Iraq. That's only one thing that could go wrong. CNN's Miles O'Brien is standing by the CNN Center in Atlanta with perhaps some analysis of other things that could go wrong for the U.S. military. Miles? Unfortunately, Miles O'Brien is not yet ready. We're going to get to Miles shortly. In the meantime, let's go back to Aaron.
well, thanks a lot. That's what happens when things aren't ready. Just one quick point on that is, as General Clark was wandering over to the maps, he noted that when the United States was negotiating, and everyone's aware of this complicated negotiation that was going on in Turkey, this whole question of whether Turkish military forces could go into the northern part of Iraq, the Kurdish-controlled part of Iraq, was part of the negotiation, and it's just, as I think the Secretary of Defense said, remarkably unhelpful to have Turkish forces there. But the Turks are also nervous about their own Kurdish population joining up with the Kurds in northern Iraq, and they're trying to keep that ethnic group from causing any problems, and the Turkish decision today didn't help. That's the quick translation of that. Miles O'Brien has made his way over to General Clark over at the board to lay out some of the things that can go wrong. It seems odd, gentlemen, both. We've talked about so many things today that have gone right from the American side, but war is a complicated piece of business.
Complicated indeed, Aaron, and the Turkish question is one of the big questions we're going to be talking about, along with General Wesley Clark here. We're going to take a little tour of the region, if you will, and a good place to begin to talk about ways things that can go wrong here is to begin in Israel. You'll remember in 1991, the first Persian Gulf War, the Scud firings, which occurred in that little box we told you about earlier in the far western portion of Iraq, lobbed over into Israeli territory. At the time, the Bush administration was able, the coalition was able to keep Israel from engaging in any sort of reprisals, and that was a difficult challenge, wasn't it?
It was a difficult challenge because Israel was hit again and again and again by Scuds. Fortunately, the Scuds did remarkably little damage, and there were no weapons of mass destruction.
And to keep the Israelis out is crucial because should they become involved, what happens?
Then you really inflame tensions throughout the region, and instead of it becoming a U.S. operation against Iraq, it becomes an Arab operation against Zionists.
All right, and so we're talking about the Scud missile, which is a derivative of the old V-bombs from World War II. Really, it's a very unsophisticated device, doesn't have sophisticated aiming capabilities. It's just about out of range from that spot right at the Jordanian border, this Scud B there. We give you some statistics on it. But for reprisals, there are those Patriot missiles we've been telling you about, and improved versions of those, as well as the Arrow missile designed to go up, intercept it, shoot a bullet with a bullet. Let's continue on and let's talk about the situation in Turkey, because that is more on our mind today given the events as they have unfolded. One of the issues when we've been talking about the access to getting the 4th Infantry into Turkey, some 60,000 troops, was not so much for a second front as it was to keep the Kurds and the Turks separated. This is a long-standing issue there, and as we move into that Kurdish region, we'll kind of point it out. It's disputed territory. This is an ethnic group, the largest ethnic group in the world, that does not have its own country. It would be nice to have somebody standing between the Turks and the Kurds, wouldn't it?
Long-term frictions there, and of course, there's Kurdish nationalism is a 19th century nationalism, and there are strong Kurdish minorities in Turkey, and from Ankara's perspective, it doesn't want to see an independent Kurdistan.
All right, maybe we can move in a little closer. I can show you the actual region we're talking about there. It's the northern part of Iraq. If we can take the next step on the map, we'll show you exactly the area we're talking about here. What we're talking about here is this region. It includes parts of Iran, parts of Iraq, parts of Turkey, and all that is disputed. The Kurds would like to create a homeland there. It actually extends a little further beyond that. Now, if there were fighting between the Turks and the Turkish elements and the Kurds, that could lead to Turkey perhaps moving into the northern part of Iraq, potentially, correct?
That's correct, and there have already been conversations between the Iranians and the Turks, both of whom have a common enemy in the Kurds, or potential enemy. So there's all kinds of opportunity for geostrategic mischief right here in northern Iraq.
All right, on that somber note, we'll leave it. General Wes Clark, thank you very much. Wolf.
That's right, very interesting. The whole Kurdish problem, they're spread out not only in Turkey and Iraq, but in Iran as well as in Syria. The Kurds would certainly love to have their own independent state, but that doesn't look like it's in the cards now or anytime soon. CNN's Jane Araf is in northern Iraq right now. She's moved in from Turkey. Jane, how complicated is this situation now that about 1,000 Turkish military forces have actually crossed the line and gone into northern Iraq?
Well, it couldn't get much more complicated, Wolf, given all the historical sensitivities, and it actually follows U.S. warnings to Turkey that they should not envision any unilateral action. But what we should keep in mind is that 1,000 troops is not a huge number by Turkish standards or by standards in the region. Now, we're not quite sure whether those 1,000 troops are just the vanguard of a much larger force. Turkey had originally, as you know, been talking about tens of thousands of troops in northern Iraq, and that's when the alarm bells sounded, when the U.S. stepped in to try to ease tension between Turkey and the Kurds. There are Peshmerga, Kurdish fighters ranged along the Turkish border. We saw 5,000 of them when we were up there a couple of days ago, and they're warning that there could very well be clashes if Turkish forces move in. Wolf?
All right, Jane Araf from northern Iraq. Jane, thanks very much. Aaron, this whole Kurdish problem, I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot more about it. The Kurds are Muslims, they're not Arabs, they're fiercely independent. They don't like the fact that the Turks are moving in. I have to tell you, though, Turkish officials insist if they're moving in strictly for humanitarian purposes, they say, to prevent a flood of refugees moving from Iraq into Turkey. Aaron?
Well, thanks. It's part of the reason why whenever we talk about whatever the post-war Iraq is going to be, it's also complicated and takes so long because you have all sorts of ethnic groups in the north and in the south and here and there, and they all want a piece of whatever the future is going to be. And in the Kurds' case, they want their, their own autonomous piece. This is no doubt of concern tonight at the White House. The degree of concern, as Jane said, you've only got 1,000 troops there. Dana Bash has the duty at the White House tonight. Dana, were they talking about it today?
A little bit, Aaron. They were talking about the situation, no question. But the big question for everybody who was covering the White House today, and certainly inside the White House, is what everybody around the world is asking is Saddam Hussein still alive? Is he still in charge? And the answer at the White House here, Aaron, is they simply do not know. What Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman, said earlier today is that the CIA has confirmed, to the best of their knowledge, that Saddam Hussein that was his voice on the tape that aired in Iraq last night, but they have no idea when it was taped. They say it very well could be canned. But one thing that they do know here at the White House is, or they think, that the leadership in Iraq is in a state of disarray. Senior officials say that there is very little communication that they can tell between the senior Iraqi leadership and the troops on the ground, and that, according to the president, who spoke to reporters at a meeting with congressional leaders earlier today, is a good sign, and he said that the war at this point is going very well.
We're making progress. We will stay on task until we've achieved our objective, which is to rid Iraq of weapons of mass destruction and free the Iraqi people so they can live in a society that is hopeful and democratic and at peace in this neighborhood.
Now, Aaron, the president also, there you see a picture of him this morning in the Situation Room. It's a pretty rare glimpse into that room. It's a secure room where he has meetings with his War Council, his national security team. That this morning is where they were discussing the fact that, yes, they do feel like the Iraqi leadership, as I said, is in disarray, but they weren't sure, so that is where they decided to go, the final go-ahead for the massive bombing campaign that we saw all day today. The president, for his part, at this point in time, is at Camp David. He is spending the weekend there. He left earlier this afternoon with his wife Laura and his daughter Barbara. He took along with him in the helicopter, a Marine One, his White House Chief of Staff Andy Card, and he is going to spend his whole weekend there. We are told he's going to have a meeting with his entire War Council, his entire national security team, including the Vice President, the National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, the Defense Secretary. They will all be joining him tomorrow at Camp David. And Aaron, you know, Camp David is a secluded area, but it is certainly not far from what the president needs to do. There you see a file photo from 2001. He has a secure video phone you see there, so he has all of the tools necessary to lead this war, to be in touch with the people he needs to be in touch with, and he will, we are told, be doing that all weekend long. And I should note that he will be back, we are told, on Monday for an important meeting. He will be talking to senior congressional leaders, key congressional leaders, about the cost of this war. That has been a controversial question. How much does the president, how much does the White House think this war will cost? We are told that he is going to brief senior members of Congress on the bill that he will send up requesting money, and that, we are told, is going to be in the ballpark of $75 billion. Aaron?
Dana, thank you. Dana Bash at the White House, wherever the president is, whether he's on Air Force One or whether he's at Camp David, the White House travels, essentially, the communication system travels with the president, so he's never out of touch. We heard, as Dana was reporting, the sounds of some protesters outside the White House. There have been considerable protests around the world. Wolf, I know a good number of them in your part of the world.
That's absolutely true. The U.S.-led strike, Aaron, on Iraq is certainly not being well received, at least in much of the world. Here's a brief look at some of the protests that have been taking place today. About 4,000 Palestinians marched in Gaza, pledging support for Saddam Hussein. Two Hamas leaders called on Iraqis to use suicide bombings against Americans. In Yemen, at least 3 people were killed in clashes between police and protesters outside the U.S. Embassy. Thousands of people demonstrated in Cairo as well, the Arab world's largest city. Dozens of police officers and protesters were hurt. In Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim country, crowds threw eggs at the British embassy and besieged U.S. fast food restaurants and banks. And there were also clashes in Beirut as police tried to keep demonstrators from marching on the U.S. mission there. In Italy, which officially is backing the war, thousands of people marched in Rome. Demonstrations also were held in other major European cities. Aaron?
Some of that looked very, very nasty. We saw protests in San Francisco today, nasty. Chicago have been protests the last couple of days as well. Here's one going on in Chicago right now, courtesy of our affiliate there, WLS, probably one of our affiliates in Chicago. if we have no control over the camera, obviously, but if they do pull back, we'll get a much better sense of the size of them. It must be, Wolf, to Kuwaitis in particular, somewhat amusing to know, and Kuwaitis have access to CNN, for one thing, to see these protests in the United States, because they are, by and large, there are certainly Kuwaitis for whom this would not apply, but they are by and large very supportive of the U.S. effort to see these protests, which to them are interesting at two levels. One is that there is anti-war activism in the United States, and two, that this sort of political dissent is allowed to go on. You wouldn't see this in the streets of Kuwait at all.
Well, they so strongly support the United States in this war. The people here in Kuwait, as you well know, Aaron, these are people who suffered very directly, very personally at the hands of Saddam Hussein when the Iraqis invaded Kuwait a dozen years ago. They lived through 7 months of occupation until the first Gulf War ended in their liberation. So they're certainly sophisticated. They know what's going on, but they're probably a little bit surprised to see the extent of the demonstrations in the United States.
Excuse me, just as we look at the pictures, Wolf, if you could take them full for us, that would help me too, because I can see them a little bit better. You can see that police have pretty much cordoned off the area. They're clearly trying to keep the protesters from flooding out into the streets, or at least that's the way it appears to me. It's not like the police command center's talking to me, but they do seem to have them a cordon of police to keep them off the streets so the traffic can continue to move in Chicago. As we watch these, and we said this last night, we'll say it again and probably another time too, there also have been around the country today in various places. We saw one in Mobile, Alabama, protests probably not the right word, demonstrations in support of the president's policy, and in many places in support of the troops as well. This is the American democracy. You are allowed to take to the streets to show your displeasure, even in times like this. This is part of what we go through, and as long as it stays peaceful, and there's no sense that what we see going on in Chicago, at least, down by the waterfront, I know exactly where that is, actually. There is no sense that it is anything but peaceful. These are live pictures coming from Chicago. Wolf.
You know, it's interesting, Aaron. You see the police officers holding back the demonstrators in Chicago. It's hard to tell how many are there, and certainly but a tiny fraction of the population of Chicago showing up to protest against this war. But it does remind me a little bit, those of our viewers old enough to remember a little bit, of Chicago police and demonstrators in 1968 protesting the Vietnam War during that Democratic convention in Chicago. This is certainly a lot more peaceful, certainly a lot smaller, but it does bring back some memories, the Chicago demonstrations then. An earlier war, now obviously a very different war unfolding right now.
I was literally a young reporter in 1968, had just in Chicago, was not yet 20 years old, and was getting paid $10 a story, a radio story, to cover the protests in Lincoln Park in Chicago during the Democratic Convention, that horrible week in Chicago. We are in very different times. I think all of us as a country in many ways have come to understand some differences about policy and the military, that we don't blame soldiers, for one thing, for what's going on if we're against policy. In any case, the last couple of nights there have been these demonstrations in Chicago. The largest demonstrations actually that we are aware of that have gone on in the United States have gone on out west. In San Francisco, yesterday in San Francisco, as you continue to watch these live pictures down by the waterfront of Chicago, yesterday in San Francisco, more than 1,000 people were arrested. There was another large demonstration there today. It was yesterday's, I don't think as many people today were arrested, but yesterday it was the largest number of arrests in almost a generation in the city of San Francisco. Protests aren't foreign to the folks in San Francisco, and there's been a lot of anti-war feeling building there for a long time. Chicago's a more complicated place, politically complicated place. It's a Democratic city, but it's very much a blue-collar Democratic city,
And one would suspect, just as you're going to make a point, you'll lose the live signal. It happens almost every time in life. One would suspect that there is much greater division of feeling in a city like Chicago than there might be out west in San Francisco. In any case, around the country, there are protests against the war, and there are protests or there are demonstrations in support of the troops and in support of the president's policy. And as you look at these pictures of Baghdad right now, these are live pictures of Baghdad. We mentioned this at the beginning, that our crew, Nick Robertson, who's, you don't mind if I boast here for a second, whose stellar work over the first couple of days of this, that Nick and his team were politely asked to leave the country, or perhaps not so politely. Now, it is very difficult to get out of there. It's a long drive. It's essentially the way out of Baghdad right now. The only way out is to get out by vehicle, and you have to make your way to Jordan, to the border in Jordan. And ordinarily, under any circumstance, that's a long and aggravating and difficult drive. It is made more complicated and will confess more worrisome to us because there's an enormous amount of military activity going on. And believe me, there's not a lot of traffic right now on the road from Baghdad to Amman, Jordan. And we just know that our guys, Nick and his team, are trying to make their way out. And that has impacted a bit on our ability to report the story, but fortunately we've been able to connect with all sorts of people who have been allowed to stay in to give us the word picture to complement the extraordinary look that our cameras have provided when those cruise missiles started to rain down about 9 o'clock in Baghdad earlier today, Wolf.
And you know, I just want to reassure our viewers out there, so many of whom have got to know our correspondents in Baghdad over these many, many months, Nick Robertson, of course, and Reem Brahimi. They are fine. They're moving out. They're trying to get out of Iraq. They've been ordered out together with our producer there, our senior executive producer, Ingrid Fromanek, as well as our photographer, Brian Foucati. All of them very, very courageous journalists. And you know, Aaron, that Nick Robertson was working for CNN 12 years ago. He was in Baghdad on that first night of the air war as well, stayed on, and Ingrid, of course, was there as well. So these are experienced journalists. A pity that the Iraqi government has decided to kick them out right now. So they'll make their way out of the country and do some reporting elsewhere for us, but they've obviously done an outstanding job, and not only us, but all of our viewers, I'm sure, are grateful to them for their hard work.
Well, if I was their boss, I'd give them at least one day off before we send them somewhere to be doing other reporting. It's just past 4 o'clock, 4:03 now in Baghdad, makes it 8:03 here in the east. A new hour begins there and here. During this hour, we'll take a look at some of the questions that are being asked around the world. Perhaps question A1 on A day, is that man alive or not? And if he is alive, is he in control of his country? Are all of his lieutenants, is his government still alive and in place and functioning? Perhaps there is no more critical question tonight to the American side, to the American military planners, civilian and military, as to whether the Saddam Hussein government is still intact and in control. In parts of Iraq liberated by U.S. ground forces today, they were tearing down pictures of Saddam Hussein, American soldiers, and getting some help from locals. I suppose if you see the Americans come in and the forces they've come in, you want to look friendly to them, no matter what you might feel. If you got half a brain and they were warmly greeted, and in that part of Iraq there's no reason to suspect they were anything but friendly. 8,000-man Iraqi Army Division has surrendered tonight in mass, and we're trying to figure out precisely who they are and how that surrender went down, who they were talking to, did the commander surrender for them, all of that. Tonight, the city of Baghdad has been paying the price in the most fearsome sort of way for the defiance of Saddam Hussein.
وهي صواريخ تنطلق من
الرسمية الذي اختاره المخططون.
مستمر بهذه الوتيرة
نعم مستمر
وهو انفجار آخر.
صوت صاروخ.
هذا انفجار آخر قصف آخر أشرنا قبل بداية الغارة أو بعد بداية.
Al Jazeera correspondent who was broadcasting at the time. These are pictures from Al Jazeera. They have a number of locations. Al Jazeera, is, I think most of you know by now, some of you may not, is the Arab language news channel broadcast throughout the Arab world. Source of some controversy, but they were courageous today in staying on the air and broadcasting during this. What General Wes Clark is with me. General Clark, that's got to be 7 minutes of pure hell if you're anywhere near.
Well, those are big bombs, and even if you're not that near, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel the shock effect, and you're going to get the sense of being powerless. And that is, in fact, what it's designed to demonstrate. The aircraft that dropped those bombs flew over Baghdad with impunity. The anti-aircraft fire didn't touch them. The missiles didn't touch them. It's just sheer power.
We've had no reports that any of the American aircraft were hit by the anti-aircraft fire, though it certainly was going up out there. Are you surprised at all by the way the Iraqis defended or failed to defend their capital?
Well, it sounded like in the first pass that the defense was kind of disorganized and scattered, but as I heard some of the Navy pilots talk, they did mention some surface-to-air missiles that had been fired up and so forth. So we may not be getting the complete picture of it on this television view.
On the subject of the complete picture, do military planners now at Central Command, Tommy Franks, General Franks and his team, now know what they've hit and what they've taken out?
They're just now finding out. They're not quite certain yet. It may take up to, you get an initial sort of a hot wash BDA from the battle damage assessment.
Thank you.
From the missiles that you can see going in on the targets. Now, in the case of these JDAMs, you would not, they don't have a television in them. So when they go in, they just go in and you don't know. So you're going to have to go back and make another pass with some other asset to determine whether you've actually hit the target and what the impact is.
Well, you're throwing a lot of jargon in.
I'm going to be
a lot
careful
of jargon.
of that.
We got assets and VDAs going. Is that done by satellite? Well, as daybreak comes, will satellite show them that, or do they have to fly over? How do they find out what they've destroyed and what they haven't?
Well, it's going to be done by satellite.
Okay.
And the satellite makes a pass, and they know in advance when the pass is going to be, and they've got the satellite targeted to look at it.
Every now and then you do that just to remind me you were a general.
I keep trying to, you know, it's hard to slip roles, and you try not to say certain things.
General Clark, thank you. Wolf Blitzer is with us again this hour. He's over in Kuwait. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Aaron. Iraqi television keeps on showing the world pictures of President Saddam Hussein, but nobody seems to know when those pictures were taken. No one seems to know if Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, in control, or what's going on. Our national security correspondent, David Ensor, has been trying to figure all of that out. He's got excellent sources in Washington. He's joining us now live. David?
Well, Wolf, as you say, Iraqi television showed pictures of President Saddam Hussein again today, but again, the same question as before. Are these pictures new, or were they taken days and days ago?
This time, Iraqi television showed Saddam Hussein with his son Qusay, saying he remains firmly in control. But U.S. officials said the pictures could just as easily be old. Such meetings are a staple of Iraqi TV. U.S. intelligence officials say Saddam could be injured or even dead. Whether or not he's alive, Bush administration officials say his grip on power is slipping.
The regime is starting to lose control of their country. The confusion of Iraqi officials is growing. Their ability to see what is happening on the battlefield, to communicate with their forces, and to control their country is slipping away.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe Saddam Hussein is currently in control of Iraq?
I don't know.
Sources say since the strikes Thursday morning against Saddam Hussein's compound, intelligence headquarters, and a Republican Guard facility, there has been a marked drop in Iraqi leadership communications monitored by U.S. intelligence. Saddam Hussein, a knowledgeable official says, is not communicating orders and can no longer trust anybody. Even deciding where and whether to sleep at night, he said, is a fateful choice for the Iraqi leader. As for the tape released hours after the attack on his compound, in which Saddam mentions the date of the attack, it is Saddam, the White House says. The question is, when?
The tape has been analyzed by the Central Intelligence Agency, and their analysis has led them to believe that the tape is indeed the voice of Saddam Hussein, but no conclusions have been reached about whether it was canned ahead of time or not.
A senior intelligence official tells me he believes Saddam Hussein was in the compound early Thursday morning, along with at least one of his sons, when the U.S. dropped tons of munitions on it. But the official says the U.S. at this point simply does not know whether Saddam survived, and if so, whether he's been injured. Welcome, this official said, to the fog of war. Wolf?
David, the analysis by the CIA that that videotape was in fact Saddam Hussein, even though they don't know when that videotape was made, there had been so much speculation about body doubles, how many people impersonating Saddam Hussein there may have been, but the key was the voice, the Arabic, the inflections, the voice that the CIA studied more than any pictures, I take it. Is that right?
Well, that's right. The quality of the picture wasn't all that good, Wolf, but the voice was very clear, and they compared it. They have pretty good techniques over at the National Security Agency for comparing voice tapes with each other, and they're pretty well satisfied that, yes, it was Saddam Hussein on that tape, but the key question is, when was the tape made? Some people believe that Saddam might have recorded a series of similar messages, including this one that said that, you know, we were attacked on March 20th, so that they could be released subsequently in case he was injured or killed. So there's just an air of mystery about this still, Wolf.
And there was that story, you saw it, I'm sure, in the Washington Post, of the CIA supposedly getting in touch with a former mistress of Saddam Hussein who now lives in exile. She thought that wasn't Saddam Hussein, but clearly the CIA thinks she was wrong. David Ensor, our national security correspondent. Thanks very much. David, you want to make a point?
Well, just to tell you that the CIA actually wasn't very happy about that. They say they were never in touch with the mistress, and possibly the Pentagon was, but they weren't, and they don't believe, I guess, that she's a particularly credible source.
All right. David Ensor, thanks very much. She obviously wasn't very credible this time since she got it wrong. Aaron?
One more reason in life not to take mistresses, Wolf, in my view. Thank you. Just, I know I'm about to throw our control room into a fit here. General Clark, David talked for a second about there hasn't been much communication from Saddam in the normal frequencies, and you made a point to me earlier about why that might be.
Well, it would be normal. It would be a routine procedure for a man like Saddam, who knows he's going to be attacked, to have set up a separate emergency channel of communication, pay the Chinese fiber optic guys to come in, never use it, never disclose it until you absolutely have to. This is probably not what's happening, but it is a possibility, and hopefully we're considering that possibility.
Right, and I think that's really the point of this, and we'll move on from it, is that sometimes things just aren't quite as, the fact that we report something, it's not quite as simple as it might be. They have contingencies just like the United States has contingencies in communications, and that might be what it is, and that's the only point we're trying to make. Though well, we make the point. Jamie McIntyre's over at the Pentagon. I know Jamie has a point to make, and he always makes it a whole lot cleaner than I just did. Jamie?
I don't know about that, Aaron. It's been pretty confusing these days. One thing we're sorting out, though, is a key to the U.S. military strategy is getting the Iraqi military to surrender. And up to this point, we've only seen relatively small numbers of Iraqi troops surrendering, but we got word tonight that the 51st Iraqi Mechanized Division, this is a division that was down along the border with Kuwait, one of the first lines of defense, has in fact surrendered essentially en masse, although it's not clear exactly how many troops have turned themselves over to the U.S. military and how many are, just has simply disappeared. But the commander of the unit, the division commander, and his deputy both formally surrendered to U.S. forces in the south, and some number of the division as well. So that's what the U.S. was hoping would happen with all of the Iraqi divisions, but at this point, this is the first significant one. Now, we also have word that in the north, there are Iraqi troops who want to surrender, but there are no American troops there to surrender to. But they have already expressed desire to surrender when U.S. forces come in. It's a little different political situation up there in the north. But again, too soon to say whether or not this is going to be the way it's going to play out, or whether as U.S. troops get closer to Baghdad and they meet up with the Republican Guard, whether they'll actually meet stiff resistance there.
And just to put a point on that, in the way the Iraqis have set their defense up, Jamie, their best troops are not the troops closest to the border with Kuwait, are they?
No, those, in fact, some of the least well-equipped and least well-trained and the lowest morale troops are right along the south there. Essentially, Saddam Hussein's defensive strategy was to give up on the borders and to try to draw a tight ring around Baghdad and put a last stand there. The big question is, will his troops follow orders once they see that essentially a U.S. military victory is inevitable?
Anyway, they've got some number, and perhaps it's 8,000, and they have to care for them once they get them in control. I thought I saw a report, well, I know I saw it, I'm not precisely sure where I saw it, that in some cases there had been some surrendering of troops, and basically what happened is the United States forces or the British forces, Jamie, took their weapons and sent them home, not unlike that which happened in Afghanistan with some of the Taliban fighters. Is that your understanding also?
My understanding is whenever they think they can do that, whenever they think it's not a big threat, they will essentially take the weapons and send them back to their barracks or send them to some neutral place so they can proceed without them. If they think they're a threat, they will take them into custody. We do have reports of some prisoners actually being held in holding areas, some of them actually being handcuffed with those plastic handcuffs. But to the extent that they think the Iraqi troops aren't a threat, they're going to try to treat them as victims rather than the vanquished.
And that, Jamie, thank you, that has advantages for the coalition forces, because those are people then that don't have to be controlled and cared for and fed and worried about, and you just send them on their way, and they're no longer a problem. But the numbers there are small to this point, Wolf.
Very, very small, but who knows what's going to happen down the road. Let's move on and talk about the coalition. They're moving U.S. and British forces specifically north into Iraq, securing oil fields in the south as they go. Several wells are still burning, but that's a far cry from the more than 24 wells coalition commanders had worried were shooting flames and black smoke into the sky. It's not clear if the fires were deliberately set or an accident. Some of those oil field fires are even visible in Kuwait. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says all the fields in southern Iraq should soon be secure. We have a report now from CNN's Martin Savage on what's happening in southern Iraq.
The onset of darkness here in southern Iraq brings about a new kind of nightlight that is distinctive by its orange glow. Oil fires burning. We've seen a number of them. These are not oil wells that are on fire, but instead what appear to be oil pipelines that have been damaged or destroyed in some way, shape, or form. Keep in mind, this whole region down here is so rich with oil processing that the oil pipelines literally crisscross around like a spider's web. It's unclear whether these pipelines were damaged intentionally or maybe it was just part of the aftermath of the bombing campaign and the fighting that took place here, especially yesterday. The fires, for the most part, are billowing and burning out of control. They're not a major environmental or economic impact. They are simply part of the background here. For the Marines that are taking control of the oil fields in the southern part of Iraq, their primary concern is making sure that the oil facilities are under control, that there are no enemy forces as they view Iraqi soldiers here in the region, and that dealing with those oil fires is secondary on their list. We are told that oil firefighting experts are being brought in, and those that are experts in the oil industry in general will be coming into this region to help supervise the revival of Iraq's oil industry. Martin Savage, CNN, with the Marines in southern Iraq.
And British troops are taking up key positions to help protect those critical oil installations as the coalition forces move towards Basra in southern Iraq. The normally stoic British commanders have to be feeling pleased with their progress today. Let's bring back CNN's Miles O'Brien and the former NATO Supreme Commander General Wesley Clark for a bit of perspective. We learned today, Miles, very important that the basic game plan was changed. The ground war started effectively first specifically to protect those oil fields in southern Iraq, the air war starting thereafter.
Well, and there's good reason for it, Wolf. If you recall, during the first Gulf War, there were some 700 oil well fires, mostly in the South, and it took several years and some $5 billion just to get that oil-producing capability back in good working order. And so there's good reason to keep it preserved, because ultimately when you start talking about rebuilding Iraq, that oil revenue is a key part of the picture. General Wes Clark is here to tell us about what really is shaping up to be a textbook maneuver here in the South, involving British Marines in conjunction with U.S. forces, there to seize and get the hold of a key pumping facility in this port right near Basra. Why don't you lay it out for us, and we'll get a sense of the lay of the land in just a moment as we're talking.
Well, Miles, the objective of this was to, if I can use this pointer a little bit on this map, the objective right down here is, this is the point at which all of Iraq's oil exports to the south go out into the Persian Gulf. So there's a pumping station, there's a couple of platforms offshore, and this is a strategic asset for Iraq, and if it were destroyed, it would be an environmental disaster for the Persian Gulf. And so the coalition forces elected to take it. And it's a classic air, ground, sea operation. Special operating forces go in. We knew what the coalition forces understood what the enemy position was. They had excellent intelligence on the air defense sites, a Chinese surface-to-surface missile site in the area. They used B-52s, firing, dropping JDAMs. They brought in AC-130 gunships. They came in by heliborne assault. They came in from the sea. They took the oil platforms. They went into the assault themselves. This force of probably several hundred Marine commandos and special operations forces ended up opposed by about 1,300 Iraqis. It took several hours to complete the action. No friendly casualties, several dozen Iraqi killed and wounded, and ultimately the surrender of the facilities, mission completely accomplished, and the Iraqi force surrendered as well.
While you were talking, we zoomed in, courtesy of earthviewer.com and Digital Globe. This is that facility you were talking about right there. The Iraqis don't have a great deep water port down there, and that's part of the problem. They come in from the Shatt al-Arab waterway, and they're able to do that offloading there, and that gives you a sense of what's going on there. Let's talk about what the United Kingdom and the U.S. forces were using in the way of tools and all this. First of all, U.S. A-10 Warthog aircraft, which is close air support, used a lot for armor, but also in these cases as well.
That's right. Well, it really starts with U.S. intelligence, which has the overhead imagery and so can see the battle. And then U.S. command and control to bring the air assets, ground assets, naval assets together. Then the A-10s.
Yeah.
Then we had the
AC-130
gunship on.
We've heard about that.
That's exactly
What's
right.
its role?
Well, it's orbiting around the area. It's got continuous visibility over the ground. Got a 105 millimeter cannon, 40 millimeter guns, 25 millimeter gun. Very heavy firepower. Great ability to control and dominate an area. So they can actually see individual people walking on the ground at night. And if they're hostile, they'll take them under fire and engage them. It's a very effective platform.
I don't know if you can see right here what it has. It has weaponry out the left side. It makes left turns in those orbits and is capable of laying down a tremendous amount of fire. Also, the A-64 Apache helicopter, attack helicopter, was put to bear on this textbook case, as you say. And we talked about this the other night. It has all kinds of missiles and rockets that it can fire out. Why don't you tell us what we're looking at right now?
We're looking at right here. This is the full array. It's a 30 millimeter chain gun. It's got a chin bubble there that's got the night vision and thermal optics on it. You see Hellfire missiles. It's got also unguided aerial rockets. But you can vary the mix of ordnance depending on what the mission is.
All right. And we were told there was a mass surrender there of many of the Iraqi forces at this. What does that tell you about their morale and their commitment to this regime?
Well, they were overwhelmed, basically. They could not stand up to the combination of firepower and skilled on-the-ground forces. Not committed, not effective defense of that area. They lost.
Do you have the nagging sense that some of this is seeming too good to be true so far, the way it has gone militarily?
Well, I think this is on track, is the way I'd put it. This is what we would expect. We know these aren't top-quality forces. We expect to be able to do these operations. It's not easy to do them. This is an extremely complicated operation that was pulled off here, but it was pulled off well and it accomplished the purpose. But don't be complacent. There's a long way to go.
All right. General Wes Clark, thank you very much. Aaron.
Thank you very much. A lot of those soldiers almost certainly were conscripts, were drafted, and we saw, as Jamie McIntyre mentioned, many of them, at least in those pictures, we saw handcuffed with those plastic band handcuffs. Contrast that with the pictures of the way the American forces were greeted today by people in southern Iraq. A lot of pictures from cities around the world here, and not all of it favorable to the American position, to be sure. Anti-war demonstrators in Cairo pelting police. This was a nasty affair in Cairo today. The police used tear gas and water cannons. Often the target here is the U.S. Embassy. The protest organizers and police say drew about 10,000 people, many of whom chanting the now familiar "Death to America" slogan and promising to burn the American embassy to the ground. Similar protests from other countries in the Arab world. Yemen, things got so bad, police fired live ammunition on the crowd. Again, always with a tight shot like that, it's hard to tell how many people are there, but that is a very nasty affair there going on in Yemen today. American officials very concerned about this sort of thing in the Arab world, that an invasion of Iraq could destabilize many of these governments. Government officials say 2 demonstrators were killed. A police officer was also killed. 7 other officers also wounded. That was in Yemen. The next pictures come from Mexico. The war unpopular there. American flag we see burned. That's days like this, that's not easy to look at, but that's what happened in Mexico south of the border. That scene unfolded yesterday, we should tell you, in Mexico City. It's not, we ought not necessarily assume that that's how most Mexican citizens feel. We don't know that, but many of them came out into the streets yesterday to protest their anger at the American policy. In the United States, we do this sort of thing in a somewhat different way. Even in moments like this, we exercise our free speech rights, and they're doing it tonight in Chicago. I know that this sort of thing angers a good many of you, that you see it all as inappropriate in times like this, and that's understandable, but this is also, in our view, if you don't mind, the beauty of the country and the vibrance of the American democracy, that we are strong enough in these moments with our soldiers abroad and fighting, that we can countenance this sort of protest to government action. It is a great American strength, even as it might be maddening to some. This is the second night in a row of demonstrations in Chicago. Yesterday, more than 500 people were arrested at Clog Lakeshore Drive down by Lake Michigan there. And this is going on now, courtesy of pictures courtesy of CNN affiliate WLS, the television station in Chicago, Illinois. In Maryland, about 30 anti-war protesters were arrested when they were trespassing on the federal courthouse in Baltimore, as they say. About 40 demonstrators staged a mock funeral procession at the University of Maryland campus. There were demonstrations in Washington that led to more than 24 arrests. People lying in the streets, civil disobedience, peaceful protest, but you can't lie in the middle of the street and not expect the police to come and take you away. One person is still in jail for refusing to identify himself, which is a crime. That's, again, you know, these protests don't measure necessarily the middle. Protests or demonstrations measure one end of the spectrum or another. A snapshot now, though, of public opinion. The administration says things are looking good so far, and the country is certainly backing the president. The president's approval rating is at 67%, according to the latest ABC News Washington Post poll. Bill Schneider is next to me. That's up, I guess, 7 or 8 points from the last time I looked at it. CBS News has, the CBS News New York Times, credit to both, has the president's approval rating at about 62%. I'll confess, Decapitation 101 was not a course I took in my brief college career. I gather we're going to talk about every now and then, folks. I gather Bill Schneider's here. We're going to talk a bit about how the country views the Saddam Hussein question, I gather.
You gather correctly.
I'm not so bad sometimes.
That's right. We do say that our goal is decapitation of the Iraqi regime, not, interestingly, assassination, and there's a reason. During the Cold War, the CIA did get involved in efforts to assassinate other countries' leaders, like Ngo Dinh Diem in Vietnam, Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, and there were even plans to poison Fidel Castro's cigars. When the news got out, Congress investigated, and they almost passed a law banning assassination. But then President Gerald Ford issued an executive order heading that law off. The order in 1976 said, quote, "No person employed by or acting on behalf of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in assassination." Now, the fact that it was an executive order, not an act of Congress, is important because it means the president controls the policy and the president can change it. And in fact, just after September 11th, Secretary of State Colin Powell said the Bush administration was considering rescinding that executive order.
Are there laws that need to be changed or new laws brought into effect to give us more ability to deal with this kind of threat? So everything is under review.
But they did not need to change the law because it allows targeting an enemy combatant if the United States is engaged in an armed conflict. A terrorist like Osama bin Laden is an enemy combatant because he masterminded an attack on the United States. So is Saddam Hussein because he's the commander-in-chief of the Iraqi armed forces. Targeting an enemy combatant is not an act of assassination. It's an act, legally, it's an act of war.
Yes, in fact, a week or so back, Ari Fleischer, the president's spokesman, was asked specifically that question, would the United States forces try and kill, that's a good, clean word everybody understands, kill Saddam Hussein, and he said once war starts, fair game.
That's right, and even if this isn't an officially declared war, some people say Congress didn't declare war, the UN didn't sanction war, it's an illegal war. I spoke to several international law scholars from all over the world today, and they all said it doesn't matter. The law of armed conflict says in any armed conflict, you can target any enemy combatant.
And that answers the question. I know I've gotten a bunch of emails on this question from people who are strongly opposed to the war. It's not a question of under American policy, it is a question of under international law, the rules of war, which is always, I think, one of those more amusing phrases in the vocabulary. It's perfectly legitimate tactic.
That's right, yeah. And there are those who say that maybe Bush could be charged with a war crime if there's an assassination. But there you have a question. Where would he be charged? The United States does not recognize the International Criminal Court. There have been a few cases, Aaron, recently of domestic courts in other countries claiming the right to indict leaders of different countries for violating international law. We all remember the case of General Pinochet. But as long as Bush remains president, he's immune from prosecution. After he leaves office, however, some court somewhere might try to indict him for an unlawful assassination. So I think he may need to be a little careful where he travels.
Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill Schneider.
Sure.
That's Decapitation 101 for those of you who, like me, didn't take the class. Quickly look ahead at the next half hour. What are the rules for handling prisoners of war? We're talking about international law. The Geneva Convention comes into play here and is in play now in the region. Coalition forces prepared for that responsibility, and it is a responsibility. We'll also give you another look for those of you who just joining us now at how it looked and sounded in Baghdad today. 9 o'clock, we remind you, Larry King Live will be talking to embedded journalists across Iraq for the latest on the war as the sun comes up on Saturday morning in the Persian Gulf. And of course at 10 o'clock, you know I would do this, at 10 o'clock News Night, and we'll have 4 hours of News Night for you at 10 o'clock. That's a quick look at what's coming up ahead. Here's Heidi Collins with a quick look at what has already gone on today.
Thanks, Aaron. Here is the very latest now. Baghdad pounded by massive Allied airstrikes. U.S. officials say it is the start of an intensive campaign to instill shock and awe in the Iraqi leadership. Other Iraqi cities were also hit, and hit hard. Of the many targets in Baghdad, one was the huge Republican Palace complex containing key command and control facilities. Earlier today, Iraqi television broadcast these pictures of what it says is bomb damage to a building in Baghdad. Iraqi officials say the building is the Peace Palace, which they say was used for visiting dignitaries. They also say a museum they call the Flowers Palace was hit in the bombing. President Bush says coalition forces are making progress. You see the evidence of that on this map. Right now, Allied forces control the southern Faw Peninsula and major oil facilities there, the port city of Qasr and 2 key airfields in western Iraq. And nothing so far is slowing down Allied ground troops as they continue their advance on Baghdad. At this hour, Iraq still insists Saddam Hussein is alive. Iraqi television today broadcast pictures of what it said was the Iraqi leader meeting with his son, Qusay. But it is not clear when the pictures were taken or whether they are authentic. U.S. officials believe he was in a building that was bombed early Thursday, but they don't know whether he was killed or even wounded. Allied officials say Iraqi troops continue to surrender. The Pentagon says the Iraq's 51st Division gave up to U.S. troops today. The division likely has as many as 10,000 troops. The Pentagon calls it the most significant surrender to date. Iraqis in the southern town of Safwan, just across the Kuwaiti border, seem to be overjoyed by the arrival of American Marines. Thousands of demonstrators in Chicago are protesting the corporate involvement with the war in Iraq. They marched past the high-rise home of the man behind the Army of One marketing campaign. They also marched past Boeing's corporate headquarters. Boeing is a major defense contractor. Those are the stories making headlines at this hour. Now back to Wolf in Kuwait.
Thanks very much, Heidi. It's still several hours before daybreak in Baghdad. Actually, not that long. We just heard the call for morning prayers here in Kuwait City. The light of the day, though, will bring into focus the devastating results of the massive aerial attack on Iraq. Without much let-up today, U.S. forces began to unleash the so-called promised shock and awe bombing campaign in punishing doses to try to soften up the enemy. Let's give you a better summary of that airstrike and the results of what that military dubbed A-Day. Aaron, this has been an incredible day by all accounts, and it may just be the beginning.
Well, it's certainly not the end. The Pentagon has made it pretty clear that what we saw today will be followed up as they assess. General Clark was talking a short time ago about the need to assess now the damage that was done, and that'll become easier. That's the call to prayers in Baghdad this morning, Saturday morning. That call to prayer going on in all Islamic countries. It's time. Iraq is a far more secular country than many in the region. Wolf, I'm sure you can hear what must be a similar call to prayer now going on in Kuwait City, about 400 miles from Baghdad right now. This morning, it's Saturday morning now. The holiday, the holy day has ended. It's just, Wolf, just as I'm looking at this, and you can't help but wonder now, people getting up, dawn coming now, about a half hour, 45 minutes from now, what the people there are wondering what their day is going to bring. We all wake up and sort of know what our day is going to be. We're going to get up and have some breakfast and go off to work and go about our lives. If you're one of the 5 million residents in Baghdad, Iraq today, and you wake up, you must wonder what the day is going to be, and I suppose, Wolf, what the night is going to be like.
Well, certainly in Baghdad, this will be the opportunity. It will be an opportunity for people to go out and see the destruction, the damage that those Tomahawk cruise missiles, those 2,000-pound bombs caused in Baghdad and around the Iraqi capital. I have to tell you, a few minutes ago, when we heard the call to prayer here in Kuwait City, similar to almost exactly to what people are hearing in Baghdad, for a brief split second, once again I thought, uh-oh, here go those sirens. The sirens beginning to go off in Kuwait City. We just get a little jittery when we hear that. After a few seconds, though, you could hear the Qadi beginning the call to prayer of for the Muslim, for the faithful in this part of the world. It's been an incredible day, a devastating day by all accounts. And as Miles O'Brien now has a look back at this awesome day.
Recapping the last few hours in the war in Iraq. 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time, just after sundown in Baghdad, air raid sirens go off, followed by anti-aircraft fire in the skies over the Iraqi capital. 12:15 p.m., CNN's Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports on the second and third combat casualties of this strike in Iraq. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 p.m. in Baghdad. The full force of the coalition shock and awe campaign is felt on a day the Pentagon is calling A Day for air assault. 5:10 p.m. State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel reports senior members of the Iraqi Republican Guard are, according to sources, holding surrender negotiations with CIA and Pentagon officials. 5:39 p.m. Iraq's UN ambassador rails against the U.S. and Britain and criticizes UN Secretary General Kofi Annan for not preventing the attack. 7 p.m. Eastern, Pentagon officials report that Iraq's 51st Division, up to 10,000 Army troops, have surrendered to U.S. forces. Miles O'Brien, CNN.
Let's go up to northern Iraq once again. CNN's Jane Roth is standing by. There's word that Turkish forces have crossed the line, gone from Turkey into northern Iraq. Jane?
Wolf, reports that about 1,000 troops or more may have crossed. Now, it may be a numbers game at this point. The U.S. says that it would not approve of large numbers of Turkish forces coming through. 1,000 is not a large number, but there are indications that there may be many more to follow. And as you know, this may be a huge problem in the making. Kurdish officials have warned that there could be clashes between Kurdish forces that they have deployed along the Turkish border and those Turkish troops. Now, according to Turkey, the troops are here to prevent a humanitarian crisis, waves of refugees. The Kurds just don't believe it. Wolf?
Jane, you've spent a lot of time in Iraq. You were our Baghdad bureau chief. You spent a lot of time in Turkey over these many months gearing up for what is unfolding right now. How do they resolve this issue? How do the Kurds convince the Turks that they are not going to seek some sort of independence, that Iraq will remain unified, a single state?
Well, they've been trying to do it essentially through the Americans, and the Americans have been trying to reassure both sides, reassure the Turks that the Kurds are not a threat to them, that they will make sure that Kirkuk and the oil city of Kirkuk remains under American control and then is handed over to a unified Iraq. They're trying to reassure the Kurds that Turkish troops will not be a threat to them, but there's very deep suspicion, obviously, historical suspicion on both sides. Now, the Kurds believe that Turkey is really just intent on making sure that they don't gain any more autonomy and has even been trying to suppress the autonomy they do have. So there's not very much trust that can be laid here. It just seems to be a matter now of making sure that these troops that are coming in, the Turkish troops, aren't the spark that ignites yet another war, another conflict within the conflict that's already going on. Wolf?
We know over the years there have been these Kurdish terrorist groups that have plagued, that have attacked Turkish government positions. How significant of a factor is that in Turkey today?
It's still really quite embedded in the Turkish consciousness, no matter how many times European countries, for instance, try to tell Turkey that the Kurds here are not a threat to them. Kurdish independence is not a threat. There won't be any independence, but Kurdish autonomy. And despite the fact that the terrorist group, as Turkey sees it, the PKK, which it fought a long-running battle against with tens of thousands of people dead, has essentially been wiped out, it's still very much up front in the Turkish military mind, certainly, and it's something they're afraid of. They say that part of the problem over the last 10 years has been that after the Gulf War, when there was a vacuum with Iraqi forces withdrawing, Turkish separatists, extremist separatists, armed ones, crossed the border. That's what they're trying to prevent this time. Now, the Kurds argue it's not going to be a problem. They're in control this time. They can handle things, and if they can't handle things, the Americans certainly can. Wolf?
All right, Jana Roth reporting from northern Iraq on this complicated Turkish issue. Aaron, it gets about as complicated as when you're dealing with the nexus of Turkey and the Kurds, the Iraqis, the Iranians, and the other ethnic groups there, whether the Shia, the Turkmens. It's pretty much of an ethnic mess, I would say that.
Well, it's a sort of Yugoslavia of the Arab world. It's a very complicated mess, and well, mess maybe is not the best word, but it's why there's so much concern about what happens after a war. The war part was always thought of as, while it's the deadly part, in some respects the easy part. Let's try this. This is a problem for the American military. It is also a problem for the State Department, this question of the Turkish troops crossing into northern Iraq. This was very much part of the negotiation of trying to draw the Turks into the coalition, a negotiation that dominated the news for such a long time. Andrea Koppel spent a good deal of time reporting on that over the weeks, and she's at the State Department where she does her best work and joins us now. They obviously haven't persuaded Turkey not to send its troops in, though they tried very hard, didn't they?
Well, Aaron, there is quite a bit of confusion here at the State Department. In fact, this has been a day full of confusion when it comes to the United States and Turkey. State Department officials tell me that they have no evidence that Turkish troops have crossed into northern Iraq. In fact, one official told me, he said, this is still being negotiated right now. They have been on the phone. Secretary Powell had spoken with a number of officials in recent days, senior Turkish officials, and they are really trying to work this out. Secretary Powell, in fact, told reporters earlier today that he had been in discussions with senior Turkish officials, and there had been no resolution as yet.
At the moment, we don't see a need for any Turkish incursions into northern Iraq, and we are talking with the Turkish authorities to see whether or not there is some planning we should do with respect to any humanitarian needs that might arise along the border.
Now, of course, the confusion is that the Turkish government has signaled that, in fact, Turkish troops are moving south into northern Iraq. They say for humanitarian reasons, as we heard Jana Roth lay out there. The U.S. obviously very concerned that if those troops move in there, the Peshmerga in Kurdistan, in northern Iraq, might take some kind of action against them. And the U.S., that's why they wanted the overflight rights over Turkey, so that they could move U.S. troops into northern Iraq and be sort of a physical buffer there, both preventing a humanitarian crisis or at least being able to tend to it, and also being able to maintain the territorial integrity of Iraq, making sure that there isn't any kind of autonomy in northern Iraq, making sure that Iran doesn't get a slice, that Syria doesn't get a slice, and that Turkey doesn't get a slice. But as you pointed out, Aaron, this matter is still unresolved, and it is a really hot-button issue here today.
Just let this graphic play out here for a second to give you a sense of the Turkish role in all of this. A Muslim country, democracy, member of NATO, ally of the United States, certainly, and this long and complicated, and I'm sure for many Americans, very frustrating negotiation that went on, where billions of dollars in cash and loan guarantees were dangled in front of the Turkish parliament, which is, as you know, originally rejected it all and then has backtracked some. In any case, a large percentage of the Turkish population feels strongly in strong opposition to the American war in Iraq, and that was part of the reason why Turkish parliamentarians decided on that first vote maybe wasn't such a great idea, much to the chagrin of American officials. Wolf?
Very much to the chagrin of U.S. officials. Meanwhile, the watchword for the war from Washington is a very precise word, and that is caution. But more optimistic words are coming from the commander of one of the aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf, Rear Admiral John Kelly, the commander of the USS Abraham Lincoln, the carrier battle group in the Persian Gulf, believes the war will be won swiftly. CNN's Kira Phillips is embedded aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Joint Chief of Staff General Richard Myers said yesterday that the U.S. was approaching large-scale operations. Well, welcome to shock and awe from the USS Abraham Lincoln. Let's take a look at these pictures from not long ago when the first strikes began. Strike fighter pilots here have been training for massive airstrikes, fast and furious. After Tomahawk missiles were launched, strike fighters engaged their targets, military sites, air defense systems, government buildings, Iraqi leadership compounds, and air bases. Two of those pilots that were on that massive airstrike over the evening, Lieutenant Steve Uries, also Lieutenant Lucas Kadar, thank you so much for being with me. I want to get your insights. You guys just got back not long ago. Well, talking about the issue of collateral damage, let's address that right off. A lot of people are concerned about the Iraqi people. They see these airstrikes, they see the explosions live on CNN. Lucas, let's start with you. Tell me what's done to prevent collateral damage besides those precision weapons.
Well, we take it into account in our planning. We plan to minimize collateral damage, minimize collateral damage that could be to the civilians of Iraq. Also, if it's a PID issue and we want to minimize blue on blue losses, that's all of our biggest concern, is not to prevent the fratricide situation that's always a threat out there.
And how about you? What did you see? What were you feeling as soon as you got in country?
I was amazed at the sheer size of this operation, the number of people talking on the radio, but also for the hour prior to us getting in country and dropping our bombs, explosions, as far as I could see, going off probably 2 or 3 every second for a full hour. It was quite amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, there you were in the threat envelope. Did you realize, at what point did you realize what Operation Iraqi Freedom is all about? What is it all about to you?
The regime, they know they have weapons. We'd be silly to think that those weapons couldn't fall into the hands of somebody that wouldn't think twice about using them in New York City or Washington or Los Angeles or someplace back home. And I'll be damned if that's going to happen again. And sure as hell aren't going to let those weapons get back to the United States. If we can end this now, then now's the time to do it.
With the way things went tonight, Kira, if we keep on the track that we were operating smooth, I think we're gonna see progress that's on schedule, if not ahead of schedule. Over to the planners as far as how long it's going to take to happen. We're just going to execute and do what we did tonight. So.
Lieutenant Lucas Kadar, Lieutenant Steve Uries, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to stay here aboard USS Abraham Lincoln, continuing to cover the campaign as it goes down through the day and through the night out here in the Persian Gulf. Back to you.
CNN's Kira Phillips aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. Those aviators clearly pumped, their adrenaline moving along. They're very excited, clearly proud of the job that they have just done. But Aaron, there's another part of this story as well.
There is. That too is the nature of war. There are successes and great successes, and there are also great tragedies. And there have been tragedies as well in this on the American side. Thelma Gutierrez at Camp Pendleton, this Marine base in California, Southern California, and the home of some of the Americans who have already died in this conflict. Thelma?
That's exactly right, Aaron. I can tell you that the mood here at Camp Pendleton has been somber, to say the least. This is home to some 40,000 Marines, some of whom were the first to cross over into Iraq. Now, yesterday we talked to some of the wives. They told us that they were on pins and needles just waiting for this ground war to begin, but today they're faced with this very somber news that 14 coalition forces or troops are now dead. The flag at Camp Pendleton flies at half-staff. A reminder of the reality of war.
We are certainly grateful for their lives, their courage, and their sacrifice, and our hearts go out to their families.
The first coalition casualties in Iraq, 4 Americans and 8 British die when their CH-46 transport helicopter crashes and burns near the Iraqi border. Officials say caused by mechanical failure.
We're scared that something like this would happen.
The pilot, 30-year-old Captain Ryan Beaupre, was based at Camp Pendleton, California, and is mourned by family in his hometown of Bloomington, Illinois.
He did always want to fly. He thought that he could do more as a person, and said that he was going to join the Marine Corps.
Also killed in the helicopter crash, 36-year-old Major J. Oben of Waterville, Maine, 25-year-old Corporal Brian Kennedy of Houston, Texas, and 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Kendall Watersby of Baltimore, Maryland.
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
His father angrily blamed George W. Bush.
You lose your only son and child, and you don't really know what's really going on, but what they tell you.
When anyone loses a member of their family, it's not something that's taken lightly, and we mourn the loss of these Marines.
Before the end of the second day of the ground invasion, 2 more Marines were killed in action. Their names have not yet been released. At this family diner in Fort Stewart, Georgia, military families, many with relatives serving in the Gulf, watch nervously as the war unfolds, hoping there will be no more casualties, but somehow knowing it will not be the end.
I just hope they get back safe, do a good job. I know they've all been trained to do it, and just do your job and get back home safe.
Get it over with and bring them home.
And that's exactly what all the families here at Camp Pendleton are hoping for. You look around this base at the cars and businesses and homes, and you see yellow ribbons tied around some of the cars and the mailboxes and the trees out here at Camp Pendleton. Aaron, back to you.
Thank you, Thelma. Your heart goes out to that father, and you understand his sorrow and his pain as well. Thank you, Thelma Gutierrez, Camp Pendleton. Some of the best photographers in our business, in the world of journalism, are in Iraq or trying to get into Iraq. Believe me, not all of them are carrying television cameras. Many, and we have great affection for still cameras and the photographers of the Associated Press and others. Before we go to Larry King Live, take a moment to show you some of their work, moments of war, quite literally frozen in time. Some of the still pictures of the shot by the men and women of the Associated Press. Powerful stuff, that. And that concludes Strike on Iraq, the front lines. This 2 hours, Larry King Live, coming up in just a second. I'll see you again on Newsnight, 10 o'clock Eastern Time. Day will have broken in Baghdad by then. Larry's coming up for Wolf Blitzer, who's had a long day in Kuwait. We'll see you again at 10. Heidi Collins has the headlines up next.
Good evening, everyone. We do continue our coverage on the strike on Iraq with Larry King in just a moment. But first, this is the news happening at this hour. American and British forces report little significant opposition in their campaign to take Iraq. These troops seized control of the Iraqi port of Qasr. And to the west, you're looking at members of the 3rd Infantry. They moved through the southern town of Safwan, apparently greeted warmly by the mostly Muslim residents. Also in the south, the first surrender of an entire Iraqi division and the seizure of the Fall Peninsula. A convoy that stretches miles wide is closing in on the halfway point to Baghdad. For now, we will go to Larry King Live. He joins us now.
Thanks, Heidi. Larry King Live with CNN's continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom. As day 3 dawns over Baghdad, it's a very different Baghdad from yesterday. After the start of the U.S. shock and awe bombing campaign that'll drop some 1,500 bombs across Iraq, it's now just past 5 a.m. Saturday morning in Baghdad. And we'll have the latest from CNN correspondents on the front lines from northern Iraq down to Kuwait. We'll hear from reporters embedded with U.S. troops, Colin Soloway of Newsweek, heading into southern Iraq with the 101st Airborne, and Newsweek's Kevin Perino, also in southern Iraq with the 3rd Infantry. Also joining us, Lieutenant General Robert B. Johnston. He was General Norman Schwarzkopf's Chief of Staff in Desert Storm. Plus, U.S. Army Colonel retired David Hackworth, Senators Kay Bailey Hutchison and Dick Durbin, and former Senators Alan Simpson and George McGovern. We'll start first with a quick question for Colonel Hackworth, who, by the way, is one of the most highly decorated veterans in American history, the award-winning military correspondent. He's got a new book out called Steel My Shoulders, Hearts. What's your read, Hack, on the occurrences to this minute?
Knocking him dead, Larry. Knocking him out of the ballpark. It's a win-win situation. Very seldom a military plan goes according to plan. They seldom survive the first shot, and this sucker's in its 3rd day and going along brilliantly on the ground and in the air.
We'll come back to Hack throughout the program. He'll be with us throughout the hour. Let's go now to northern Iraq and Brent Sadler. Brent, can you tell us where you are and what's happening?
Yeah, Larry, in northern Iraq, at the edge of the Kurdish front lines, not far from the city of Kirkuk, the place that everyone talks about because of its oil wealth. No sign of burning oil wells here, although that's a possibility. Also, no sign of any great shock and awe in this region so far. About 20 explosions reported around the Kirkuk area in the past few hours. Kurdish fighters taking a little bit of light arms activity earlier on this evening, but at the moment...
Yeah. I want to apologize for the signal from Brent Sadler. That's one of those video phones, and they can be tricky. As soon as we can get that straightened out, we'll go back to Brent, but let's go back to Colonel Hackworth. Anything about the operation, Colonel, surprise you?
No, I think it showed the great flexibility. If you'll stop and think, on Wednesday night when they had the target of opportunity, the leadership meeting, maybe Saddam Hussein, the pilots and the generals and the presidents, all of them worked so quick, so fast, and it shows that the flexibility they have. So far, I got to tell you, almost 6 decades of being around the military, and I'm really impressed.
Hack remains with us. Let's check in by phone with Colin Soloway of Newsweek. He is embedded with the Army's 101st Airborne Division, the Air Assault. They're known as the Screaming Eagles. Colin, where are you and what's happening?
Well, I'm still in northern Kuwait on the border with Iraq, and not a lot is happening at the moment. We're basically in the assembly area, waiting for the order to move into northern Iraq, along with the rest of the 101st Airborne. The elements of the 101st have already moved in, following along on the advance of 3rd Infantry Division. 101st, the Screaming Eagles, are an air assault division who usually go into battle on helicopters, but this time it looks like they're going into Iraq on trucks.
By the way, Colin, there are some reports that the 101st troops have been told that Saddam has given orders to use chemical weapons. Have you heard that?
We have reported that he had given orders to Ali Hassan al-Majid in southern Iraq, in Basra, that he had been given permission to expend chemical weapons on U.S. troops even before they got into Kuwait. Into Iraq. But it doesn't appear that he's done that, so it's not clear whether he will. But certainly the intelligence that I've been told about, from intelligence sources, is that it had been requested of him, and that he had given permission for his commanders to hit the Americans with missiles even before they got in the country.
I know, Colin, you've covered action before in various spots. What's different about this, and how do you like being in and among the troops?
Well, at the moment, there's not a whole lot of action here, other than just watching the incredible sort of logistical work that's been done in organization to move tens of thousands of troops relatively painlessly, at least by military terms, across the desert to get through limited breaching areas. What's different compared to that is normally as a journalist you work out on your own. You have a driver, you have a car, you're out in the desert or out wherever you are, basically working independently. Here, living with troops, living with soldiers, you certainly have a much better feel for how the military is working, for what's going on, for what people are thinking. People are a lot more open with you because they've got to know you and got to trust you. It's seeing things certainly from the military's perspective here, and it's quite useful. I think for a lot of journalists, who haven't spent a lot of time around the military, it's a very useful thing to see how it actually operates, both in theory and in practice. And again, it's been difficult for me to see all the reporting that people have been doing, but I think I think we'll see some pretty good stuff out of here for this war.
Colonel Hackworth, we'll get back to you, Colin. Donald Rumsfeld said this is the most targeted air campaign in history. Does that sync with you?
Absolutely. When we look at Desert Storm 1, which you and I were kind of involved in,
Sure
if you'll well remember that those weapons were called smart weapons, a bunch of them, and those things are metal morons compared to these whiz kids today. These things are really on target, and now, as we're seeing, doing a good job with minimum civilian casualties. They're putting it right on the mark.
As you may notice, viewers, Hack has a way with words, and he'll be with us throughout the hour, also attempting to contact Lieutenant General Robert Johnson as soon as he checks in from Tucson. We're also going to try to include in this hour tonight some phone calls and get the reaction of our viewers and listeners across the world. Let's go to Jane Araf now. She is in Dahouk, northern Iraq. Where is that, Jane, and what can you tell us?
Larry, Dahouk is about halfway between the city of Mosul, Iraq's second biggest city, and the Turkish border. Now, Mosul tonight, explosions over it as the war moves north. And on the Turkish border, reports that Turkish troops are moving in. Now, this is adding a spark to a very volatile mix here. In the past week or so, we've been going around talking to Peshmerga, those legendary Kurdish fighters who say that if the Turks come in, they will fight them. Today, we went to an airstrip controlled by the Turks in northern Iraq and spoke to Kurdish military there. The commander says that the Turks are trying to undo everything they've done in the past 10 years, and he warns of problems ahead, too. Larry?
There are now sirens going off, Jane, in Baghdad. These are all clear air raid sirens. Would that tell you that the bombing will cease for some time now as daylight arrives? Do you think, Jane?
It might cease, given the previous bombings in Baghdad, at least for a few hours. The air raid sirens generally indicate that the air defenses have been cleared. Although it is daylight and we've heard the call to prayer there, it doesn't mean that people will be going out with any sort of comfort or security. I mean, people are terrified there, and they will be staying at home to see what happens next. Larry?
Colonel Hackworth, does a military man take into cognizance the fact that, let's say, it's a day of prayer and we should lighten up?
Well, I think that you take it into consideration, but in a war, and when the momentum gets going, it's certainly not going to be anything that'll get in the way of this iron fist that's coming at them. And it's coming at them mighty fast, Larry. And you're going to see every Iraqi soldier from their regular army, that's not the Republican Guard, but the regular army, reaching in their rucksack and pulling out that neatly pressed white flag, and they'll be waving it like hell. So you're going to see mass surrender, far more than we saw in Desert Storm, which was about 80 to 90,000 people that threw their hands up.
You think, Hack, that they're going to give it up?
I think the regular army will give it up. The real diehards, which is the special operations folks, the Republican Guard, they may stay till the end. But what the game plan seems to be, Larry, is the President and the Secretary of Defense have worked out is to take out the senior leadership, followed by the military leadership. So a lot of bombs will be falling on the leaders of the Republican Guard to kind of fracture them so that they'll be out of command and control. And as a result of that, their folks will walk.
Hack, do you envision then a short war?
I think that in 2 days, 3 days, you'll see the two iron fists, that's the Marines on the right, the 3rd Mech Division, U.S. Army on the left, converging on Baghdad and putting a cordon around that And then it just depends on what the Republican Guard, Special Guard decide to do. If they decide to call it quits, then this will be a short war. I would say at total it would be no more than, say, 30 days, 27 more days at max.
Hack, what do you make of the Turkish troops entering northern Iraq?
It's kind of like the Hatfields and McCoys, big trouble. It's a very dangerous situation. The Kurds who would be going against the Iraqis will now point their weapons at the Turks, and the Turks will do likewise, and we're in the middle. Why we wanted to put some U.S. Army folks down there that the Turks have blocked is that would have been kind of a barrier to prevent those two Hatfields and McCoys from mixing it up. Very bad situation.
Jane Araf and Dahuk, have you talked to any of the Turkish troops?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jane Araf has left us. We'll go back to Colonel Hackworth, who's carrying on with us. Well, by the way, we'll include some phone calls for Colonel Hackworth. If you want to get in on the line, we'll take them and get the assessment of viewers as well. Do you think Saddam may be departed?
Well, I hope so. He's got a hell of a headache if he's not, because he took a mini atomic bomb if he was at that meeting. That was a lot of firepower dropped on him, and he wouldn't be feeling too great, and his leadership seems to be shattered. The reports that I'm getting, there's very little communications coming out of the top, and there's great disarray among the structure and the military at the top of the Iraqi military.
Assuming, Hack, there are mass surrenders, doesn't this create a logistic problem?
Huge. It was a big problem with the 80,000 during Desert Storm. If you're talking about 400,000, I understand tonight that the 51st Division, which was a regular division down in the south by Basra, just signed a deal and is surrendering the whole division. So it'll be a big logistical problem for the U.S. Army, but they plan for it. They have MPs. They have the infrastructure in place to handle a lot of prisoners. I'm sure they're counting on probably all 400,000 of the folks from the regular Army, Larry.
All 400,000. We understand we've corrected the situation with the video phone with Brent Sadler in northern Iraq. And so, Brent, we'll check back with you. We had a very difficult time hearing you earlier, so you can redo that report. Where are you and what's happening?
Okay, Larry, I'm at the edge of the Kurdish front lines just north of the city of Kirkuk. We hear a lot about Kirkuk. Why? Because there are a lot of oil wells around there, and concerned by the coalition that the Iraqis might torch those wells, as has happened possibly in the Basra area. Now, this area here is pretty static in terms of the Iraqi army not far behind me in the darkness here in positions on hills. That line is holding despite reports of this surrender by a divisional commander. It is a hope and expectation among the Kurds that as this shock and awe campaign gathers momentum, and we saw a little of that a few hours ago with about 20 explosions reported around Kirkuk, that these lines here might fracture and we might see desertions, surrenders happening in this zone. But at the moment, the Kurds are staying put. There's concern that the Turks might come in as part of a deal with the U.S. for the U.S. to use airspace. If that happens, maybe trouble ahead there. But in this area at the moment, the edge, if you like, of the shock and awe campaign. But we're going to have to keep watching around here because it could change very quickly.
Brent, you stay with us because we'll be checking back with you as we will with many correspondents around all of this action. And if you just joined us, our special guest in the Washington Bureau in the New York Bureau, rather, is Colonel David Hackworth, the United States Army retired. He's the highly decorated veteran. I think he's the most decorated Vietnam War veteran. Joining us now in Washington is Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, Republican of Texas, a member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, and Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat of Illinois, a member of the Select Committee on Intelligence. Senator Hutchison, how goes it from your perspective?
Well, of course, Larry, all day today we were on the Senate floor, but we were going into the cloakroom to look at the footage of the bombing. We were all just mesmerized by it, just like everyone in America. And really, every briefing we've had says that it is going really well.
And what do you hear, Senator Durbin?
The same, and I thought it was interesting as you sat with a group of senators in the cloakroom and they watched in real time that this war was unfolding. you couldn't help but be impressed by the awesome effectiveness of our military, but also struck by the fact that you were watching in real time the destruction of a city, the destruction of lives. We certainly want to go after the Saddam Hussein followers and those responsible for the barbaric conduct in that nation, but we know, despite our best efforts and our best technology, there will be other victims.
Do you expect this to take, the President warned the other night that it will not be as quick as some think. Do you expect it to take some time, Senator Hutchinson?
You know, I think it's going to be short. The President is warning us. He wants us to be patient, but it looks to me like people are falling fast. They see the handwriting on the wall. Certainly this bombing today made believers out of a lot of people. And it looks as if, anecdotally, many of the Iraqi people are very glad that there will be a regime change. So I'm optimistic that it will be short.
Senator Durbin, we have 14 coalition deaths, 2 of them in combat. Is that about par for this course in the 3rd day?
That's hard to say, Larry, but I have to be honest with you. One of those casualties was from my state of Illinois, Ryan Beaupre, who was a Marine Corps captain who died in the helicopter crash, and from St. Anne, Illinois, and I called his family today and spoke to his sister Elise, and they were grief-stricken by his loss. And I think we have to remember the brave men and women serving in our military, and regardless of our debate on foreign policy, we're going to stand behind them all the way.
Colonel Hackworth, does an Army make pre-impressions before they go out of to how many might get killed?
Absolutely. For example, on Normandy, Dwight Eisenhower was faced with 10,000 casualties. He came out with 3,000 casualties. He thought he got away light. During Desert Storm, a War College study that I presented on your show said that we'd have 50,000 casualties. It was later refined to 20,000. We ended up, for Desert Storm, having 148 casualties. So they make an estimate. You can never tell, because war seldom goes according to what the good book calls for.
Joining us now, Colonel Hackworth and Senators, in Tucson, Arizona, is Lieutenant General Robert B. Johnson, United States Marine Corps retired. He served as Chief of Staff for General Norman Schwarzkopf, Storm Norman, during Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm. His other assignments included Commanding General of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force and Commander of the United Task Force for Operation Restore Hope in Somalia. We asked it earlier if Colonel Hackworth will ask General Johnson the same thing. Is this battle going according to the way you thought it would?
Larry, it's a most impressive demonstration of the best equipped, best trained, and best led troops in the world. It clearly has maybe not gone exactly how they predicted initially, but it shows the inherent flexibility in our commanders in the field. The fact that they pushed out early towards Casa with the planes and the Brits, and the Army took off as fast as they could towards Baghdad. The air campaign appears to be exceedingly successful. Not much different in some respects from the first days of the Gulf War. We had something like 2,000 sorties every day. I think the distinction now is the enormous accuracy of the bombs that are being dropped in Baghdad. Pinpoint accuracy, obviously satellite directed, and I think the most reassuring part of that is the great likelihood that civilian casualties will be minimized, not only by the nature of the targets, the fact that they're somewhat isolated, but the fact is that we're essentially putting a round on a dime, and hopefully there'll be no casualties would be the best outcome.
Do you expect general street fighting in Baghdad? Do you expect them to be hunkered down?
Well, you know, Colonel Hackworth said the same thing. I think as we approach Baghdad, one of the real measures is going to be the performance of the Republican Guard, whether they stay and fight, and once we get through them, which we certainly will, then it's the inner circle, really the top Republican Guard, the 15,000 or 30,000 that are in 5 brigades. If they fight in the town, it could certainly change the nature of the operation. I would point out, however, that I think the Republican Guard, while some of the troops are, relatively new troops since the Gulf War, most of their senior commanders have been there before. They've been pounded by our B-52s many times, and I'm hopeful that they will have second thoughts about wanting to stand and fight.
Senator Hutchinson, do you have any thoughts in that regard as to whether they will stay or will capitulate, and whether Saddam is dead or not?
Well, I think they are in disarray. Everything that Colonel Hackworth said earlier is true from what we've heard, that they are in disarray. That first night, and I want to add something to what the general was saying about the great precision equipment that we have. We also have better intelligence than we have had in the past. We, in the last year, have really focused on intelligence since 9/11 was such a disaster, and I think that really paid off. It paid off in that first hit. It was a big one. We don't know everything yet, but I think it did put their leaders in disarray. That's what we believe and hope. And I think that means that we may have an easier time. That's, of course, our great hope.
Senator Durbin, did the way this started surprise you?
It did. And this morning when we had our briefing from the Pentagon, I spoke to General McChrystal and I said, I'm not an expert, but why was this so different than the Persian Gulf War? And he explained that, of course, they thought they had a target of opportunity, Saddam Hussein himself, with the earliest bombing. But then they had the soft part of the war, where they went in and tried to take away what they considered to be Saddam Hussein's weapons, to go after the so-called scud baskets in western Iraq so that they couldn't terrorize the Israelis and bring other nations into this war, and then to try to protect the oil fields. And as the general said to me, if they lit up 1,000 oil wells in Iraq, it would not only destroy the economy and create all sorts of havoc to the environment, but it would create instability for time to come. So the two soft targets were the first they went after, and then, of course, the airstrikes came to follow.
Let's do something that we haven't done in these 3 days of coverage and include phone calls. Let's take some as we go along. From Rye, New York, hello.
Yes, my question, or it's more of a comment for Colonel Hackworth, is that I'm particularly disturbed by his demeanor on television, laughing, talking about individuals dying when our soldiers and Iraqi civilians are dying over there, and he is laughing on television. I find that highly inappropriate.
You want to respond, Hack?
I've got an Irish mother with a good sense of humor, and I spent 12 different wars, 8 different battlefields. I've got to tell you, maybe a soldier develops that kind of sense of humor, but I certainly grieve for the war. I'm not a war person, and I guess that is why I always smile.
Is it a little bit of a nervous laugh, Hack?
No, it's not. It's just my nature. I have 8 years of living on battlefields. I guess I've seen it all. I understand what General Sherman was talking about, that war is hell, but you got to skip along with a sense of humor.
General, have you served with people like Hackworth?
We've had a few colorful Marines in our day, but maybe not quite Colonel Hackworth's level of uniqueness.
Is it, General, if they wanted to surrender, how do they do that? What do? Do they do it through communiques? How does an army this size, for this kind of country, surrender?
You know, Larry, quite frankly, the old white flag is one of the best ways of demonstrating their willingness to surrender and put their hands up. But I think in terms of the large unit, we have made all sorts of provisions for communication with the leaders, particularly the Republican Guard and the leadership in Baghdad. It's not going to be hard for them to pick up a phone or some radio and communicate to us that they're ready to capitulate. So I think the evidence will be pretty clear. It won't be hard to do.
Tampa, Florida, on this special edition of Larry King Live. And by the way, we'll be with you all weekend as well. We'll be with you 7 nights a week for as long as it takes. Tampa, go ahead.
Yes, Larry. My question for your panel is regarding Israel. During the first Gulf War, Israel sat out despite 39 Scud attacks by Iraq. Now Israel says if attacked by Iraq, they will return fire. How do they feel this will handle during the war, and how do they affect the peace process in the Middle East?
Senator Durbin, you want to handle that first?
Well, I think that's why one of our first efforts was in western Iraq to go after the sources of the Scud missiles. And the general who briefed us this morning said he was well aware of them from the earlier Persian Gulf War. Our hope is not only to protect the Israelis, but to stop this conflict from widening to include other nations. The ultimate impact on the peace process remains to be seen. I honestly believe that if we are going to come to a peaceful relationship with the Islamic world, we have to deal not only with the tyrants like Saddam Hussein, but we have to deal with the situation, this almost intractable situation between Israel and Palestine, to guarantee that both people have a safe and secure country to live in.
Senator Hutchinson, this war, though, is not about Israel, is it?
No, it isn't. It's about the war on terrorism, and making sure that we don't have a 911 with a weapon of mass destruction. That's what this war is about.
Colonel Hackworth, do you fear Israel might get hit with another Scud and this time retaliate?
Well, that's a great fear, and that's why so much effort's gone down to prevent that. Let's hope not. And certainly General Johnson, who was out there and was really concerned with it, with 39 Scud missiles landed in Israel, would probably be the best guy to comment on this.
He sure would. That's why we saved him for last. General?
There's no question about it. You know, during the last Gulf War, as you remember, when we started the air campaign, almost immediately the first Scud hit Israel. We were most concerned about Israel becoming involved in the war. In fact, we consumed many of our sorties to go against the mobile Scud targets on the west, the ones that were within range of Israel. And we knew the great inclination of Israel to become involved in the war once they were hit. We did Trojan efforts to keep them out of it, and clearly we need to keep them out of this conflict.
Colonel Hackworth, how do you, you're in the desert, you're in unfamiliar territory, how do you keep morale up?
Well, by good leadership, making sure your troops are being taken care of, by leading from the front, by understanding that you've trained your team to the highest quality, and you're just going on with your job. And that's what a good leader is all about, and we're seeing an exhibition of that now with these fine units, the Marines on the right and the Army on the left, are moving forward with such incredible speed and almost ever occurred in military history to move this quickly.
General Chappie James told me once, General Johnson, that nobody hates war more than the warrior. You agree with that?
Absolutely a true statement.
Nobody
wants to go to war. We just need to know how to do it.
Chappie was the first black four-star general. We're talking with Lieutenant General Robert B. Johnson, United States Marine Corps retired, Chief of Staff for General Schwarzkopf in Desert Shield and Desert Storm, Colonel David Hackworth, a highly decorated veteran, award-winning military correspondent as well, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, Republican of Texas, and Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat of Illinois. We'll also be checking in later with former Senators Alan Simpson and George McGovern. We will expect to have headlines momentarily, and when they're ready, we'll go to them with Heidi Collins as soon as they're ready. Let's go to Oak Lawn, Illinois to take a call. Hello.
Hello, Larry. How you doing?
Fine.
This is for Senator Durbin. I'm from your part of Illinois. I'm from Oak Lawn. What I would like to know is, in 1983, I know what it means to lose Marines over in Beirut, and my heart goes out to those Marines. But sitting here watching TV and knowing about our Homeland Security and seeing that all these people protesting, what do you think about all the police that have to come from and take care of these protesters, and about the security and about the money that we have? I'll sit and listen to you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I think we ought to keep this in perspective. One of the things we treasure in this country is the right to debate and dissent. And there are people in America who really disagree with our foreign policy and have expressed it in a peaceful manner, and they are entitled to do that. I think that is part of their right as a citizen. I have had my differences with this administration when it comes to foreign policy. I voted against the use of force resolution in October. Some 23 senators did. But when it came to voting just a day or two ago, a resolution supporting the troops, 99 senators, all the senators present, voted in favor of it. I know that the feelings are strongly held by those who are opposed to this war. I can see it in the streets of Chicago from the footage we've received. When it comes to the Homeland Security question, I think we need to do an awful lot more. When we raise this to an orange alert, we increase the expenses of state and local governments across America. And I don't think we've met our obligation in Washington to help those governments pay for the protection we need in our hometowns.
Let's get some news headlines from Heidi Collins, and we'll be right back on this edition of Larry King Live. Aaron Brown returns at the top of the hour. Heidi?
Thanks, Larry. Checking the latest developments at this hour. The U.S.-led coalition's massive air campaign got underway Friday as powerful explosions devastated government buildings in and around Baghdad. Meanwhile, coalition forces have seized the strategic Faw Peninsula, which is home to key oil installations. The port city of Qasr was also secured. As many as 10,000 Iraqi troops may have been a part of what Pentagon officials say is the most significant surrender to date. They say the Iraqi Army's 51st Division has given up to U.S. troops. That division had been defending Iraq's southern border. Our sister network, CNN Turk, is reporting Turkish troops have begun crossing into northern Iraq. Turkey says it needs troops to, quote, manage the humanitarian situation. But the U.S. has said it does not want Turkish troops moving into Kurdish-controlled areas for fear of deadly clashes. Iraq's ambassador to the UN slammed UN Secretary General Kofi Annan today for pulling weapons inspectors and humanitarian workers out of Iraq. Mohammed al-Duri also denounced Annan's proposal for humanitarian aid in a post-war Iraq. Annan's proposal would likely put the U.S. in charge of providing such aid. Coalition forces have seized control of Iraq's southern oil fields. In all, Pentagon officials say Iraq has set fire to about a dozen oil wells. Britain's defense secretary says the infrastructure of the oil fields remains intact. Government sources tell CNN federal authorities are looking at a possible link between Adnan al-Shukr Juma and dirty bomb suspect Jose Padilla. The FBI issued a worldwide alert for the Saudi-born al-Shukr Juma yesterday. Authorities think he may be involved with the al-Qaeda terror network. Those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to Larry King Live.
Thank you, Heidi. There are sirens in Baghdad right now. We don't know what they pertain to, but I think you can hear them. Sirens going off in Baghdad right now. What might that be, Colonel Hackworth?
That could be an all clear. I suspect that it's daylight there, and maybe they're just saying that you can come out of your holes. But those sirens are going to ring again, and it's not going to be long because the game plan here is going to be slam, bam, goodbye, Saddam. And this is a game of almost the Dallas Cowboys playing a junior high school team when you look at the superiority of our armed forces versus the opposition.
Would you agree, General Johnson, that this is that much disparity between the two?
It's quite a dramatic difference. We are so overwhelmingly superior, not just in terms of technology, but, you know, we could give them our weapon system, we'd probably still beat them. I mean, we're just that much better trained and much better led.
Senator Hutchison, we'd like you to answer what Senator Durbin was answering with regard to protesters. How do you feel? Do you think it's bad form, or do you think the right continues throughout the battle?
Oh, of course, that is what makes America different from every other country in the world. People have a right to protest, and a peaceful protest is certainly in line with freedom of speech. I do think that I agree with Senator Durbin that we must make sure that our first responders have the money they need to do the job we're asking them to do. And we have not stepped up to the plate. I think there will be money in a supplemental appropriation as early as next week, and we must help these people train their policemen, train their firefighters, train their early responders to try to save lives in the event of a chemical or biological attack. I mean, these are the things that we haven't thought of in America ever before, but now we must, and we must fund them.
Al Jazeera, by the way, thank you both. Senators Kay Bailey Hutchison, Republican of Texas, Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat of Illinois. We thank you. We'll be calling upon you again. We'll be joined momentarily in Cody, Wyoming with Alan Simpson, the former United States Senator who served in the Senate from 1978 to 97, 10 of those years as his party's whip, and Senator George McGovern, the highly decorated World War II hero, 1972 Democratic presidential nominee, and former United States Senator from South Dakota. I am being told that we have checked in with Al Jazeera, the network in the Middle East, and they are reporting 2 missiles have landed in, 3 missiles now have landed in Iraq. 3 missiles have landed in Iraq, in Baghdad, Iraq, directly in Baghdad. Any comment, General Johnson?
That's not clear. You're talking about missiles landing in Baghdad. I mean, they're landing all the time. Cruise missiles, you know,
and... we're being told Al Jazeera is reporting this. Why is this... they're telling me it's new. I guess it's fresh start to the day.
Well, they're catching up with what's happening, I guess. There's certainly more than 3 missiles landing in Baghdad. It's a curious comment by Al Jazeera.
Yeah, anyway, why suddenly they're discovering it?
Now, if there were 3 missiles landing in Israel, that would be of some consequence, but if it's Baghdad...
That would be a story.
Yes.
Let's go to Dahouk, northern Iraq, and return with Jane Araf. What have you got to tell us, Jane?
Well, Larry, we're waiting to see exactly how many Turkish troops are going to cross that border. Now, as we were talking about, it's a volatile mix here, and this is something that's sure to make it more complicated and much more difficult. At the same time, we've got Mosul, the second biggest city in Iraq, just a few kilometers, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles behind us. Explosions there last night, of course, and more expected now that the U.S. can use Turkish airspace to go through and launch some attacks on Iraq. Larry?
Colonel Hackworth, do you make anything of daylight bombing?
No, especially with a cruise missile that can move in fast. It's not like an airplane where it could get knocked down and you lose the crew. So it's a pretty safe delivery system and damned accurate. It can put it right in your back pocket, Larry.
All right, let's be joined now by two former distinguished United States senators, distinguished Americans. Alan Simpson, he's in Cody, Wyoming, and George McGovern, he is in Missoula, Missouri. I thought it was Missoula, Montana, but it's Missoula, Missouri. Alan Simpson.
Missoula, Montana.
It is Montana, good. My card says Missouri. Chalk that up. Let's go to Cody, Wyoming first. I didn't think there was a Missoula in Missouri. Let's go to Cody, Wyoming first. Senator Simpson, I know you thought that he might have copped out early, but he didn't. What do you make of the battle so far?
Well, he's going to pay dearly, and his people will pay dearly, and his military will pay dearly. I did think he would take a powder. I thought he would take it just because of his personal lust for the good life, but such was not to be. But it wasn't the first time I've ever made a mistake.
Senator McGovern, you were opposed to this war. How do you read it now?
Well, Larry, I just about called you today to tell you I didn't think I should be on this show. There's a prevailing view that once the fighting starts, even the critics of the war should be silent and get behind the troops. But I decided that it doesn't make any sense to have deep convictions, as I did, against the advisability of a war, and then suddenly change those convictions simply because the bombs are hitting the target. I'm a long-time admirer of Colonel Hackworth, who started off this program and who performed so valiantly during the Vietnam period. And I want to be behind our troops, but I sincerely believe, both before this war and before we got deeply involved in Vietnam, that the best way we could get behind those troops is not to commit them to unnecessary wars. Our security was never threatened by Vietnam. I don't think it's ever been threatened by Saddam Hussein. We put him back in his box after the Gulf War 10 years ago under President Bush Sr. He hasn't so much as stuck his little toe outside of his border since then. And we're seeing tonight, I think, that the president was wrong in building up this enormous threat that Saddam Hussein was supposed to represent. It's like a pop gun taking on a battleship.
As a former war hero yourself, though, and a great war hero, your service in World War II is legendary. You do support the troops, do you not, Senator McGovern?
Of course I support the troops. And one of the reasons I was concerned about this war is that I did not think Saddam Hussein presented a threat to American security that we couldn't handle simply by a common sense policy of containment. I don't think it was necessary to go to war.
Senator Simpson, how would you respond to your friend from Montana?
Well, I'll get him when I see him Tuesday at the University of Wyoming. He's going to come up and we're going to have a good session. But let me tell you, I do think very, very distinctly and clearly the whole world is going to be pleased in a sense. If that's a bad word. They're going to be relieved. There's going to be a huge sigh of relief when we peel all the layers off that onion in Iraq and see what kind of chemical cocktails this guy was cooking. And we're going to find these bunkers. We're going to find, look at, he's already talking about using chemical agents. He's cooking a cocktail of stuff. If we can take that out of the world's arsenal and out of the world's ordnance, the whole world will be a better place, and that's what we're going to find when we finish with old Saddam.
Let's get a call. Shelbyville, Kentucky. Hello.
Yes, when Saddam Hussein is captured, will he be tried over in Iraq, or will he be brought back to the United States and be tried? And what will they do?
Who would know? If he were captured, Lieutenant General Johnson, what would happen?
Larry, I couldn't speculate on that. That's you know, I'm a Marine, not a legal officer, but I do think that he'll be obviously tried potentially as a war criminal. The location of that, I think, will be something that will be determined at a much higher level than you and me.
Would have to be determined somewhere, but it would be an international war crimes convene, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Let's check back, go back to northern Iraq, and Brent Sadler for an update. Brent?
Yeah, Larry, just daybreak here, as you can see behind me. No change in the specificity of this area. Iraq's front lines leading up to the Kurds around Kirkuk, Mosul apparently holding. But I was hearing Janie Raff talking to you a few moments ago about the probable entry of the Turkish army. You know, Larry, it'll be very interesting to see what effect that will have on the Kurds. The Kurds do field about 70,000 fighters in this area, and the Kurds have been very careful not to upset Ankara in the issue of independence. They've been not using that word now for months, no independence. They're talking about a federal, pluralistic Iraq. But if the Turks come in here and that stirs up trouble with the Kurds and they try and fight them, which is possible, they won't overcome them, they won't stop the entrance of the Turkish army, but they could certainly cause trouble, possibly with force of arms. But if the Turks come in here, maybe the Kurds might be tempted to do something against the Iraqis. Who knows? But it is a very complicating and potentially dangerous situation. In the meantime, there isn't the kind of bombardment, the kind of military pressure being exercised against Kirkuk and Mosul as we're seeing, obviously, in the Iraqi capital, Baghdad, only about 3 hours' drive from here, if I could jump in the cars and go down there, which, of course, I can't. But the pressure that we're seeing there is not being applied here. So at the moment, I don't expect in the next hours any collapse, any surrenders on any mass scale in this area. But if that campaign turns to this area, then that could very well happen, as we're seeing now unfold in the south, Larry.
And would that, Brent, be another, like, mini-war?
It has the potential of a conflict, absolutely. Turks and Kurds fighting each other as the Turks come in. Maybe there's a deal that we don't know about the details of. We know that the Kurds were in Ankara trying to thrash out a deal with the U.S., with Zalmay Khalilzad, who's the special envoy of the president, with the authority to handle this. If there's a deal, maybe it'll work out okay. But the Kurds have been saying for months that there could be civil unrest, there could be resistance with force of arms. When the Turks come across that bridge, across those bridges, into northern Iraq, we'll have to see, but certainly it will certainly stir up a hornet's nest, Larry.
Colonel Hackworth, you think that this area might implode into spreading out?
Well, it certainly could. If you look at the century-old history between the Turks and the Kurds, they've got a lot of blood debts to settle, and I suspect that that thing is a big gasoline dump waiting for a match to be tossed in it, and the Turks coming down there is exactly that match.
George McGovern, do you expect expansion here?
Well, that's one of the problems with any war, Larry. You really don't know what the repercussions are going to be. I know that tonight we're kind of exhilarated about the effectiveness of our troops, and they are the best troops we've ever had. But I'm wondering what's going on in the minds of the hundreds of thousands of young Arabs across the Arab world, across the Muslim world. I doubt if they share in the joy that has been expressed here tonight over the ability of America's military power to crush the state of Iraq. We don't know what this holds for us. I think there are a couple of other problems. One is that this is diverting our attention from the real problem of terrorism. We wouldn't be here tonight. We wouldn't be involved in the war in Iraq had it not been for the trauma of the 9/11 tragedy. The irony of that is that Iraq and Saddam Hussein had nothing whatsoever to do with that attack, and it was only after we were unable to find Osama bin Laden, who was the real culprit, that suddenly the administration came up with Saddam Hussein.
Do doubts ever enter your mind, General Johnson, in that regard, as Senator McGovern points out?
I mean, to me, how can you disconnect Saddam Hussein and his ability to weaponize and obviously potentially transport chemical and biological weapons at a time when terrorism has taken on a totally new role in our lives? I mean, it's not just 9/11. I think that terrorism is being obviously a growing concern to us. Security of our own country is at risk, and we believe that by getting rid of Saddam Hussein and that kind of a regime, that we'll make a much more peaceful region in the Persian Gulf area. And I think it's good for our own security and for the security of the world.
Larry, could I comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to, I respect General Johnson. He's one of our great military...
Excuse me, Senator McGovern. We just want to explain that these are bombers that people are watching on television can see on their screens, returning to the base in England. United States Air Force bombers returning to the base where they took off from in England. I'm sorry, Senator McGovern. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to make the point that all of us are concerned about terrorism. I think this war, and I'm sad to say this, is going to increase the terrorist danger against the United States.
Let's hope you're wrong. Do you fear that, Senator Simpson? Before I call on Colonel Hackworth, Senator Simpson, you fear that?
Well, I want to say a lot of people hated us before September 11th, and let's remember that. The hate was so volatile it destroyed 3,000 of our fellow human beings. I see today where Muslims have come forward out of Iraq and cheering us. That's not fake. Tearing down the pictures of Saddam Hussein, pounding on his portrait. I mean, they're not. You cannot say that this is some great gargantuan feeling. It's not so.
Indianapolis, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
My question really begs to take Senator McGovern's question a little bit further, and my concern is how easily we seem to be dispensing with Saddam's regime. The lack of use of chemical or biological or even Scud missiles, how might that play to the United States' disadvantage?
Colonel Hackworth, you have a thought on that?
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, in other words, I guess he's saying that the United States claimed all along that he had these Scud missiles and he has the chemical weapons and biological weapons, and none of them's being used. So his question would be, what if he doesn't have them?
Well, there have been reports that Scuds have been used and struck into Kuwait, and I think he would have been very careful not to use chemical or biological weapons. He wanted the French on side. The French said they would jump off their support team for him. And my take on it militarily is he'd be waiting for us to surround Baghdad, and that would be the time that he could deliver chemical and biological weapons, which I believe he has, with artillery shells with great impact on our forward lines. And that would be the most dangerous part of this complete operation.
Chattanooga, Tennessee, hello.
Larry, yes. I have a concern about the reporting from the field. When they interview American military personnel and give both their complete first and last name, is there not some possibility that a bad guy with an internet could track those American people's home locations and take reprisals? Thank you.
Interesting question. General, you ever think about that?
You know, obviously it's in the realm of the possible given technology, but I think it's a most improbable danger involved in having a young Marine or a soldier say who he is and where he's from. I mean, I just don't think that we're going to have that kind of penetration of our of the security of our military families. It could happen, but it is so unlikely. I certainly wouldn't be reluctant to give my name.
Alan Simpson, there is an orange alert. Do you fear terror striking in American City?
Well, I think that we have to have that deep concern, that anxiety, and that's what it is. But I think what Kay Bailey and Richard were saying is so true. We can't keep pulling the orange alert button and leaving county commissioners and city managers and mayors all over America with double and triple overtime. You're going to have to get in and help them. They're ready to help, but they can't afford it.
It's morning in Baghdad after yesterday's incredible shelling of that city, and we're going to see some early morning pictures of the capital city of Iraq. It's hard to see any devastation at this point, but there had to be a lot of it. What do you imagine happened there yesterday, Colonel Hackworth? What do you think the aftermath is? How hard was that hit?
Well, what they're taking out is the leadership targets, the ability of Saddam and his generals to command and control, basically chopping the head off of the chicken. Bottom line is, what I've been impressed with in this fight so far is the care that they've taken in selecting targets, primarily military targets, and not taking out any infrastructure, i.e. electric grids, water systems, power plants, and bridges, and the things that the country is going to need when it rebuilds itself. So I think that our planners are saying, hey, this is going to be a short war, it'll be a long occupation, and let's do minimum destruction to the infrastructure so we can get this country up on its feet and running. But that is going to be about 100 miles of rocky road, because you look at that situation between the Kurds and the Turks and say how the Shiites and the Sunnis and all the rest of them, we're in the middle of the Hatfields and the McCoys big time here.
Politics aside, Senator McGovern, would you agree that at least the targets are such that there is less damage to the civilian?
Yes, and I'm very grateful to the American military for the care that they have exercised. Larry, I think one problem that's always raised with any kind of war we get into is that it diverts attention from other very serious problems. I believe that for years the number one problem in the Middle East that we ought to be concerned with is the Arab-Israeli conflict. That's been the problem that has preempted the attention of one president after another, but in this case we're so involved with Saddam Hussein that we've forgotten that there's nothing going on in Iraq that is as serious as this long, smoldering Arab-Israeli dispute.
Alan Simpson, would you agree with that?
Well, sure, but it's been smoldering, and presidents have been in it, and they're doing it, and we talk about a Palestinian state. That's a pretty good advance. Other things, other presidents haven't talked about that. There's continual talk, but as long as you have two people who hate each other's guts, like Sharon and Arafat, you're not going to get anywhere.
Ionia, Michigan, hello.
Hi. I would like to know, how are the Iraqis that are surrendering being treated? Are they being treated as prisoners of war?
General Johnson, what happens when an Iraqi surrenders?
Well, absolutely. Initially, obviously disarm them. They are prisoners of war under the Red Cross, the Geneva Convention, and I can guarantee you, as they were last time, they'll be scrupulously taken care of. Let me give you just one anecdotal example. Last war, the first POWs were clearly underfed. Some of them didn't even know whether they were fighting in Kuwait or Iraq. And our soldiers even gave them their own blankets. They were in such miserable shape. So I can guarantee you they'll be taken care of with great care by our U.S. troops.
Have we always been that way, Colonel Hackworth?
Just about. I think the American soldier has a great heart, and generally the soldier around the world has always loved, and they go way out of their way to take care of a prisoner, and it's only in the heat of battle when infantryman meets infantryman up on that hill when it's dicey on how it's going to go. But once he gets back beyond the infantryman who just saw his best friend get killed, his situation gets better and better. We look after prisoners.
Well, we have a few moments remaining. I want to get the thoughts on what do they think is going to happen. Alan Simpson, what do you think is going to happen? How quick, how soon, how's it going to end?
I can't hear. There's a great garbled communication, and I'm sorry I couldn't hear the
Okay,
Colonel.
can you hear me? Can you hear me
go
now?
ahead.
Okay.
Yes,
How
I
do you
do.
think? what's the time frame? How do you think this is going to end?
Well, I only served 2 years in the infantry. I wasn't like George McGovern, who served with absolute honor and valor. But I can tell you, it's going to be fast until they get into where the infantry has to get involved. And boy, that could be really, really tough and horrendous and could take time, real time, and
Senator McGovern, how do you think it's going to end?
I think I would bow to the judgment of General Johnson and Colonel Hackworth. They're the military men, two of our best, that it probably will be a short war. But once the military phase is over, then the real problems begin. And that's trying to put Iraq back together, to monitor and police these internal disputes that have torn the country apart. And I think to rebuild our standing with our allies and with countries all around the world who, so far as I know, have never been in favor of this war.
How, Colonel Hackworth, do you see it ending? You said 30 days, didn't you?
Yeah, short war, a hard occupation. It is not going to be the occupation that we kind of enjoyed in Germany after World War II, Japan, or in Italy. It's going to be 100 miles of gravel road.
Hard in what respect? Because it's gravel road?
Yeah, just in terms of the different groups there that all hate each other's guts, and it's not going to be a country that's homogeneous like Japan, that the emperor said go along with MacArthur, and everybody did, and everyone was concerned after World War II picking up the bricks and rebuilding their houses and rebuilding their jobs and getting on with their life. It's going to be a settlement of some long-term feuds.
And General Johnson, how do you see it all wrapping up?
Well, I think it is going to be fast, Larry, but until we know if the Republican Guard is going to stay and fight, and certainly the Guard inside Baghdad, it could make it a much more difficult proposition. I think it'll be fast. Who would like to establish timelines? Certainly in the next week to 2 weeks, I should think, we will see probably the end of this military operation. And the beginning of the toughest part, of course, is reconstruction and setting up a government to run Iraq in the years ahead.
In other words, this will not be an easy aftermath.
It will be, by far, I think, the greatest challenge.
Thank you all very much. Thanks, Colonel Hackworth and Lieutenant General Johnson, for staying with us throughout the entire program. We'll be calling on you again, as we will former Senator Alan Simpson and former Senator George McGovern. We'll be with you right through the weekend. In fact, we'll be with you every night and all the days ahead for as long as this takes. And tomorrow night, among the guests will be former Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger and former Senator George Mitchell. Aaron Brown is right around the corner, and in that corner, with headlines, is Heidi Collins. I'm Larry King. Stay with us.
Thanks, Larry. I am Heidi Collins. Aaron Brown is next with ongoing coverage of the strike on Iraq. But first, here's what we know at this hour. The U.S. military continues to report new Iraqi surrenders. These Iraqis gave up earlier. And tonight, the Pentagon says for the first time, an entire Iraqi division, the 51st, has thrown down their arms and put up their hands. It is estimated to be as many as 8,000 or 10,000 Iraqi soldiers. The U.S. 3rd Infantry rolled through the southern town of Safwan today as residents greeted them and sang, "Saddam, your days are numbered." The so-called Wave of Steel, a convoy miles wide and miles long, continues barreling north toward Baghdad. It is now almost exactly the moment of sunrise in Baghdad. Within the hour, sirens rang out across the city and more explosions were heard. The air campaign that began last night, Iraqi time, is now expected to continue until tonight. That's what senior Defense Department sources tell CNN. You're looking at some of the worst of it now, which hit after nightfall in Baghdad. The so-called shock and awe campaign is expected to involve a total of 2,000 sorties and pound Baghdad with some 1,500 satellite-guided missiles, rockets, and other munitions. U.S. bombs have taken out some government targets in Baghdad. The entire Iraqi government, including its military command structure, is said to be in disarray tonight. Earlier today, Iraqi TV showed President Saddam Hussein meeting with top advisors. But the Pentagon claims Iraqi leaders have been cut off from troops in the field and reports decreased radio communications. Iraqi officials say the oil fires that U.S. troops are encountering as they march north are not sabotaged oil wells. The Iraqis say they have filled trenches with oil to ignite as a defensive measure. Here in the States, there is news about severe acute respiratory syndrome. The Centers for Disease Control reports 9 more people are suspected of having contracted the illness. That brings the total to 22 in this country. The World Health Organization announced there may be a breakthrough in attempts to develop a diagnostic test for the sometimes fatal illness. Continuing coverage of Strike on Iraq with Aaron Brown right now.
Good evening again, everyone. It is the dawn of a new day, Saturday morning in the Persian Gulf, Saturday morning in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad, a capital that was battered yesterday, their time, by American forces, the beginning of the shock and awe campaign. It is just now coming up on dawn there, 6 in the morning. These are the pictures from Baghdad. As many of you know, some of you may not, however, our correspondent, Nick Robertson, our correspondents actually, led by Nick Robertson, have been expelled and they are making their way out. We still have access to a number of locations and a number of correspondents, mostly from Arab language television networks that have been allowed to stay. There is some evidence tonight that the Iraqis, in terms of how information is going to come out of Iraq, are getting more than a little testy. How that might impact what we see as daylight comes, we don't know yet, but it's important to know, certainly for us, we want to know, American military planners want to know, what sort of damage was done beginning at about 9 o'clock last night, Iraq time, middle of the day here in the United States on the East Coast, when this long-awaited shock and awe campaign began. This was a 7-minute attack, but imagine how long those 7 minutes must have felt. These bombs and missiles falling on the outskirts of Baghdad at selected military command and control targets. One of the things we would anticipate happening in the next 4 hours or so, if the Iraqis prove true to form, is we may well see some sort of tour of the damage, get some sense what, if any, collateral damage, what, if any, civilian targets were erroneously hit. These are very precise, in most cases, very precise weapons, but they are still subject to error like any other thing that's mechanical. They don't always hit what they are intended to hit, and no one expects that there will be no civilian casualties in this. This went on for 7 minutes. There was a second strike that began 90 minutes or so later. And as the people of Baghdad wake up now on this Saturday morning and come out into the streets, these pictures now live in Baghdad, as you can see, very little activity on the streets there, but it's still very early in the morning, just a bit after 3 in the morning. Surely they must wonder what this day is going to bring, what it will bring in terms of the American military response, but they must also wonder who's running the country, how much control the government of Saddam Hussein has over the country. The message from the American side is that the government of Iraq is in disarray. Surely the Iraqis must wonder that as well. Is there a government of Iraq, and to what degree is it in control of any of the institutions of government? It's Saturday morning there. There have been a tremendous number of developments over the last 24 hours or so, and we'll spend a lot of our time tonight taking a look at those and trying to figure out where next this goes. When we left you the other morning, yesterday morning, We anticipated today might be the day the attacks took place. The pictures on the big screen to the right of a major Air Force base in Great Britain, B-52s, over the last hour or so have been landing. They've been making runs across Iraq. One of the things to keep in mind while we're able to show you the pictures of these terrible attacks, terrible if you're on the other end of them, attacks at Baghdad, there have been missions flown throughout the country, certainly in the north of the country, we know. These are pictures that we haven't been able to show you. We don't have cameras in those locations yet. We haven't seen what they have done, but these B-52s, these old workhorses of the Air Force have been doing their duty, and they've been coming back now to this air base in Great Britain. There have already been some defections and surrenders by Iraqi forces, not especially surprising given what planners believed would happen, but they have started. The kind of units we were told to anticipate were not highly motivated to fight the fight. As you see, yet another one of those giant B-52s, and they go, General Wes Clark is with me, they go way back to, I think, before Vietnam, don't they? They have been a part of the American military arsenal for most of our lifetime, literally. As we sit here, they're obviously updated, as is the weaponry they carry, but that basic plane, that B-52, has been the heavy bomber for a long, long time. These planes coming back to England. Over at the Pentagon, Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent. Jamie, there are a number of things I think that you can get us started on. There have been first of all, what is your sense of where the military campaign goes, and then go ahead and kind of transition into what we know about surrenders.
Well, Aaron, this was the day that the Pentagon delivered on its promise to dish out a punishing aerial assault on Baghdad, which they said was unprecedented in modern warfare. Now, the results aren't in yet. We know that there are a lot of government buildings in Baghdad in ruins, and as you mentioned, there have been some significant surrenders of Iraqi forces, in particular the 51st Division down in the south, an entire division apparently surrendering en masse, according to the Pentagon's report. But Pentagon officials here caution that despite the favorable battlefield reports, it's way too early to declare victory. The Pentagon calls it A-Day, A for the massive air assault that would drop more than 1,500 precision-guided bombs and missiles on hundreds of separate targets across Iraq. The Pentagon says it's a bombardment of historic proportions.
The weapons that are being used today have a degree of precision that no one ever dreamt of in a prior conflict.
The bombing, designed to shock and awe Iraq's military, centered on Baghdad, but also struck key targets in Mosul and Kirkuk in the north and Basra in the south.
We successfully accomplished our mission. We did everything that we set out to do. Everybody's back safe and sound.
All targets are designed to undermine the regime of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein and to convince his generals to turn on him or at least surrender. Such as, for instance, this presidential palace compound, which is located in downtown Baghdad. The concussions jolted Iraqi officials giving a military briefing. While some Iraqi regular troops are giving up, others are fighting. 2 U.S. Marines have been killed in action, and there are no signs yet that Saddam Hussein's generals are defecting.
Apparently, what we have done thus far has not been sufficiently persuasive that they would have done that.
The U.S. has taken some ground in the south, including Qasr, a key southern port, along with 2 airfields in western Iraq. The southern oil fields have just about been secured, and the U.S. ground forces have moved more than 100 miles into Iraq from Kuwait. But the war is far from won.
Clearly, we're moving towards our objectives, but we must not get too comfortable. We're basically on our plan and moving towards Baghdad, but there are still many unknowns out there.
2 of those unknowns: what happens when the U.S. military comes face-to-face with the Republican Guard around Baghdad? Will they fold or fight? And are they armed with chemical weapons, and will they use them? Pentagon officials say that's their biggest concern at this time. And Aaron, so far in this aerial campaign, the so-called shock and awe campaign,
no U.S. aircraft were lost.
Well, may it stay that way, Jamie. Thank you very much. Michael Gordon writes about military matters, the chief military writer, I believe that's true, Michael, for the New York Times. He's at Camp Doha, which is in Kuwait, the central command post within Kuwait, and he's been working on the story of the surrender. Michael, how did it come about? Do you know?
Well, I think the surrender is noteworthy, but not decisive. So I wouldn't invest too much importance in it. I mean, the 51st Division is a unit that was directly in the path of the invasion, and essentially the Americans have been seeking, along with the British, to facilitate this unit's surrender for some time. They've been bombarding them with leaflets, propaganda, broadcasts. I think they've probably had some private negotiations with them. And the basic philosophy behind this is the United States wants to defeat the Iraqi military without destroying it. They don't want to stir up any more enmity than is necessary because they're going to become the governing authority in Iraq. So this unit eventually complied, and the commander and his deputy delivered his official surrender, and many of the troops themselves just sort of faded away into the night.
And so they have not been taken prisoner of war, as it were?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, Aaron, I think that this is a unit. I mean, the fight, as Jimmy McIntyre said, is with the Republican Guard, and they haven't engaged them yet. And these units are just a bunch of speed bumps on the way to Baghdad.
These are. I'm sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
And so, well, they're just they're units that the military confronts and has to deal with, the American forces, but is hoping to fight as rarely as possible. So, this is, a unit like the 51st. There was another unit they were also trying to encourage to surrender, the 11th Division in Al-Nasiriyah. And that was only partially successful because there was, from what I can tell, a kind of a firefight at Talil Airport this past evening. So what you really have at this point in time, I think that the way to look at this is what you have at this point in time is some pockets of resistance. There was fighting in Qasar, there was some fighting in the Ramallah oil field, there was fighting at the Talil airfield, which they were moving to take. I mean, 2 Marines were killed in this fighting yesterday. And on the other hand, there seem to be some units that don't want to have anything to do with this, like the 51st Division and some portions of the 11th that the American military is dealing with. But all of this is just a prelude for the real battle. The real battle is in Baghdad. The real battle hasn't begun yet. And I think that it begins in the outskirts of Baghdad, actually, as they begin to confront the Medina, the Hammurabi, and Al-Nidal divisions. And I think it just is enormous.
Terry McCarthy, Time Magazine. Terry, has it been as you anticipated it might be?
Yeah, we're kind of hoping we're going to get across the border fairly soon. We knew there was going to be a delay for the non-embedded journalists. We have been getting stuff back from our embeds, as you all have, but it would be nice if we could go in independently because, that will give us a different perspective on what's going on.
And just to explain very briefly, because we don't like to spend a lot of time talking about the journalism of all of this, as you know, there are about 500 embedded journalists, that is, journalists who are living with units at sea, in bases, on the move right now. But also news organizations have also sent other reporters, Terry for Time Magazine, a good many others over there, who will operate on their own without the benefit of the embedding process, and I suppose you can also argue without the restrictions of the embedding process. Terry then is essentially on his own out there and trying to get in. And it is the U.S. military. Are they telling you that they might let you in today or not?
Yeah, they're saying they've just told us to wait at the border right now. They didn't send us back to Kuwait City, so we're hoping that once they've secured whatever they need to secure, they'll let us through.
Okay, buddy, stay safe out there. I assume you have your medical kit. We were all issued in that war school back then, and I'm sure you remember every detail of how to use it, and I hope you don't need to. Terry McCarthy of Time Magazine. thank you. Terry McCarthy of Time Magazine, who is one of the reporters, is going to do his best to cover this war as best he can. Gary Stryker is an embedded correspondent on the USS Roosevelt. Gary, are you on I'm not sure if you're on the phone or the video phone or how exactly we have you. My memory is actually pretty good about stuff, but it's not that good. Gary?
Yes, sir. I'm on the telephone. I'm on the Roosevelt. You've heard from other reports that aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf have launched attacks with warplanes on targets in Iraq. And we can now report that air attacks have also been launched from 2 carriers in the eastern Mediterranean, the Harry S. Truman and the Theodore Roosevelt, where I'm embedded.
And
here on the Roosevelt, yes, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, they earlier today, not too long ago, I can't say exactly when, about a dozen F-14 Tomcats and F-18 Hornets were launched on missions aimed at what were termed leadership structure targets and communication facilities in western and south central Iraq. And we're now waiting for those planes to come home, back to the ship, Aaron.
And as they wait for them to come home, Gary, is it a palpable tension on board the Roosevelt? Is there nervousness that everybody's going to get home safely?
I think so. That's the perception I have. The people I've seen standing outside on the fantail on the landing decks, just looking out. It's a beautiful moonlit night, and everything's quiet. We've had some tanker planes coming back that engaged in refueling, but the strike aircraft haven't come back yet. When they do, there'll be a big sigh of relief by a lot of people here, Aaron.
And Gary, I hope when they come back, you'll be able to get back to us and get back on the phone and report what you've been able to learn from them, and perhaps talk to them about what they encountered on their missions to the degree they can give us details of it. Gary Stryker, who's aboard the Roosevelt, these aircraft carriers, are an Army guy, but there is nothing quite like, I've done this twice in my life, either taking off on one of those things or landing. It's this speck in the sea, and these incredibly powerful airplanes have no margin for error.
That's exactly right. I'm a joint guy.
Okay.
I was a joint commander. I had some of those aircraft carriers under my command, and it's enormous skill and competence to make one of those great war machines function.
And Gary was talking about how it's very quiet there now. There's basically 2 things on a carrier. It's very quiet, or it is really noisy, because when those planes are cranking, it is incredibly loud.
Well, they just got clearance, I guess, this afternoon, about 2:30 our time, to fly through Turkish airspace, as I understand it.
Right, this is all part, I mean, you put these puzzle pieces together, this is all part of that Turkish debate that's been going on. It's not that the troops are going to be in Turkey, it came down to whether American warplanes could fly over Turkey. They get the clearance, and out in the Mediterranean is the Roosevelt, and they launch at some point tonight, and now Gary reports that they're waiting to come home.
Here it's been probably 6-8 hours since they've had 8 hours since they've had the clearance to go. So they were cocked, they were ready, they had their targets, they did their pre-mission planning, they had some awareness this was going to happen presumably, and then they launched.
And if you're running this operation, do you know now? Do you know where all those planes are?
Yes.
You literally know where each and every plane is.
By this point, you know they're all okay.
You know
or
that.
not.
Or not.
Or not.
Right, and if they're not, presumably there are rescue operations going on, and that's all part of the process that the command has to keep track of.
Exactly.
You know, the more we talk about this, the more you realize how many, literally hundreds of moving, or thousands probably, of moving parts there are that the Central Command keeps track of. In part because they have to know how the warplane's going, but in part to make sure that they minimize the possibility of friendly fire accidents.
Exactly. They have to know where everything is on the ground. They have to know who the other aircraft are. They even have to know that someone's looked at it and said, okay, search and rescue aircraft, how many sets do we need, where do they need to be, who's going to talk to them, who's going to give them the mission, who's going to escort them in, how's the command and control going to work, and how we're going to sort it all out from the ongoing strikes, and somebody's gone through all of that in incredible detail.
You wanted to finish a point that, General, that we were talking about earlier with Ken. We were talking about strategy, the options available to Saddam Hussein. This is back, I guess, 15 minutes or so ago. The closer forces get to Baghdad, the greater risks that they are in because of the nature of that kind of fighting.
That's right. I mean, once you get into built-up terrain, where even though you're overhead and flying around, you can't see what's in the buildings, and you have the problem of civilians on the ground whom you're trying not to strike, and infrastructure that you're trying not to destroy, then that obviates some of the American advantages of this high-precision air power. It makes it for a tougher fight. But if Saddam were to elect to pull all the way back into Baghdad initially, he's going to lose his ability to command and control those Republican guards effectively. Because they're not prepared to fight in that urban terrain either. They're an open field type of organization.
At that point, you make it sound like at that point it's like Wild West. I mean, it's just grab a gun and shoot a bad guy.
Well, you're going to be operating off some procedures, but the level of being able to affect the battle will descend rather than Tommy Franks being able to affect it, or Dave McKiernan, or a division commander. You're going to end up with a battalion commander, a company commander, a platoon leader, a sergeant in a key position making the call.
Saying go down Fifth Avenue, or
get around the corner of this house, get into the basement of it, and string the telephone wire so we can talk to you when you're in there, and tell us what you see when you knock a hole in the wall.
And the objective in that kind of fighting is what? To kill as many bad guys as you can, or to take control of that street corner?
Well, it's going to be reconnaissance-led in any case. You've got to know where the enemy is, and you've got to decide what objectives you need to dislodge the enemy. And so you'll probably section off the city, and you'll block his ability to move and reinforce. You'll isolate areas of enemy resistance, and then you'll find the best means of closing in on those areas of resistance. Maybe the enemy will run out of ammunition and surrender. Maybe you'll find a key position that if you occupy that, maybe on top of a building, that you can dominate his ability to move between other buildings, and then step by step you pick him off. You don't want to have to do a sort of a brute force charge across an open courtyard into the face of a machine gun.
I don't think I've ever asked you this, and I try not to ask you too many speculative questions. Do you have a sense that it might end in this is really, well, I think worst case is chemical biological attack, but do you have a gut feeling that it's going to end in hand-to-hand combat inside the city, in the streets of Baghdad?
Not so much with the American forces. I think that before it comes to that the Iraqis themselves will be fighting in the streets of Baghdad.
Fighting each other?
Fighting each other. I think there'll be a lot of resistance to Saddam Hussein and his forces that will emerge in Baghdad by that time. I don't think you'll be able to control the city.
These are residents of Baghdad taking on soldiers in Baghdad?
That's
or
right.
Are these different units fighting each other?
Some of each, and I think we'll have our own special forces in there working with some of these people. I mean, we're not going to give him a clean, neat break in the battlefield, and I'm speaking here of U.S. doctrine. Of course, we haven't seen the plans. We don't know how it's going to actually work out. It's strictly U.S. combat doctrine. We're not going to allow him an orderly withdrawal into the city, a fully protected rear. We're going to take advantage of every opening and every opportunity to prevent him from setting a defense in Baghdad.
Ken Pollock, are you still there?
Absolutely are.
If you are, why don't you take a shot at the speculative question? Does your gut tell you this will end in a hand-to-hand, street-to-street, house-to-house, and high casualty sort of end game?
Let me put it this way. I don't think Saddam wants to have it end that way. I mean, what we're seeing from the Iraqis is that they're actually trying to, it looks like they're going to try to defend Baghdad the way that they defended the city of Basra during the Iran-Iraq War. And it's important to keep that in mind, that this is probably what's also going into Iraq's own strategic decisions, which is that during the Iran-Iraq War, they defended the city of Basra at least twice against the Iranians, in 1982 and again in 1987. And they were successful both times. Now, the defense that they mounted was very crude. It was very unsophisticated, but it worked. It did stop the Iranians. And as best we can tell, that's what they're planning to do again. And it's basically ringing the city with the guard divisions, building multiple defensive lines there, as I said, very unsophisticated defensive lines. But this seems to be what they're trying to do. And as General Clark is suggesting, I don't think that it's going to work very well given how U.S. forces are going to fight. The reason it worked against the Iranians is because the Iranians had really no offensive capability. They were attacking with vast waves of human waves, excuse me, and just pounding into the Iraqis, and the Iraqis were able to basically slaughter them. We're not going to hit them that way. But for Saddam, if he winds up with street fighting inside the city, he's pretty much lost. He's hoping that the threat of that street fighting will keep us from ever attacking the city. But if we do attack, what he's hoping is that he'll stop us the way that he stopped the Iranians before we ever get to the city itself.
General, you're running the war. Have you studied how the Iraqis fought the Iranian war?
We've looked at that a lot, and in fact, we sent some people over there to learn all about the Iraqis back in the 1980s. And so, yes, we have looked at that.
So Tommy Franks and General Franks and his people have studied a lot of how the Iraqis stand and fight or don't. They know something about the doctrine of the Iraqi military. I guess you must assume that the Iraqis have done the same, don't you?
They have. They've looked at our military doctrine, but they have basically it's a Soviet military doctrine. They had the technological superiority, as Ken suggested, over the Iranians. Now the tables are completely reversed. They've never really come to grips with what our technology is and how we fight. They don't have the resources. They didn't have the training facilities to do it. They're a generation behind at best, maybe 2 generations behind.
I mean, it must be incredibly unsettling for an Iraqi military, an Iraqi general to kind of figure it all out. Sit down and look at all the history and look at all that is available to them. And at some point, you have to look at it and go, we could be brilliant, but we're still going to get kicked. I mean,
well, he probably doesn't want to say it, Aaron. He's probably going to say because of the character of the Iraqi soldier. You know, they're going to stand and fight, and these Americans won't take casualties. They don't really mean it. You know, they come from a soft society. But, you know, he'd be very wrong if he said that. Because these American soldiers, we saw them last night, they really mean it. They're not soft.
This is clearly, as Ken said a while back, they've made a lot of miscalculations along the way, and this would be one more. Harris Whitbeck is in the southern part of Turkey, and he can join us now. There has been this ongoing discussion, Harris, as you know, about whether or not and how many, if Turkish soldiers, Turkish troops have made their way into Iraq. Harris?
That's right, Aaron. Well, we are literally standing on the road that leads to Baghdad. The border is about, maybe 10, 15 kilometers from here. A lot of Turkish troops in this area for several weeks now, and a lot of them probably hoping to take this road to go into northern Iraq. Now, CNN's sister network, CNN Turk's military correspondent, says that about 1,000 troops have already crossed into northern Iraq. Our Jane Araf also saw that from the other side. Turkish Minister of Defense saying that their mission there is to provide a buffer zone to prevent refugees from flowing into Turkey. And also the Turkish foreign minister said that their mission is to prevent terrorist attacks on Turkey. Now, there has been a lot of concern expressed by the United States that if Turkish troops do go into northern Iraq in large numbers, that could provide for possible clashes between Turkish troops and the Kurdish groups that operate in northern Iraq. The United States had said earlier that an agreement had been reached between the different Kurdish organizations, the Turkish military and the United States. They all said they would work together to prevent that type clashes, but still a lot of concern that if more Turkish troops go in there in large numbers, there could be problems over there in northern Iraq. Aaron?
Is there the kind of buildup of Turkish troops behind you that that suggests they might be planning to do such a thing?
That certainly seems to be the case, Aaron. I mean, the buildup has been going on for several weeks, and you know, everybody does seem to feel that that's what's going to happen. Turkey has felt, and this is a matter of public opinion here, that many feel almost insulted by this agreement that has been reached by the United States. You know, we're hearing just comments from people on the road down here where, you know, they said, well, you know, we opened up our airspace to the Americans. They should let us go in there and do what we have to do. So obviously there is a lot of concern about that, just, you know, talking to people on the streets.
Harris, thank you. Harris Whitbeck, who's in the southern part of Turkey. Samiha Noku, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, is a Reuters correspondent who is still being allowed to report from Baghdad, on the phone with us now. What is it like there?
Well, it's dawn now already. We had a very heavy night of bombardment. It was actually the heaviest. We felt that war has really started in Baghdad. They pounded basically warplane and cruise missile landed on scores of targets in Baghdad. We could see fires raging from different sides, and some buildings were still smoldering from the effect of the bombardment. Wailing sirens were on continuously and off a few times, but it was long and you know, very, very persistent. It's obviously targeted certain positions. We couldn't, you know, we could tell from a distance from our hotel that they were targeting the presidential compound, which they targeted yesterday, which is the one that has the headquarters of the son of the president, Kusai. They did come back to it again, and at dawn they did fire missile strikes on it. We could see that one building was gutted and another was an empty space. We couldn't tell what it was, but some people could assume it's just maybe, you know, one of these bunkers there. They did also strike at another building which is next to a communication tower, and we could see that, you know, clouds of white smoke mushrooming out of that building. And it was hit 2 or 3 times, this building next to a communication tower. Ambulances were racing in the street. We could hear them, and then there were some fire trucks heading towards fires to put them out. And they did manage to put quite a few out. We don't see fires, but we could see some gutted buildings around.
It's obviously we're able to see the city, or at least a snapshot of the city. The sun has risen. It's a bright sky. Is there, both for you personally, I suppose for the citizens too, a sense that daylight is the safe time?
No, not really. This is the first day where we feel that it's not safe, because normally the first 2 days they started for a limited amount of time, and then we had all clear, but today it continued until the early days of the morning, and we don't know if we can go out and go to our offices. It's kind of, you know, you started to feel insecure. It's unpredictable. We know that there are targets, precise targets. It's not, we haven't heard of civilian buildings being pounded, but it's still, you know, being caught on the street in the middle of bombardment. It's frightening. But we can judge in another hour. You know, not many people are on the streets now. Few cars ventured out, and some people who were praying went to their mosque at dawn. That's all we could tell.
Samiha, thank you. Stay safe. Samiha Cool, you of the Reuters, the news agency. Reuters, we're coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Many of you joining us, particularly out west. As your evening gets started, we'll take a look at where the day has been so far, the major headlines of the day. Here's CNN's Heidi Collins. Heidi.
Thank you, Aaron. I am Heidi Collins, and coming up in 90 seconds, Aaron Brown reports strike on Iraq. But first, the latest headlines at this very hour. The so-called American Wave of Steel, a convoy miles wide and miles long, continues rolling over the Iraqi desert today, coming up on the halfway point between Kuwait and Baghdad. American troops have claimed territory on Iraq's southeastern coast and in the west. They reported a friendly reception from civilians in the Muslim town of Safwan, where residents danced and sang, "Saddam, your days are numbered." Thousands of Iraqi soldiers have laid down their arms without firing a single shot, and the troops are meeting little resistance. The Pentagon, though, is reporting 6 American fatalities in the invasion so far. In Baltimore today, Michael Watersby had a message for the president about one of those fatalities.
George Bush, take a good look at this, man, because you took my only son away from me.
Staff Sergeant Kendall Damon Watersby, the father of a 10-year-old boy, Kenneth, was on board a U.S. CH-46 Sea Knight helicopter that crashed in Kuwait yesterday. 3 other Americans and a dozen British commandos were killed in the chopper accident. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Richard Myers today paid their tribute to their sacrifice. Now you are looking at a live picture of Baghdad. It's Saturday morning there, 7:01 to be exact, but it was a very different picture last night. The massive barrage is being called a strategy of shock and awe, but the U.S. says all the munitions dropped, and it will total hundreds, have been satellite guided. They are targeting strategic sites within the capital, command centers, government compounds, communications. U.S. and U.K. bombs have also fallen on at least 3 other cities, including Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's hometown of Tikrit. In Chicago tonight, shock and awe has led to outrage and protest. It is the second straight night of protest there. The second night of protests also in San Francisco. Police arrested 200 people there. Protests are expected around the nation tomorrow, as are a number of rallies in support of U.S. policy. Continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq with Aaron Brown right now.
Heidi, thank you. We've heard with sorrow each time the sound from that young father whose son was killed, the young Marine who was killed, and one understands his anger and his sorrow. It's a terrible loss to take, and his words, all of his words, need to be seen in the context of the loss he had. I suspect in Baghdad right now there are sons, there are fathers who are equally angry at someone or another. John Burns is in Baghdad for the New York Times. John, what was it like when it all happened, those first 7 minutes last night?
Well, one tries to avoid the term, but it was awesome. It was an astonishing sight, even for those of us who've seen American air power unleashed in Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, and, of course, in Baghdad itself back in 1991. It was something quite biblical. It made you think of words like Beelzebub and Milton. It was just astonishing to see an area of several square miles in an instant begin to explode everywhere. Palaces, command centers, buildings so secret that nobody seems to know what they are. All of them massive, all of them speaking for the authoritarian nature of this regime over the past 23 years. Exploding into the night sky in huge fireballs, and then enormous clouds of gray, then black smoke, which eventually split the entire horizon. It was an astonishing sight.
John, how free are you, if at all, to move around and assess the damage that was done by the attack?
Well, it's now a little after 7 o'clock in the morning here. We are expecting the Information Ministry to arrange a tour of the area sometime this morning. That doesn't mean to say we will be free to go where we want, and we almost certainly will not be, because these missiles and bombs, as far as we can tell it tonight, and we are approximately half a mile to 3/4 of a mile from the targets across the river. These targets were hit in almost every case with almost complete accuracy. That means that all of the damage will be included in secured areas to which very few Iraqis, much less foreigners, are normally permitted to go. So they may be very reluctant to take us too close, but I think with the light coming up, we are going to be able to have a better idea of just how extensive the damage is. But it was already clear last night that most of the buildings that were struck will likely never be used again.
John, I'm sorry. How were you able to know that?
Well, because we are at some height in this building.
Got it.
We have a clear view. We have a clear view on a clear night across the river. No obstructions whatsoever to these buildings. And to speak of the Republican Palace, for example, Saddam's principal palace, it was hit again and again and again. It's simply impossible to believe that a building that was hit that badly could have been anything other than catastrophically damaged. Another building that was in clear view that looked to me like a kind of Aztec mausoleum. Nobody, no Iraqi seems to know what it is, but it's in the middle of a presidential compound. It's got slab-sided walls rising to about 10 stories, hardly any windows. And for some reason or other, the people in Washington seem to want to punish that particular building with particular severity. It was hit, by my count, initially by at least 3 sticks of bombs after the attack began at 9 p.m. There was a silence after about half an hour that lasted for another hour until about 10:30, when the cruise missiles started coming in, and 4 cruise missiles hit this building. It was then a massive flame. It looked like something out of an Indiana Jones movie, and the flames continued to burn until I last looked, which was about 5 o'clock in the morning, by which time it had been an inferno for at least 8 hours.
John, you've seen a lot of this in your years of reporting, and you obviously spent a lot of time preparing for what it would be like. Was it, I think the word I want is, was it much worse than you expected it to be?
Well, the intensity of it, I must say, even after reading for weeks about shock and awe, was pretty surprising to me. It has to be also said that these are quite extraordinary weapons. To be able to stand only half a mile from the impact zone, to watch it all with virtual certainty that you're not going to be hit, is an astonishing thing. As a matter of fact, in the street below the balcony, the hotel balcony from which I watched this, Iraqis wandered out of their homes and their hotels on the embankment on the east side of the Tigris and went forward to the river to get a better look, and stayed there in their tracksuits and their slippers, having a good look for about half an hour. One man came out in the midst of all of this to sweep with a sponge mop, to sweep the forecourt of a small hotel, and he hardly even bothered to look up at what was going on. Now, this means that these people, I think, have an almost complete confidence that the targeters on board the B-52s or on board the aircraft carriers or from wherever the cruise missiles and bombs come, have got the coordinates right.
It's just, John, you just said spoke one of the most remarkable sentences I can recall, that you had with enormous confidence, that you could stand up on your balcony and look out that window a half a mile from where this hellish attack was going on, with the confidence that you were safe.
Well, of course, I don't want to speak about this with bravado.
Well, I suspect your heart was pumping.
Yeah, it certainly was, especially when it began. We had some hours' notice because, as you know, the bombers, at least some of them, came from Fairford in England, and the BBC had reported by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon Baghdad time that they were airborne. So we know it's about 6.5 hours flying time to here. So we knew that around 9 o'clock something was going to happen. As a matter of fact, Iraqis all over town were asking us, what is going to happen? What's time? What time, America, what time? Bush, what time? And we were able to tell them that, from what we understood from publicly available sources, this was going to happen around 9 o'clock. So people, for example, in the hotel on the side of the Al Rashid Hotel on the side of the river where the principal target area was, were saying as I left there around 5 o'clock, they intended to quit work in the restaurant, quit work on the front desk, quit work on every floor around 7 p.m. in order not to be there when the missile strikes came. So we knew this was coming, but went out of an absolutely still night in a city of utterly deserted streets. That first wave of bombs hit the Republican Palace. I must say, the heart does beat. First of all, stops and then beats quite a bit faster. But as the time goes on, you get used to this. The worry, I think, for most of us would be as much the percussive effect. If you don't have earplugs, you worry a little bit about how good your hearing is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
As for these, you see the missiles, the cruise missiles coming in, and it's the most astonishing thing. You will, of course, remember that there were similar reports back in 1991, and I don't want to speak about this as if it's simply a spectacular event. It has to be said, of course, that underneath these bombs and missiles, there must have been quite a few Iraqis who, I think, Americans would consider to be innocent. What do I mean by that? It looked to us as though most of these targets had been abandoned some days before the attacks. The government knew these attacks were coming. There was nobody in the palaces anymore. The palaces are floodlit, but when you look very closely, you notice that most of the windows of the palaces show no light coming from within. Clearly Saddam Hussein and his associates and his family have gone elsewhere, perhaps into bunkers, perhaps into the tunnels that run underneath Baghdad. But what do they leave behind? They leave behind people who run the palaces. They leave behind a rather sorry crew of security guards who sit on plastic garden chairs and old rickety bedsteads. And I noticed as the day wore on today that some of these people, and some of them are teenage boys, some of them are middle-aged men, for the first time they were waving kind of disconsolately at us as we drove by. Usually people in Saddam Hussein's security apparatus don't want anything to do with foreigners. Mm-hmm. I got the impression that these were people who were attending a pitiable end.
It must be, it's hard, John, it's hard to imagine what it would be like to live in the city at a time like this, to know what had happened and what is likely to happen. There must be an expectation that tonight is not going to be a very pleasant experience either.
I think so. I think as far as one can determine, and it has to be said that all of this is under caution. This is a society that has been extremely tightly controlled for a very long time. A society that lives under a very great degree of inhibition, even fear. Fear, I think, is the unavoidable word. As a result, trying to determine what Iraqis really think is very, very difficult. But I think one could say, and I'm sure that even Iraqi officials would agree with this, that once it became clear that war was inevitable, most Iraqis wanted it to happen quickly and hoped that it would be short and with as few casualties as possible. Now, we already know from reports coming from Safwan, and we know from our own experiences around Baghdad, that there are Iraqis, possibly even considerable numbers of Iraqis, who go beyond that, who see in these events a new era for Iraq, a new life for themselves. What we cannot tell is how widespread that is. I think we're going to find out fairly soon. If that American armor arrives at the gates of Baghdad, then I think we're going to see more overt signs of it. But I do think that people came to the conclusion early this week when President Bush issued his ultimatum to Saddam, which every Iraqi knew was going to be turned down, that there was going to be war. He knew that America has the means to make this war, to limit casualties from this war because of its technology. So I think fingers are crossed, and they're very much hoping that it will be brief. And we're asked almost everywhere we go, not only when these strikes are going to begin, but also, of course, when they're going to end.
Yeah.
And it's a very difficult question to answer for people because you don't want to raise false hopes. And I would think that whether you're sitting in Atlanta or Washington or Baghdad, until the armor crossed from Kuwait today and was met at Safwan in the way that it was, almost nobody could make a prediction of that. In fact, I read somewhere, possibly in the New York Times, that when President Bush had a meeting shortly before the war began, asked General Myers, Dick, how long is this going to last? Secretary Rumsfeld interrupted, putting his hand on the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman's arm and said, Dick, you don't have to answer that. So you can imagine, if the Secretary of Defense wasn't sure, the Iraqis aren't sure, and they are praying.
John, thank you for a spectacular bit of reporting here. I think all of us have now a much more vivid sense of what it must have been like. Stay safe. John Burns of the New York Times, who is in a hotel in Baghdad, and just to repeat what he said, that a half a mile away from him, this hellacious attack was going on with the precision of the modern weapons of the United States military. He felt comfortable, but he noted his heart was thumping pretty good, as it would be, to stand outside, believing that he would be safe. That's a terrific piece of reporting. as we've heard in a long time. John Burns, The New York Times. David Ensor does a lot of terrific reporting on national security stuff for us. General, I know that you've been jotting down notes. I'll get you in a second. David, you've been standing by for a while, and I'm not sure if you're exactly where you're going to take us. Let me just give you the hanging curve. What do you know?
Well, what I want to talk about is Saddam Hussein and whether he's alive or not and where he might be and what's known about it. And the operating assumption has to be, Aaron, for the men and women that I speak to that work for George Tenet, the Director of Central Intelligence, the operating assumption has to be, for the moment, that he's alive, that he's in charge. But the truth of the matter is, they really don't know.
This time, Iraqi television showed Saddam Hussein with his son Qusay, saying he remains firmly in control. But U.S. officials said the pictures could just as easily be old. Such meetings are a staple of Iraqi TV. U.S. intelligence officials say Saddam could be injured or even dead. Whether or not he's alive, Bush administration officials say his grip on power is slipping.
The regime is starting to lose control of their country. The confusion of Iraqi officials is growing. Their ability to see what is happening on the battlefield, to communicate with their forces, and to control their country is slipping away.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe Saddam Hussein is currently in control of Iraq?
I don't know.
Sources say since the strikes Thursday morning against Saddam Hussein's compound, intelligence headquarters, and a Republican Guard facility, there has been a marked drop in Iraqi leadership communications monitored by U.S. intelligence. Saddam Hussein, a knowledgeable official says, is not communicating orders and can no longer trust anybody. Even deciding where and whether to sleep at night, he said, is a fateful choice for the Iraqi leader. As for the tape released hours after the attack on his compound in which Saddam mentions the date of the attack, it is Saddam, the White House says. The question is, when?
The tape has been analyzed by the Central Intelligence Agency, and their analysis has led them to believe that the tape is indeed the voice of Saddam Hussein, but no conclusions have been reached about whether it was canned ahead of time or not.
A senior intelligence official tells me that he believes Saddam Hussein was in that compound early Thursday morning, along with at least one of his sons, when the U.S. dropped all those tons of munitions on it. But the official says the U.S. at this point simply doesn't know whether Saddam survived, and if so, whether he's injured. Welcome, the official said, to the fog of war. But I should add, the operating assumption, as I started, the operating assumption has to be that Saddam is still alive. Aaron?
There was this piece of tape that we saw today, and I don't know that this means a single thing, to be perfectly honest, but when you look at the Saddam Hussein in that piece of tape we saw today and the Saddam Hussein we saw in the piece of tape or the video, in any case, that was made the other night in the hours after the attack, they look, that man looks much older, much more tired. I don't want to say afraid, I don't know if he was afraid or not, but markedly different from the way that you normally see this guy, you know, darkened hair, and I mean, that on the left, that is an old man with a graying beard, and usually you see him in a much different, much younger look. He looks much more jowly to us in the left-hand picture. We know we're not questioning whether he is, whether it's not Saddam Hussein. I think we know that. I mean, the point's been made. But the stress of that night, if indeed it was taped on that night, certainly shows in the face of a guy who's very concerned about his physical appearance and how he appears to the world.
Absolutely right. He's a man who cares a lot about how he looks, who dyes his hair and wears dapper suits when he can. And on that piece of video, he doesn't look too good at all. He normally is not seen wearing a hat as well. A lot of questions have been raised about the video, but as you heard the White House spokesman say, the CIA has now analyzed it pretty thoroughly. They're convinced it is him, and the only question is, in their minds, is when was it recorded? Is there some possibility that he recorded several tapes, perhaps, so that in the event he was injured or killed, one could be run after his death, or while he's in the hospital but doesn't want people to know it? This is all all this stuff has been much discussed in the halls of the intelligence community, that is for sure.
And it's been stuff that we all have been munching on as well here, and news organizations have been talking about. At some point we'll know the answer, and we can, all of us will stop speculating on it. Darren Kagan's in Kuwait. When last we saw her, she had literally come up from the basement. The air raid sirens had gone off. It's good to see you well again. You've been out and about some today in the city.
I certainly have. It's morning already here, 7:20 in the morning, Aaron, and good morning from Kuwait City. It's a very windy and chilly morning here in Kuwait City. I already have the morning papers for you. 2 English papers here in Kuwait City, and both paint a different picture, or slightly different picture, of how they're portraying this war. First, let's look at the Kuwait Times. The headline here, Baghdad burns by night. That's the headline, but the picture shows Iraqi soldiers surrendering to American troops. So that's the Kuwaiti Times. Let's take a look now at the Arab Times. Their headline here this morning, very emotional, A-Day rips the heart out of Baghdad, and it shows the assault on Baghdad, and then 2 smaller pictures. I'm not sure if you can tell well. One shows American troops in the field, and the other is a small picture of Iraqi troops surrendering. But on the bottom fold, this is interesting, down here, Kuwait downs Iraqi missile, dark dawn of oil fires. 2 interesting notes on that. First, the downed missile. I myself had a chance to go out with the Kuwaiti Air Force yesterday afternoon, early evening. They took me to see this missile out into the Kuwaiti desert. I'd like to show you those pictures and tell you a little bit about it. According to the Kuwaiti Air Force, it is an Al-Fat rocket. It was shot down in the Kuwaiti desert by the Kuwaitis using Patriot missiles. Both the Americans and the Kuwaitis are using Patriot missiles out here. 1 of 10 Iraqi missiles that have been fired on Kuwait at that point. There were no chemical or biological agents on board this. It's like a Frog 7, legal for Iraq to have, but not legal under UN guidelines to shoot at civilian populations. And indeed, this was shot very near a military installation, but it was near a civilian population. The Kuwaiti Air Force asking us not to say more about where that missile landed because they're trying not to give the Iraqis information if they need to aim a little to the left, a little to the right. 12 missiles so far have been fired on Kuwait, and that last one, the last one coming just after 11 p.m. local time last night. There was another siren, much like the one we shared with you yesterday here. It didn't mean going down to the basement here at the hotel, but overall it was a much quieter night here in Kuwait. Just the one siren to respond to, Aaron.
I would imagine that the Kuwaiti military was mighty proud of itself for having knocked those missiles out. The Kuwaiti military took pretty severe hit, literally and emotionally, after the invasion, and I suspect they were pretty proud today.
Very proud, and actually this was at this point yesterday, because keep in mind we're 8 hours ahead of where you were, and that I think is why they made it so easy for us to go out there into the desert. They said, basically, meet us on this corner and we will take you out there, and that's exactly what they did. They escorted us right up to that missile. I think, as you said, to point out their work and the impressive work of the Patriot missiles.
And just so that you know, 2 can play the same game on the newspapers, Darren. If you're going to steal my newspaper act, I'm going to have to counter somehow. What camera do you want to go to here? This is the Daily Telegraph. This is a terrific, Captured in Compassion is the headline. And just look at that, pull out just a little bit so you can see the picture. These are American forces who have taken a prisoner. On the one side, you see a Marine, I'm almost certain that's a Marine, giving his prisoner water. And on the other side, I'm not actually sure that that gun is intentionally pointed as opposed to being strapped on the side, but they are holding him and giving him some water. Capturing Compassion, the headline. Somewhere along the way, before we leave you tonight or this morning, depending on what part of the country you're in, we should take a look at some of the still photos that have been shot. Those of you who are regular Newsnight viewers know we have, the program has a great affection for still pictures and the power of still pictures. We saw today some absolutely spectacular, gripping, powerful shots that Associated Press photographers in the region had shot, and as we go along and we get some time, we'll try and bring that to you. If Darren is still there, Darren, is the city, is Kuwait a city now that this air attack has been launched? Did they, last night, was that the television viewing, primetime viewing in Kuwait, the the air attack on Baghdad, their arch enemy, the much hated enemy across the border 400 so miles away?
It was about 8 p.m. Local time that we saw it here in Kuwait City, so you know that people were gathered around their television sets. Interesting, another item from today's paper, if we can steal your paper act one more time, Aaron. Kuwait, though, actually trying to make an effort to get back to normal. This is the equivalent of Monday morning here, since the weekend is Thursday, Friday. They're encouraging people to go back to work today, but they've given, if you can zoom in here, it's a week off for women. They're giving the week off for women employees, as long as they're not essential emergency employees, to take the week off if they don't feel comfortable going to work. But what they're really trying to stress here is that more than 100,000 Kuwaiti employees from different governmental sectors will be heading back to work today. They're really trying to test what they call the public authority of civil defense. They want to prove that even in this environment, Kuwait can continue to function. And a question you asked me yesterday about flights, more airlines are starting to fly in and out of here, certainly not at capacity. But once again, Kuwait trying to just be defiant and say it will go on and support American and British troops as they push into Iraq.
We can assure you that that week off for women in Kuwait does not apply to you.
I can assure you it does not as well. Thank you.
Your boss just told me so I know that that's true. Thank you, Darren. We'll be hearing from you a lot still tonight. The next time you'll probably do a whip, and then you'll steal just about everything I have. General Clark, we, as we go along in these conversations, I look over and you're scribbling notes here and there, and we've got a couple of minutes before we do the headlines of the day. What are the thoughts that have made their way onto the index cards?
Well, a couple of things. I was listening to John Burns from the New York Times as he talked about the incredible precision of these strikes. We saw the same thing in the strikes against Belgrade, incidentally. People at first went into the shelters, and then they realized if they weren't near a government building, they weren't going to be struck by this. But, you know, the thing about the precision strikes, they're no better than the intelligence that you have. And someone was asking this afternoon, how long is this going to go on, and how many targets can there be? And we heard Brent Sadler say that as soon as we brought the power into Mosul and Kirkuk, we'd probably run them out. Well, we're not going to be able to conduct those strikes unless we've got the intelligence we need on where the Iraqi facilities in there are.
And just going back to Afghanistan, the battle in Afghanistan seemed to turn when American spotters, special forces spotters got in there so they could direct or get the intelligence back. You need to hit this coordinate or that coordinate, right?
That's exactly right. The precision works great when you're dealing with an identifiable military target, like an enemy unit on the ground. When you're going after government buildings, and after you've identified the buildings associated with X number of ministries which seem like they have something to do with Saddam Hussein's regime, and you've gone out to the known command posts, then that's where you need the boots on the ground and the guys who can really tell you what's going on in there. And hopefully we'll have that, because that's very important to keep up the tempo of the pressure against this regime.
You know, you see these old, just 20 seconds or so, you see these old World War II movies where the dozens of bombs seem to come out of the bellies of these planes and just flatten out entire blocks and square blocks and blocks. It's a very different kind of air warfare that gets fought in the 21st century.
It's much different, and the key on this is it's reconnaissance and intelligence led. What we know we want to strike, we can strike with precision. So it all comes down to the knowledge, the precision of the knowledge to guide those bombs in.
General, stay with us we've got a ways to go here. If you're just joining us and you haven't been around TV or radio throughout the day, a lot of things have happened. It's 11:30, almost 11:31 here in the East. Heidi Collins has a quick update on the events of an extraordinarily busy day.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, everyone. Coalition forces continue to unleash their so-called shock and awe campaign against Iraq. Baghdad is bearing the brunt, with Saddam Hussein's old palace and 2 others now a burning wreck. Meanwhile, coalition ground forces en route to the Iraqi capital are now about a third of the way there. In the southeast corner of the country, U.S. Marines have seized the strategic port of Qasr, but 2 of them were killed in combat during that mission. We now know the names of the 4 U.S. Marines first to die in Operation Iraqi Freedom. The war's first U.S. casualties are identified as Corporal Brian Matthew Kennedy, Major J. Thomas Aubin, Captain Ryan Anthony Beaupre, he is from Bloomington, Illinois, and 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Kendall Damon Watersby from Baltimore, Maryland. All 4 died, along with 8 British military personnel, when their Sea-Knight helicopter crashed in Kuwait. A major move by 8,000 Iraqi soldiers in southern Iraq, a move to surrender. The entire 51st Division gave up to U.S. troops as coalition forces advanced on Basra. That clears the way for U.S.-led forces to secure the southern border. Coalition forces have seized the strategic Faw Peninsula, home to key oil installations and Iraq's only outlet to the Persian Gulf. They've also gained control of 2 key airfields in western Iraq. The port city of Qasr has also been secured as well, along with Iraq's southern oil fields. Meanwhile, Pentagon officials say Iraq has set fire to about a dozen oil wells in the country's northern and southern oil fields. Previous estimates put that figure at about 30. Britain's defense secretary says the infrastructure of the oil fields is intact. And we should let you know Wall Street responded in a big way as the Allies launched major airstrikes over Iraq. The Dow Jones Industrials jumped 235 points for the day, 662 for the week. The NASDAQ Composite rose 18 points and the S&P 500 gained 20 points. That is it for the headlines and for me as well. Back to you now, Aaron Brown.
Thank you, Heidi. Have a good night. What's left of it, Heidi Collins has been handling the update duty for a long time today. What will go on now in the skies way up over Iraq, U.S. satellites, U.S. spy satellites will be making passes over the city. It is one of the ways, it's not the only way, but it's one of the ways that the military planners will figure out how successful they have been. We heard John Burns a little bit ago, the New York Times, say from where he was standing about a half a mile away, it was hard for him to imagine that anything survived, any building survived those attacks. Miles O'Brien has been working a bit on this whole notion of bomb damage assessment, or as the general would say, BDA. General, I'm getting better at this sort of thing. Miles, walk us through it.
It's almost like dealing with NASA at times, Aaron. First of all, let's talk a little bit about how many missions were staged today, and the remarkable fact that not a single U.S. aircraft was lost through all of this. This is part of the reason why. This is a B-52, and what we're showing you here is a CALCOM, Aaron. CALCOM. That's a conventional air-launched missile. A cruise missile, which is dropped off of a B-52. We've been telling you about cruise missiles which come off of ships and off of submarines. This is one of the other ways that these can be launched. More than 1,000 have already been launched on Iraq since this campaign began, at more than $1 million a copy, $1 billion bill for that, just to put that into some perspective. Now let's give you an idea of some of the targets that were sought out today. We'll kind of give you the before for the BDA, the bomb damage assessment, and I'm going to take you up north to Mosul. Mosul and Tikrit, north of Baghdad, important sites following the Tigris River, that narrow strip of vegetation and civilization in Iraq. This takes you down to a VIP residence in Mosul, one of some of the 50 palaces plus that Saddam Hussein has built over the years, costing some $2 billion. Let's move south to Tikrit. Tikrit is his hometown. His clan is there. His tribe is there. It is filled with all kinds of Saddam Hussein palaces, another obvious target for the people who come up with these scenarios. Now, let's take you down to Baghdad, and we'll give you some specifics about what happened there in the course of this remarkable day as we watch some of this this video of this bombing campaign. We'll give you a wide shot of the palace area, which was the focus of a lot of attention. First, take a look at some of these pictures. If you look in the foreground there is a building there which is associated with a Ministry of Planning. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what is going on beside it as we look at some satellite images in just a moment, but this bombing was very sustained and very precise. This big, wide swath of Baghdad is all considered part of a presidential palace compound, the Republican Palace, right at the center of it. Let's take you a little bit further down the street here, or up north, actually, as we're headed to the northwest, really, to the Ministry of Information. The reason I show you that is where the camera is located that you've been seeing all these pictures from. Satellite dishes on the roof there, and the camera shooting in this direction. Let's swing around, show you exactly what you were looking at, and as we swing around, we'll try to match up this view with some of the pictures you've been seeing and give you a sense of what's going on and exactly what was destroyed based on what we've heard as you look at live pictures now as dawn breaks over Baghdad. There's those pictures you see. There's that building in the foreground. Come back to the satellite image and I'll show you where that building is as we move a little bit closer to that area. That building is off in this direction here, and those palaces, all that activity was right in there. Let's move along and go to that area. We'll show you the palace that was involved in that tremendous explosion there. Just one of several that was the target here. Once again, these palaces, bit of a euphemism. These are really complexes which involve all manner of regime control. The Republican Palace, that main central palace here, right on the banks of the Tigris River. Another one that was struck, we know for sure, on the course of this 1,000 cruise missile attack, the palace that is known as Al-Sajud. Al-Sajud is a little further down the Tigris River. And then finally, the palace known as Al-Salam, which translated is the Peace Palace. We'll show you quickly some of the pictures released by Iraqi TV of the remnants of what is the Peace Palace, the Al-Salam. These pictures released shortly after that barrage of bombs which rained down on Baghdad. Go back to the satellite image and you'll see the before. There was your after. And that is exactly what has been going on. These regime targets, these focuses of Saddam Hussein's, his desire to build monuments to himself, much of that today lies in rubble. Aaron?
Miles, thank you. That's, and we assume, I think correctly, that the level of sophistication of the satellite imagery that the American military will be working at is a bit more precise than what we just put on the air. And what we just put on the air, the computer enhancement there, is pretty interesting stuff. We have, I think generally people are aware, we showed earlier around 10 o'clock or I think 10 o'clock Eastern, some of the demonstrations that had gone on in Chicago. Obviously there's enormous concern around the world about the breakdown of diplomacy and the beginning of the war. This is particularly true in Arab capitals. One of the things that we ought to look at and pay attention to is how the world is reacting to the American attack on Iraq, which is now a couple of days old. So here is a quick survey, if you will, of world reaction today, on the streets at least, to what has gone on.
Today around the world, the anti-war protests seem to grow larger and increasingly more violent. Fighting broke out in the streets of Cairo, rocks thrown at riot police, water cannons used to disperse tens of thousands of protesters. In Bahrain, police used tear gas to push back anti-war demonstrators, marchers shouting for U.S. troops to get out of their country. The Fifth Fleet is based there. For Arab leaders in the region, war has caused them to walk a most delicate diplomatic line.
We will work with all possible means to bring a stop to this war as soon as possible in order to ease the suffering of our brothers in Iraq.
Not all of the protests were abroad. Protests in San Francisco threatened to shut down the city, or parts of it, for the second day in a row, as anti-war activists sat in the street. Hundreds have been arrested. But there was also this today. The people of Mobile, Alabama, standing in support of American troops at war.
We're supporting our nation.
Not all protests are large. Sometimes they are as simple as one lone man in a Midwestern town. Morgan Richardson. Today, the town was Austin, Minnesota.
Which, if I remember much from, and I don't remember much, honestly, from my high school geography, Austin is to the south of the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. This has happened now a couple of nights in a row to us where we're able to, we do what many of you do, to be honest. We check the internet, see what other people are reporting. You've got literally thousands of people, reporters around the world, who are working on this story, on one strain of the story or another. You have the embeds in country. You have a lot of people in Washington, in Arab capitals, in European capitals, all trying to develop different storylines that ultimately someday will give us the full picture of what has gone on. That's how you build it. I mean, each of these little pictures, literally this, you have the picture of Baghdad looking south, and a picture of northern Iraq, and a picture here and a picture there, and then you add all the diplomatic pictures, and you add all the governmental pictures, what's going on in the White House, and ultimately, but ultimately takes a while, you get the full picture of what's going on. Tomorrow's, Saturday's Washington Post will report that havens are being offered to defectors, an intensified effort to divide Iraqi President Saddam Hussein from his inner circle. U.S. military intelligence officers have communicated with some Iraqi commanders, according to the Post, and secretly designated buildings in the capital for defectors to occupy, promising that they will not be targeted in the American air campaign, senior U.S. officials said yesterday. That's the lead to a story in the Washington Post for Saturday. One of the reasons we love having General Clark with us is because of his military background. He often sees things, not simply in military things, but more broadly that we might otherwise miss, or has interpretations that we don't necessarily see, and our guys don't necessarily see, our men and women. When you read this, you saw a couple of things, didn't you?
Well, I got a little bit concerned because the way to end this war quickly is not only the bombing, but it's the relentlessness of American purpose. And there were a couple of phrases in this article that made me think we may be trying too hard to reach the Iraqis. We don't want to be the suitors in this. We want them to come to us seeking a means of escape. Please get us out of this terrible fix we're in. Not coming to them and saying, we really hate to do this to you, we got all these bombs, we really don't want to use them, so please, won't you, we'll give you these buildings. And you can't see from just reading the story where the balance is, but there is a balance in this type of psychological pressure and using military force simultaneous with diplomacy.
So, I'm going to try and force you to be a little more direct here. We were looking at a specific line in the story which reads, there are lots of people all trying to give the Iraqi commanders option and ways to end the resistance, and your reaction when you read that was that there might be a sense that the Americans are so desperate to end this before that they're not really as strong, and maybe if you're an Iraqi, maybe we can beat these guys. Maybe they will give in because they don't really want to fight it. What they want to do is see if we'll give up, and if we don't, they may fold like a cheap suitcase.
That would be the concern, that sentence.
No one's suggesting that's what's happening. It's just, I think what you're saying is that might be running through the minds of an Iraqi who does not want to fold.
It might be. It might be.
We were talking yesterday, you and I think this was, I'm almost certain we were just standing in the newsroom here talking about trying to balance, when you're trying to get the enemy to fold, that one of the things you can't just say, okay, look, everybody stop shooting, stop bombing, we're going to try and just talk nicely to one another, that what you do is keep pounding them to remind them why it is that it might not be a bad idea to give it up.
That's exactly right. You know, in the early stages of the Kosovo campaign, many different efforts were made to persuade Milosevic that he shouldn't let his country be bombed, he should concede right away and give in to NATO. And the more the efforts were made, the lesson I took from it was, the greater the effort people made to reach Milosevic, the more convinced he was that somehow NATO wouldn't want to go through with this. So there's a balance, there's a line you don't want to cross in applying the psychological pressure directly.
Just as go ahead and take this full, David, if you can. Those of you who were with us last night, these are the guys that you spent your evening with, if you will. This is the 7th Cav. They have, if you were with us last night, you know this. It was an extraordinary thing to witness. This is a remarkably clear picture. When these video phones stop down, I assume this is video phone, isn't it? Video phone stopped, when the movement stops, the picture clears a whole lot. But you see they've made their way about 100 miles inside of Iraq. They came from Kuwait. They crossed this berm without much difficulty. And last night, for 4 hours or so, it felt as if we were riding with them, which reminds me, if I may, it just is of something else, one other piece of business from last night I want to take a minute and talk about. Again, those of you who were with us last night, there was a moment where, and you know, I'd like to tell you we're really smart. We plan all this stuff, but it's not how it happened. But the fact is that a woman up in upstate New York has a son who's in this unit, and she happened to be watching. She's watching her son, and they were pretty grainy pictures yesterday, but she's watching her son, and she doesn't see him, but she knows that's the unit, making their way across the desert, and she feels, as you would feel if it was your son, a lot of anxiety and tremendous pride, both of those things, and she sent us a most lovely email, and we read it on the air. And basically, she talked about how proud she was, and she thanked us, and there was no reason to thank us, but we certainly understood her pride. And this afternoon, I called her up to thank her for her email, and honestly to say I hope that in reading it I didn't embarrass her. People don't necessarily send their emails to us to have them read on the air. And we started to talk about her son. And she said when he left, her name is Rosemary. Rosemary said to him, "Kevin, I'm very much afraid. This is the first time in my life I feel like I can't protect you." And Kevin said to her, "Mom, my turn to protect you." When I read her email on the air last night, this hadn't happened to me very often in my life in this business. I could feel it in my throat. I think we all felt the emotion of that moment. And when I talked to her this afternoon and she described her son saying, "Mom, it's my turn to protect you," it happened again. Her little boy had grown up. We hope Kevin is out there safely, and all of his Army colleagues are out there safely tonight. They've had an extraordinary couple of days making their way, and thankfully they, after meeting a little resistance at the very beginning, on the left side of the screen, by the way, I'll get to this in a second, it's the 101st, we've got a correspondent there, and we'll talk a bit about that, but we spent so much time with the CAB yesterday, live, Walt Rogers reporting, and we'll hear from Walt, I hope, before the night's over. But anyway, they probably are just stopped down. General, do you think they're just doing another refuel, or have they stopped at their place? Have they stopped where they're going to stop? No, they're making their way to Baghdad.
It would be a guess, but they must be somewhere near the river, because I see greenery behind them. So they're out of the desert somewhere near the Euphrates.
Okay. And we don't want to be any more specific than that. As you move to the north, what happens is the desert changes, and you get a little more green. And you see none of this green when you're in Kuwait, but as you get into a little deeper into the southern part of Iraq, you start to see some greenery even in the south. And we want to always be careful, and we try always to be careful about giving too much detail on this, but it's a big desert out there, and anyway, it's good to see those guys. I think we all felt, I know I got a lot of notes from viewers, we all felt like we got to know them in a kind of crazy way. Even as we didn't see them, we saw them racing across the desert, and we saw them going past Bedouin tents and herds of goats and wildflowers that were coming up in the desert. And Walt Rogers' stunning descriptions last night of that ride, that bumpy, noisy, not very comfortable ride. We saw them trying to eat their breakfast and refueling. There's some helicopters that do reconnaissance for them. Those of you who were along for the ride last night, I think it is one of those television nights you won't forget. And what made it perfect is that there was no hostile fire, there was no war in front of us. We didn't have to report the worst of the detail of war, but we could just marvel at this combination of cooperation, technology, and just really good journalism that was going on. And we see it again out in the desert, American soldiers walking around their vehicles, and behind them there'll be an infantry division that will move at some point, if it has not started already. We saw a moment ago a picture of the 101st, and we do have a correspondent also embedded in that fabled group of soldiers. We don't quite have contact with Ryan Shilcolt. That's a picture of Ryan, who's done some terrific work for us as well, and hopefully we'll get all of those problems, the audio problems, solved. I think